Right, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, because I'd completely assumed that we were commentating through there, but unfortunately we weren't. So we'll have to reintroduce the broadcast again. My name's Ed, and with me is Matt and Adam from America, who are going to be helping commentate today through this 8-hour race. And we just got underway.
The start of the race will put you on the back of your field.
So we're hearing there's some driver who's been disconnected. Would that be one? That's Forgax in the 86 Iris car, which is showing as DNF on my end. So I believe that is who Race Direction is in communication with. It's also Lachlan Andrews, didn't get going either. The Ultimate Motorsports number 6. We're in lap 3 of this 8-hour race. Looking at the Sven Gilhead fighting for third in GT3. Very close GT3 battle this season. And right behind Sven Gilhead here is Steen Prins in the 445 Fringer Bond Motorsport car. Fringer Bond took their first victory in GT3 last time out with the 444 machine. Great to see the 445 up there fighting for the podium in this early stages. Very close battle in GT3 with the lead in LM-P2 between Kolokshai and Sonneveld. Sonneveld has somehow gotten all the way up to second position as we cut to Pequeñez in Valley number 90. So the Valley cars, 33 and 90, getting up into second and fourth positions. So Zook's really losing out here as the timing screen has gone very wonky here.
Well, David Kolaski, or excuse me, is it
Kolokshi or Kolokshai is what I've been calling it?
Kolokshai, there we go. Yeah, it's probably Kolokshai. Still in the lead in the LMP2 field, looking really good. Moose, looking at the GT3 field, looks like we already have an LMP2 catching up to this McLaren.
Yeah, and that's not going to be a place that LMP2 driver wants to be. Very different paces on the track between these two cars, and you got to wonder, does that GT3 car just kind of get out of the way and save everybody a little bit of time, or does he kind of hold his position, hold the line, try and fend off these LMP2 cars as long as he can? But they certainly do not look patient at all, and they start to make their way around on the straight as we'd expect them to. But yeah, this McLaren looks a little bit out of place in the stack up of cars that he's driving in between rounds. So let's just hope that he keeps his elbows tucked in and keeps things nice and clean this early into the race.
Did I just see an LMP?
Car turn 1.
Was that a? Did I just see an LMP2 just completely fly off the track there?
I'm not sure. That might have been an issue on our end. There was certainly something that Race Direction was concerned about there, by the sounds of things. We're seeing Tobias Blumschein.
He's moving
red
very
on my
slow.
time screen, which would indicate he's gone to the pits or he's retired. So let's have a look. See if Tobias, who we were just talking to before the race, there he is. He's taking a pit stop.
He must have
BMS Sun Edits car. So yeah, there could be some damage being repaired there. But Tobias, like he's going nowhere at the present moment. The field streams through. He's going to end up behind the GT3 field. So a terrible start really as Gilhead sets the fastest lap. Fights with Ferenzi for second place in GT3.
Sven Gilhead right now in the BMW number 7 car. This is going to be a very tight battle, it seems, for second place. You have 3 GT3 cars, a McLaren, a BMW, and another McLaren. And then you have a McLaren in the lead. The McLaren seems to be a popular choice here for Korea. And it has to make you wonder, can this BMW actually keep up with the 3 McLarens?
Well, the BMW is the real strength of this. I think it's the M3, isn't it? It's really strong in a straight line. So that'll really help during this first sector. But during the twisty stuff, you think the Frinavon 445 of Steen Prins, is going to really start to take advantage. And so Gilhead is really going to have to stay on his toes here. Great four-way. We always seem to get these great multi-car battles in the early stages of a race. But the big disappointment in GT3 actually at the moment is Bejik Bentz in the 888 Mugen car, which is running third in the championship, just behind the number 7 Iris that we're just seeing in this battle here. So they really want to get involved in this too and make a big impact. But right behind, the Ferrari went off the road a few moments ago there. That was Christoph Toff at BH Racing number 3. So yeah, they'll be looking to avoid more of that as the race continues. Yeah, Blomschein now showing as a DNF on the timing screen. So I think we won't be seeing more of the VMS Sun Edits racing car, unfortunately. But the big positive of that is that Tobias may be available to commentate sooner than we thought, because his team's out of the race. But yeah, the entire field in LM-P2 has made it by him now, I think. There we go. We're seeing someone going very slowly there. Is that the number 6 of Lachlan Andrews? Or is that Akos Forgax, of course? It is Forgax. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the LM-P2s at the very rear of the LM-P2 field, getting very close together. That Hatch on his own. I think that might be in the battle up front between Sonneveld, Zux, and Bekenyes. There we go, just in front of us. Yeah, so that is going to be the key battle for the podium positions in LMP2. With Ron Zux, like I said earlier, trying to keep his title hopes alive in the number 95 machine. The two valet cars that have sort of sandwiched him and got involved in this fight, which is really going to be a bit of a hindrance to him because Sonneveld is not fast enough to keep up with Kolocha. Kolocha has pulled away to the tune of about 3 seconds now, and in fact has set a new fastest lap as I say that.
The Mugen racing teams obviously have quite a few participants in both fields today. You have 2 in the LMP2s. And do they have any GT3s? Yes, they do. They have their GT3 team currently on the top of the standings with 146 points. In second place is the Giovanni Iris Automation team, the number 7 team, with 95 points. That is in the GT field. Currently with... Right now we are riding, going back towards the end of the GT3 field. That is the number 3 of Christoph Toff in the McLaren.
And we just got an update actually from Tobias Blumschein, who's just calling in to say, just wanted to say the reason we retired is because the game glitched and we had standard setup. So the car clearly wasn't set up too well. And
oh no.
There was a glitch, which might have been why we saw a car going sideways. It may have been the VMS Sun Edit's number 26 car. So an early bath for them, unfortunately. But hopefully we might hear a bit more from Tobias a bit later on, at least in the commentary box, if not on the actual track.
Oh, and there goes McLaren. He's going on the inside of the BMW. They make contact there. And now that McLaren side by side trying
that's the
to pull away.
Finally making its move and trying to demote Sven Gielhed down to 4th position. They're not quite pulling it off.
No, because they have to drag race with that BMW down this long straight, and as we were talking about earlier, he does have the advantage on the straights, and he's going to go hard into the braking zone, into that first corner there, and he's able to hang on to the inside line. He edges out just in front of him going down this next straight. We're going to see how far he's able to pull away, because he doesn't have too much longer before he's in a very long, curve-filled part of this track, where he's going to be competing with that mid-engine McLaren behind him.
And you can just see how close he's getting to this BMW through the turns. It seems like this McLaren's just very stable through these very slow, I would say slow corners. He's going to take the inside line. Can he get it done? No, he cannot. That BMW just
a little contact between the two of them.
Ooh, that could have been absolutely dangerous. Here comes the BMW again. He's going to be going all the way down into the next turn, and of course, it's going to be very difficult for this McLaren. The pass, like you said, on the straight line, because the BMW does have has the straight line speed advantage. But if this McLaren could just find a way to get on the inside line and just set up the move on the final turn in turn 16, would probably be the easiest place for him to make that happen. But it's probably not going to happen this lap now, as we're seeing that gap slowly form to almost a half a second now between those two. And now looking at the LMP2 field once again, this is Gabor Hevesi.
Yeah, Hevesi has made a really difficult start to the race. Started in 3rd position on the grid and has dropped down to 6th and is now holding off Oliver Parakan and Carl Lewis, which is not where we would expect the number 20 to be. It's 2nd in the LMP2 championship, let's not forget. So they really have given themselves a lot of work to do. I had thought on the timing screen that Gabor Hevesi had caught up to Chehat, but he's still about 10 seconds behind. So I thought that was worth highlighting at this early stage. As Steen Prinz continues to fight Sven Gielhed. This is going to run for the next few laps, I think. As we see the leaders actually getting quite close as well. Ferenzi really in the slipstream of Adam Sereje. And of course, Ferenzi, the number 70 Dream Team car, just missed out on victory last time to the 444 machine of Nick Homewood and Frimavond Racing. So Dream Team, looking once again, they're continually the bridesmaid, is what I'm getting at, because they finished second 3 or 4 races in a row now, and it's really added a lot of points to their season. But they'll really be hoping to put one over on Mugen, which would be a big achievement for them, as Hevesi in 6th position now sets the fastest lap of the race just after we cut away from him, 152.9. So we are still a couple of seconds away from qualifying pace with relatively heavy fuel tanks in these cars. Of course, they will have to stop to refuel a bit later on for the first refueling stop. As look at Prince continuing to hassle the Iris number 7 car.
I thought, this would be a good time. Happy Le Mans Day, by the way. 24 hours Le Mans, of course. Looking over at my other screen, it is soaking wet on track.
We did hear that there might be some rain here in Korea as well, but it's bone dry at the moment. So if it does rain, the S's here are going to become particularly treacherous. And it definitely looks like Prince and Gillhead is the closest battle on track at the moment in the top 3 positions in GT3. Meanwhile, fastest first sector from Akos Forgax in the 86 car, running 9th, just ahead of Bent Boas, who are watching at the moment, or were watching rather, as we look at Christoph Top being lapped by the front runners in LMP2. And look at that, number 95, trying to attack Gij Sonneveld for 2nd position there. So Roland Zirks looking for an opportunity in the traffic. Oh! Just about squeezing through past, that must be one of the orange GT3 cars. Yeah, going off track there, actually, in the background. But Roland Zirks not quite able to get on song with Gij Sonneveld. So Gij making a brilliant start. I don't think we've ever seen the 33 run this high up, but he is really compromising Zirks' race. The gap between Kolokshai and Sonneveld now 6.4 seconds. So impressive pace from David Kolokshai, as we expected.
That is the Valet.
Yes.
Valet Esports team. As you said, the number. Excuse me.
It's the
Did
33.
you say the number 90?
The 90 is in 4th. The 33 is in 2nd position. The number 90 has won a race earlier this season, actually, at Suzuka, in very dramatic circumstances, where basically there were 2 retirements. The 2 leaders retired near the end, and they were able to jump the cars around them using a code 80, which is, of course, our full course yellow system, where everyone has to stick to 80 miles per hour, basically. Well, I'm not sure what that is in kilometers per hour, but...
Well, looking at Sonnenfeld and Kolowski's times here, it looks like they were held up a little bit back, because Akos Forgats...
looked like Zooks was trying to go around the outside there, but couldn't quite find a way around the GT3 car.
Yeah, Forgats put up another fastest Sector 1, it looks like, again. So he is really putting it, to the man in front, Oliver Parkin.
Yeah, I wonder what Oliver Parakian do in the IPR number 46, which is another new team, I believe. We've seen Oliver Parakian before driving for other teams, but not for this new team, the IPR. I'll have to figure out what IPR actually stands for, as Prince and Geelhead look like they can... Oh, Prince, I think, has hit trouble.
And now
we're seeing the timing screen, and there he is. He's just about to be lapped, actually, by these 2 leaders.
And there goes a move on the outside. Looks like a little bit of squabbly action happening with that LM-P2 car of that number 95. Now he makes a move down the inside in turn 1, and he gets it done. Through
very
turn
opportunist
2.
stuff there.
But then he loses
I think
out.
that was the 33 just trying to hold on, but not quite able to. It looked like it was only a matter of time before DEAC hackers found their way through. Meanwhile, Bedrick Bentz has lost out to Prince. Prince has fallen behind Bentz, is what I'm getting at. So the 888 gaining a position there. Look at Joseph Toff trying to go side by side and going a bit deep into turn 3 for Paul Street Boys. And the PR number... That would be Stan Giervad for Alton Motorsports, just making his way through then, holding on to position.
Well, that McLaren of, excuse me, I'm trying of Prince there. I think he tried to get onto the brakes on the inside late, tried to make the move, just could not make it happen. Was way too late, I think, in the braking zone against this Ferrari, and this Ferrari just defended very well on the outside. Now we're seeing more LMP2s catch up to these guys, and this is, it surprises me actually with how quickly the LMP2 field is catching these GT3s here at Korea, considering it is somewhat of a longer circuit as we're seeing the GT times coming in past 2 minutes, and the LMP2s only doing a sub 2 minute lap. So
LMP2's having to go off track actually to lap there, and I believe that was, I think, Carl Lewis and Boros fighting each other, and I think Boros just pulling away there. Going back to the battle for second position. As it looks like actually the 33 has got back in front of Zux. So he must have pulled away back on the straight.
He was able to make the move back. I think they just did a crossback.
Yeah, and Che Hatch has actually, interestingly, rejoined the battle down in 5th place. So we got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and... no, it's 2nd, 3rd... Oh, there we go. It's Pequeñas and Hatch are really fighting at the moment. Unfortunately, I've got Auto Director on, so we've missed a bit of that. There we go, yeah, so...
Gets the slip.
Right on board. Front nose of Che Hatch as he looks to go at the inside at turn 3, but is a bit too far back. Can't quite make a move happen here. This is going to be a really interesting battle as Kolotchak pulls away to the tune of 11 seconds now over Sonneveld in 2nd place. In fact, 12 seconds now, so it's really going the number 21's way at the moment. But of course, we still got 7 hours and 40 minutes left. So number 21 needs to make sure it stays out of trouble, as there was another look down the inside, actually, from Roland Zux. Not quite able to pull it off once more.
Riding along with Che Hatch in the Giovanni Iris Automation number 87 car. Currently, they are sitting 6th in the standings. With a good result today, they can definitely move up to 5th place, unless the Abstinio Force...
AFP, we usually call them. But Abstinio Force Polonia, the Polish team, which did win a race earlier this season, but has kind of struggled in their attendance, has kind of dropped off, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So they're looking like they're dropping out of title contention. It's sort of becoming a 3 or 4 horse race, essentially, in the final few rounds, in LMP2 at least.
Hatch trying to desperately stay close to P4 of Birkenese.
Yeah, Pequeñas, yes.
Pequeñas.
As we look at Toff about to be lapped here, unfortunately. But Zux, I think, has still stayed in the wheel tracks of Sonneveld, so we're going to watch this, I think, for a couple of laps.
This is going to be a very good battle. I think this battle is... it's going to be hard to tell who's going to come out in front until probably the 8 hours are completely over with.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a change in GT3, by the way, while we've been watching this LMP2 action. That Prudence has gotten back ahead of Bentz, but Ferengi has lost out on 2nd place in the Dream Team car to Sven Gielhed. So Iris Automation number 7 up to 2nd place, and only 4 tenths actually behind Adam Sereje, as Zux now falls back from Sonneveld and is having to hold off Pequeñas and Hatch right behind him. All very close stuff. Let's see if Heelhead can actually get on song with Adam Sereje and potentially take the lead.
And you can just see the weight transfer in that BMW. Leans one way and then has to lean to the other way through those S curves. And now we're seeing these two a very big Formula One moment there.
Sorry about
that. As we saw two McLarens going side by side now, and I couldn't tell which straight they were going down, but this is, and Matt, you know a lot more about these GT3 cars. It's been impressive to see this McLaren and the BMW just absolutely battle it out here.
Yeah, and it's really, that's kind of the fun part about watching the early stages of this race, is we get to see kind of what all of these drivers are made out of, and to see two very, very different cars, the front engine BMW and the middle engined McLaren right in front of him, have to approach this track very, very differently. And to watch the two of them have such similar pace, even as they kick the back end there, coming out around the outside of that corner, It really does speak to just how talented these drivers are, being able to keep these cars so close together, sending it through all of these S's here. Certainly a challenging track for either two of them, but throw on top of the fact that you're competing with two cars of very similar pace, it just makes it all that much more exciting to watch.
Yeah, Adam Sergio really struggling actually at the head of the GT3 field. We saw him have that little moment there, but he's not really been able to pull away while those behind have been squabbling, and that's why they've all just sort of stayed together in a bit of a train, the top three. But Gearhead, I really think fancies a chance at the lead here in class.
Well, that McLaren, it ran a 208.2 on that last lap, and Gillhead put up a 208.086. So that last lap, 0.2 faster for that BMW.
And you can tell he's starting to get impatient just by the way he's getting on the bumper of that McLaren out in front, only leaving just as much space as he needs to avoid a collision. But he is right back on it under braking as he comes around that hard braking zone, and they're going to chase each other, following through the same order as the previous lap through these S's. And we're going to see if the BMW is able to make some magic happen here, but this is probably not the best part of the track to be doing that, so we might have to wait until we see a long straight and a drag race between these two cars before we see a change in the position.
Did very briefly see yellow in Sector 1 there, but I think that's cleared very quickly. And of course, with Gearhead, the more he gets held up by Sergio, the more that brings Dream Team number 70, driven by Songzo Ferenzi, into play again. You can see him right behind there as the LMP2 car. Again, it seems they're all going wide there the moment they see a GT3 car ahead of them. But just sort of preemptively getting out of the way. But thankfully, I think that looked like number 7 of Ben Sporos, I think, or was it Carl Lewis? One of the two. Just approaching this lead battle in GT3. I think.
I'm going to say something as an iRacing guy. It's nice to see a GT3 field in an endurance race that doesn't look like a demolition derby. I mean, these guys are keeping it clean right now. In the few 12 and 24-hour events, it seems like the GTEs and the GT3s just absolutely like to destroy each other's cars. So these guys obviously driving very clean as we're keeping on board with the BMW here of Gillhead. And now he's getting real close, but now he has to be careful because that 36, that LM-P2 is right behind him. And he's going to have to just wait and be a little bit more patient. I mean, this is a long, long race. The best advice I ever received before going into a 24-hour race was literally, and I'll put it in context for this race, the first 7.5 hours, it's just driving. Keep in position. That last 30 minutes, that is when it counts. And I'm very excited. These guys are really doing a good job staking with each other. Of course, we want to give a shout out to Grid Finder. Oh, there goes the LMP.
Ooh, and he loops it around. The car is going to be sideways and sitting off the track for a little bit while he waits for an opportunity to get back on. Looks like he's making his way back onto the track now. That is a big mistake out of the LMP2 driver there. And now he's going to have to fight to get back in front of those GT3 cars out in front.
Ben Boris having a difficult time.
Into the I'll put him into the path of Carl Lewis, who's only about 20 seconds down on him. So yeah, not ideal for him, and he'll have to lap these cars all over again. Of course, it was funny you say you were praising the high driving standards of the GT3 field because, of course, Ferenzi, who's running third at the moment, has gotten in trouble in previous races this season. He'll hate me reminding me of him of this because in Suzuka they were disqualified from qualifying for basically crashing into someone in free practice, and it did seem in the early races that the number 70 was a bit of a crash magnet, but they've calmed it down since, taken 3 or 4 second places in a row in class, and almost won last time out in Mugello, so definitely feels like they've matured and improved as the season has gone on, and it's just as well, really, because it's creating a really, really close fight, not just in the championship, but also for the lead of this race.
Adam Sergi right now put up a 208.209 in that last lap, and Gillhead put up a 208.327, so they are legitly almost the same exact pace, these two cars.
Would be interesting to see what pace Gillhead could do if he got into clear air. Meanwhile, up front, Zux has dropped behind Pequeñez, so it is currently a Valley Esports 2-3 in LMP2, with Zux potentially under threat from Che Hatch now as well. So not really going DEAC Hacker's way in the number 95 machine.
The DEAC Hackers 95 machine looking to try and close the gap a little bit, but the
Oh,
two
looks
teams
like he
in
has just edged ahead of Pequena as we can cut to that battle now as the Geelhead still stays stuck behind Adam Sereje. There we go. There's Zux. He's literally just gotten back in front of the number 90 and got on a bit on the dirt as well, actually. Is that that would be Che Hatch behind the both of them? Yeah, so number 33 itself starting to pull away just under a second. It's about 7/10 the gaps between Zux and Sonneveld. But yeah, a bit of a hairy moment there. He won't want to see valet cars going left and right of him. He really would have been hoping to battle with the leader here, who's now 17 seconds ahead of everyone else.
Well, and you know, the pit strategy is going to come into play this race. You know, when is a good time to take tires? When is not a good time to take tires? With it being only a 5-kilometer course, I could, you know, in the LMPs, you could definitely potentially do a triple stint on tires.
Indeed, you could, but we'll have to see how it works out. The big thing that costs them time, of course, is changing drivers. So I don't think changing tyres will jump that much as Che Hatch almost hits the back of Boton Pequeñas there. Pequeñas, by the way, did a very impressive performance back in Sebring, where he led a big percentage of the race ahead of the 21, which of course has been the title favourite since near the beginning of the season. Looks himself goes a little bit wide and potentially gives Pequeñas a chance. But yeah, I was very impressed by Pequeñas drive in wet, drying conditions in Sebring. As behind Che Hatch, actually, Gabor Hevesi in the number 20 has closed back up. So, Hevesi could be looking to gain ground that he lost earlier in the race. So this is going to be very, very close and strategic between these four cars, really.
Oh, and not to interrupt you, but we have some action going on at the battle between Adam Sereje and the BMW. We actually now have a 2-spot upset as the McLaren of Sereje is now fallen back after a messed up corner, and the BMW and the other McLaren have capitalized on it after a little bit of contact between the BMW and McLaren. And we're going to see them tap again wide on the outside of the corner, and now they're going to have to make their way back out on the track. And now we see the BMW back. We've seen a complete change of the stack up of this battle from earlier. And it looks like it's only going to get more interesting as we get ready to go heavy into the brakes into this next turning. Oh, and they're going to stack up, go 2 wide, 3 wide. There's contact between the McLarens, and the BMW is going to make off as a bandit. They're now, they're side by side going through the corner again. Great racing between these cars. And now the BMW has gone from last to first in this stack up. And so much has happened in just the course of about 3 corners.
Yeah, but of course the BMW was pushed out actually by the number 70 just before this. So the BMW lost the lead and now has regained it again. So actually great opportunism there by the number 7 Iris machine and Sven Geelhead with Ferengi losing out. Just going last of the late breakers to try and get the lead at turn 3, but now he's back in third position. But the big change, of course, is that Iris now have the lead. So Iris could potentially pull away now from Mugen, which would be something, because they've been fighting them all season. And there's the 445, not too far behind either. So meanwhile, Zook's still stuck behind Sonneveld, Pequeñas, Che Hatch, Gabor Hevesi. That's the 2nd through to 6th in LMP2. The order's not changed, so we got to see the better battle there. As what
happened to our dream team?
Oh yeah, it looks like we may have had a bit of lag there. I think Dream Team is still going. So Ferenzi is showing Ferenzi dramatically dropping down behind Top, bizarrely. That doesn't seem quite right.
And now he's falling down the order back
showing him as
into
the
18th.
So just after that, losing the lead there, Ferenzi seems to have had some kind of disconnection and dropped, which is very unfortunate. But potentially be a challenge for victory over, and a great run of finishes coming to an end for Dream Team. Hopefully they can maybe rejoin and get back in the race. There is dispensation in the rules to allow them to do that. As Hevesi, I think he might have had to go at Che Hatch, and now has dropped back behind him. Still very close in LMP2.
Now let's take a look at this LMP2 field once again. The number 20, Gabor Hevesi versus Che Hatch, and this is a battle. You can tell, 2/10 apart from each other currently, going very, very quick down the straight. This is straight between turns 2 and 3. Actually, excuse me, this is the front straight, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it is 2 and 3 we're just watching, but they're just going through 3 now, and the straight between 3 and 4. We really need to name a lot of the corners on this Yongan circuit, this career international circuit, because it doesn't get used all that often, unfortunately, since Formula One left, of course, at the end of 2013. But yeah, Hevesi and Che Hatch, both top drivers in this series. Hevesi has sort of been in between the Mugen GT3 squad and the LM-P2. Sort of after he was in the Triple Eight winning Le Mans lineup, the 12 hours of Le Mans we did, and early around this season, he got promoted into the LM-P2 lineup. And I think he was part of the winning squad in Portimao on the number 20. So the number 20 has really benefited from having Hevesi on it, but of course he hasn't had the best start to this race, and now finds himself negotiating the traffic and trying to keep up with Che Hatch and hopefully take advantage later on.
Looking at the times, Hevesi and Hatch, Hevesi was faster by a tenth with a 156.811. And that's speaking some words, considering that 1/10 can make the difference in an LMP2 car in terms of speed and getting those positions back. Right now, the leader, 20-second gap, it says.
He does, yes. It's 18 seconds to Sonneveld, but about 20 to Zux. So as we look at Joseph Toth in the 753 car, trying to get back into fifth in class in GT3. This is against, of course, Dan Gielvad for Evo Auto Motorsports, the Ferrari, which we've heard is not really the car to have around this South Korean circuit. But doing well just to hold on to fifth place, of course. They are part of the championship fight, so they need to make sure they lose as few points as possible here in the battle to keep up with the likes of Mugen and Iris. Joseph Toth really giving them a lot of trouble in this early stage.
But the Ferrari's been it's been good so far for the first 30 minutes of this race.
Yeah, they've really bucked the expectations. They've really been able to hold on against what even the team itself thought they would have been able to do. But there is a big gap ahead of them up to fourth place, I think, now, which is now occupied by that would be. Of course, it would be Bentz in the Triple Eight machine, who's now a few seconds behind Prince in the 445. So it looks like Stringer Bond with Frenzy now having got going again, but 2 laps down out of the picture. Stringer Bond in with a good shot of the podium if they can have a good clean 7 hours 26 minutes.
Here comes another LMP2 coming through the field, has to navigate traffic, of course. Who is that? Is that a race leader? I can't even tell the number.
It wouldn't be the race leader because it's not that livery. I think that might be this functional racing team at Carl Lewis just making their way through. Sorry if I'm cutting out there, but I thought that was Carl Lewis. No, it isn't actually. It's someone else. Definitely one of the newer teams, though. Possibly Oliver Paracan.
Here, what is the number? That is the 46. So
yeah, there we go. It was Paracan.
Paracan.
So, there you go.
Kind of a rough race for him.
Well, I don't think so, actually, considering it's a new team. They've had a fairly clean start. They're only about 11 seconds behind Forgax, who was setting the timing screens alight earlier. Forgax only about 4.7 seconds behind Hevesi, so the tail of that fight for the podium positions, basically.
Well, the fight between Hevesi and Clay Hatch now 7/10.
Yeah, it is looking very close, actually, between Bekenyes and Zux again as well. But only 4/10 there. But there is Hevesi. Look, there we go. They're being held up by the 445. All 3 cars, basically. But there, Zux looks like he just made a move down the inside, actually, of the 445. Able to, yeah, there we go. Now the rest of the field just getting through, but now Zux looking vulnerable again. It looks like 95 not dealt with traffic as well as they would have hoped, and that has been their Achilles heel as we look at them lapping the leaders in GT3 now as well, of Cereja and Geelhead. Geelhead now only about half a second ahead. It was about just over a second ahead until very recently.
And the thing is it feels like because of the way this track is laid out, you have 4 through 6 is basically a chicane. 7, 8, and S curves. Then you got 9 and 10, which are very sharp, slow corners. It's going to be very difficult. I feel like as this race goes on to get through traffic, and then there's an LM-P2 gets onto the safety curve there, and just gets some air and has to hop up, and that's going to cost him some time because there is an LM-P2 passing him. Who's that? That's
Bekeni is being passed by Gavin Hevesi. I think Hevesi ran the outside. Oh,
Hevesi
that now too.
getting a little
aggressive. Yes,
aggressive.
And
making a little contact on
this
the
is
believe it's now
for
in fourth
GTs and LMPs, pretty much for everyone. Please be careful when you're lapping or being lapped. Thank you.
race control.
Just something to
coming
think
on
about for race control. Not too forceful from Chris Kutzov there in his tone.
I mean, like I said, this track, there's not that many really good overtaking positions, especially if you're an LMP car trying to lap a GT car. You can only do it on the straights. Luckily, you have the straights between 2 and 3 and 3 and 4. But these GT, it's one of those things. GTE cars do not have to, move out of the way. It's the responsibility of the LMP2 driver to pass them on the off the racing line. It is, the GT driver does have the right to the racing line. So yeah, it's gonna get interesting. I feel like, especially with how aggressive Hevesi was there.
And we just saw a penalty on screen for Adam Sereje, which I believe Sereje is serving at the moment. He was second in GT3, was leading, was the pole sitter at the start of the race. But now, I'm not sure what the penalty is for, but we are seeing a warning for Fringabon 445 and Mugen Sim Racing 21, warning both cars for dangerous driving. But yeah, there's Sereje, who is continuing in third position now, but behind Prince. Fringabon 445, which is now 3.3 seconds behind the lead. Sereje either made a mistake and still has to serve that penalty, or he's in trouble. As we see Zooks and Hatch make for the pit lane. So they're the first to stop in the race, actually, for a fuel stop, I'm assuming. Yeah, there we go. There's Hatch being serviced.
A quick update on Sereje. He is pulling into the pits right now, presumably to serve that penalty, with an LMP diving in just behind him. So we'll see what happens here, if he just drives through or if we see the first of our pit stops for the GT3 class. Looks like a drive-through.
Yeah, there we go. So he made a mistake right about at the same time he was told he had to drive through.
No, he does stop. Yeah.
He's stopping.
Okay.
Does he have a drive-through, or is that...
May have been a stop and go. I didn't see what the actual penalty ended up being.
Yeah, we can see if we can have a look.
Well, looks like the rear of the car getting
it could have been a
some
stop
work
and
done.
go, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's been lifted up, so he may have to come in again to serve the penalty if that's the case.
Now we're seeing this battle tighten up with the McLaren and this Ferrari. This is going to get tight as they're going to go side by side, coming down in the turn number 3, and that McLaren in 5th place currently. That is Joseph Top. He has the inside line, but that Ferrari trying to defend as hard as he can, trying to get as close to the apex as he could. But it looks like this McLaren's going to try and pull away as they go down the straight net between 3 and 4 here, and he has to make the move now.
Joseph Top finally getting 2 wheels in front of
a little bit of contact,
Gorback.
more contact on the exit of the corner. We might see some more here. They are playing bumper cars, these two, and we see the McLaren loses control of the car, just barely manages to wrangle it back in. But that is going to cost them a position after a hardly contested couple of corners there.
Yeah, Joseph Toff will not be happy about that there, but very forceful defending from Gorbad. He did not want to lose any more ground in this race. Got up to 4th place now with all that trouble for Sereje. They're thinking about ground in the championship. There's still a great chance for the 35 to get on the podium again. They do have a pretty good podium record as we see it kick up the dust.
That was a very close call for that Ferrari. Went way wide. Now these two are going to make contact again through turn 11. Excuse me, where are we?
Oh, that was brave by Toff trying to go around the outside there. But Gorvad continuing to hold his line. It's not going to be that easy, Joseph. Wall Street Boy is doing everything to try and gain position here. You do sense that there's inevitability about this. If Joseph Toth can clear the Ferrari, he could probably start setting much faster lap times.
Now the McLaren.
Well, if he's going to
following
make a
back.
move, he's going to have to make it here, coming down the first straight, heavy into the braking here soon, or we're going to see a move up the inside from the McLaren. We are not. He's going to stay behind the
And
Ferrari.
Bekenyies just exiting the pits there as well in LMP2. Bekenyies has emerged behind Che Hatch. And Zooks has maintained position on both of them. So I think... and the 33 is pit too, so this puts Oliver Paracan in the 46 out of sequence up to third. And I think Hevesi is also out of sequence as well, isn't it? He's not stopped yet. As Kolokchai, the race leader, comes into the pits as Joseph Toth looks like he wants to have another go. He's got to let the 33 through.
Well, this might open up the door for Hevesi to maybe take the lead here. He's currently sitting in second place in the LMP2 field.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be putting it on track at least, but Joseph Toth looking like he's a bit too far behind on this occasion. Here's Kolokchai. Yeah, Hevesi has taken the lead now, but he will have to stop within a few laps, surely. Yeah, there we go. There's Hevesi, our new race leader.
Is he going to stay out this lap, or is he going to have to pit at some point? I would say
he's running so much longer than everyone else. Definitely feels like the number 20 are trying something a bit different here. But Kolokchai and Paracan continue to be serviced. Kolokchai should comfortably get out ahead of Gij Sonneveld. So the undercut would be too big of a risk here.
Of course, we would like to welcome everybody watching. Good morning, good evening, good night to all our viewers watching across the world. Of course, we would like to give a shout out to Sadler and Grid Finder for supporting this event today.
You guys are very good with shouting out the sponsors. I'm awful at remembering to do that.
See, the thing is, it's. I think it's just a U.S. thing. Like,
oh, yeah,
everything we do is sponsors. It's just easy to look over, see the sponsor logo, give them a little plug. Grid Finder, great place to find and start your sim racing career today. If you need a league.
Oh, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing as we just talk about David Kolokchai DNFing from the race?
Oh, no.
Ooh, no.
Yes, that is exactly what I am seeing as well.
Yeah, so that means, if that is the case, there's been disconnection as we see Hevesi entering the pits and going well wide onto the grass there. So it's all down to the number 20 now, if number 21 can't get going again. That is a big blow and a lot of ground for them to recover in the next 7 hours, of course, if they can get going again. But this really opens the door to Sonneveld in the 33. Surely he's going to take the lead now once Hevesi is finished being serviced.
It will be very interesting to hear what has happened to the Mugen Sim Racing team, that number 21 having to come in and having a DNF currently. Unless there was something
really being held up here. Look at this! Trying to use the GT3 car to go around the outside of the 33. Oh, and there we go. Brave stuff from Roland Zirks. He takes second, and that is the lead. Or it's going to be the lead once he gets past Hevesi, who's stationary in the pit lane.
Oh, careful of those curbs. Some lights flashing from the LMP2 cars because now... What has happened?
We have two LMP cars straight into the wall and still struggling for control. And actually, it looks like both of them are going to be forced into the pits while they're trying to recover control of the cars of Gil Sonneveld. And I can't see the name of the other car.
Was that Jay actually just got past Sonneveld there? So are they both heading in?
They're both heading in and are certainly going to have some damage to repair after a massive crash into the barrier there.
Oh, so this really mixes things up. It puts Hevesi into a much stronger position now. He re-emerges in second position then.
And that was all started by a McLaren just being on the racing line with 3 LMPs.
I think it may have been one of the Mugens, you know.
Yeah, I think one of them... Nope, it doesn't look like one of the other Mugen team is still out there. That's Hevesi. But he's in the pits now, and it looks like Zooks now takes the lead with the DEAC Hackers number 95 team. but I'm guessing there will be some words exchanged in that battle, between the McLaren driver and the two LMP drivers, that of Sunnyfeld and Che Hatch.
I think Sonneveld may feel a little annoyed about that one. And Che Hatch was trying to go around the outside and ended up being like you say, squeezed into the wall.
Update on the 24 hours of Le Mans. It has started. It is green flag racing under the safety car.
Of course, with all that rain, clear it then. So we'll see if we can do our best to update you on the class leaders over there. But of course, Toyota starting on pole in LMH.
LMH, yep, the hypercar class, but it was the number 17 this time around who has taken pole position away from the ever so beloved Toyota number 8 team. So that is, again, we have some really good racing today, guys. I mean, I don't know if anybody realizes, there's another LMP2 car into the wall. That is
losing it there at the same place we saw drama not a few moments ago. But I don't think the damage was too bad there for Ben Sporos. He's able to continue. Look at Prinz consolidating second position. Now only 2 seconds behind. Oh! There goes the advertising hoarding. And that's Bejic. A real meal of things as the Triple Eight car seeks to recover some ground. So it looks like he just got the last corner a bit kind of wrong. And there we go, a big off-track moment there, but able to continue. Sonneveld and Hatch continue to be serviced and drop down the field to the rear end of the top 10. Sonneveld has just emerged back from the pits. Hatch still being serviced though, so there was clearly more extensive damage to the Iris 87 car. Big shame because they were looking so good up to that moment in this race.
Well, there's still plenty of time left. 7 hours and 12 minutes still on the clock remaining. Plenty of time for them to get back out on the track, focus up, and start making those positions back up.
And of course, one of the big gainers is actually Akos Forgax in the sister Iris car, number 86, which is just set up the best first sector of the race, actually. And is closing on, it's about 33 seconds behind Oliver Paracan and Carl Lewis. Dizzy heights for both those two drivers for Dysfunctional Racing Team and IPR. I think Paracan was one of the first ones to pit, actually. I'm not sure if Neris has pit, though.
He did. He pitted on lap 23, it looks like. Forgax
actually 3 laps ago, lap...
Yeah, and
Boris having another big moment there, so really struggling in the Signatech Alpine Elf car.
I think that car has some significant damage to it. I know with these LMP2 cars, it doesn't take much to
really in the middle of the GT3 fight, because Prinz is only 2 seconds, as I said, behind Gearhead. But they're having to let these LMP2 cars through, which is sort of starting to split them up slightly. Oh, Prinz did not want to let that LMP2 through. Hevesi, that's the fastest lap in second position. He's only 8/10 of a session behind Roland Zux. So LMP2, looking like we may get another re-race leader if Zux can't hold on to the lead, basically.
Looking here, seeing who has...
Kolokshai, by the way, has got going again. Down in 10th position, 3 laps down. But Vesey really starting to put the magnets on and magnetize himself to the rear of Roland Zux's DEAC Hackers machine. This is a big opportunity for the number 20, not just in this race, but also in the championship, with the number 21 down there behind them. Potentially gain ground and go into the last 2 races in the lead. But of course, there's a long way still to go on how things play out, really. Time being, Zux sustaining the pressure. An action-packed opening 50 minutes to this race, isn't it, been, man, Adam?
Absolutely.
It's there's been a lot of action. This has been the longest action I have seen in an endurance race that's just been so consistent from the time the green flag dropped to about now. We are hitting the 7 hour, 10 minutes to go mark. As we're seeing the field starting to slowly pace themselves out, we are going to see battles, though, happening, of course, for the lead, as now the lead for Zux is decreasing to 8/10 of a second.
He's showing 6/10 on my screen. Of course,
that was right, going closer.
Depending on where they are on the straight, of course. Hevesi looks like he has so much more confidence at the moment. So much more confidence, right?
He really does. He is doing a great job here. His last lap with a 153.802 for Sukes. That was his last lap was a 153.983. Luckily, that McLaren GT3 getting out of the way here. Ooh, and getting so close to the bumper. Hevesi onto Sukes, and now they're going to be coming down the straight here. Is this the final? Is this the?
This is
final
approaching
straight?
turn 4.
Turn 4. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm getting my bearings correct here. And oh, look how close Hevesi's getting. He is braking a little bit later and just trying to find each and every millisecond out of this car. Just looking. He's doing a great job following him, staying inside the slipstream. Here they come through turn 6 and 7. And of course, this is where you can definitely lose some time if you're not good through S-type curves. But it looks like Hevesi doing his best here, sticking with him. The gap gets a little bit wider, it looks like, through here, but it seems like, though, Hevesi and Sukes are going to be battling this out until probably the next pit stop.
Yeah, and of course, traffic is going to play a big part in this. Hopefully, the GT3 field will be able to get out of the way, but it will be interesting when the leaders in LMP2 start lapping the tail enders in LMP2. That could become more of a problem because you won't be able to breeze past them on the straight quite as easily. As we look, Sukes almost being held up here at the last corner. Flags being waved. Oh, here we go. Look at that. That's a clear illustration. As we see Hevesi threading his way between the two. And he's got the inside into turn 1. So Gabba Hevesi takes the lead in the number 20. But does he? Sukes breaks around the outside and just about holds on. Oh, but it's only temporary. Through down the inside goes Gabba Hevesi onto the long straight. And there's not much Roland Zooks can do about that, it seems.
Zooks, I think, was a little bit faster in that turn, but just could not get the traction on the outside line there. You just saw with Hevesi, nice low end onto the inside line there, got the grip down, and was able to just zoom right out of there. That was the proper way to make that pass. Nice job there from Hevesi.
So Mugen retake the lead in LMP2. They're only third in GT3. And it's their second cars who are really having to step up to the plate here. And that shows really how strong the Mugen team is. You get rid of one car, it's like the Hydra. Another head emerges to take place at the head of the snake. Describe them as like the Hydra. They're nice guys, really. They're not a mythical Greek monster at all. But it's just a way of illustrating their strength, I guess. Anyway, nearly the first hour elapsed then. And how many leaders have we had now? At least 2 or 3.
We've had 3 different leaders, of course. Our pole sitter, which was the Mugen Sim Racing team, the 21 team. They are actually back out, it looks like. They're
3 laps down then. So not quite as far back as Hatch and Sonneveld. But we could see Kolokshai come into play in the next couple of hours as he starts to unlap himself, because he's surely got the pace to do that. Che Hatch actually set the best first sector of the race, 57.881 on that last lap. Trying to keep up with there's 14 seconds between him and Sonneveld. I think Che well on his way to closing up that ground.
Well, the gap between first and second place is 1.6 seconds. Hevesi and Sukes. It seems like Hevesi very, very confident. But the thing we have to remember, which hasn't happened yet, is the driver swaps. Can these teams be consistently good? Obviously, I'm guessing a lot of these teams did put in their fastest driver for this first stint to really keep up the ground. So I'll be very curious to see when these driver swaps happen, what is the pace difference going to be like? Because that will potentially cost a win. It could cost you a podium if you put somebody in the car who is maybe a second or two off the pace that you have been setting.
Exactly. And often the level is pretty similar, actually, but the teams will often put their best driver in for qualifying, and then that driver will have to take the start, I'm assuming. So it's very rare that the driver that does qualifying does not take the start. But sometimes it does happen for various different reasons. But anyway, I am very excited to see how things shake out once the driver swaps start to happen. That could really be where the drivers that have fallen behind but are very quick, like in LMP2, Kolokshai, Hatch, and Sonneveld, that's where they could really start to gain ground through the pit stops, rather than necessarily having to do it all on track. Look at, there was a change in GT3, by the way. Annoyingly, for Ian Gjorvad, another driver called Toff has got by him. It's BH Racing number 3, driven by Christoph Toff. He was passed by Joseph Toff earlier, and the Ferrari drops to a 6th in class now. Peter Schoenman, who's next in line to catch up, but he's 80 seconds down on the leader, and that's about, let's have a look, about quite a way down actually, at least 30 seconds or so, 20 or 30 seconds behind Stan Gjorvad. So as we see Toff actually now going into the pits, being serviced. So new fuel, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think we're getting to that point. We're lap 31 here at the 8 hours of Korea. So yeah, we are probably going to start seeing these GT3s starting to really fall in. As you can see, as of right now, they were able to put in about 27 laps on a fuel stint. So we will be seeing them come back in probably around a lap 54. For the LMPs, the majority of them were going about 22 to 23 laps, it looks like. So we'll be seeing pit stops happen here probably in the next 10 to 12 laps.
And meanwhile, Bakenya, surprisingly, has caught up to the back of Roland Zux. So can Boson Bakenyas make DAC Hackers Day even worse? They've just lost the lead. Are they about to lose second place as well? And I'm just trying to remember what the tyre graphic is on my thing, because I remember I was sent an extensive list for all the different tyre colours on RaceView meme. Okay, so blue is soft tyres, green is medium, white is hard tyres. So everyone's on softs and mediums at the moment, I think, in LMP2 at least.
Seems to be about that. You have two runners. You have Carl Newis and Oliver
Hurricane. So yeah, those are the
Hurricane,
two on
yeah.
different strategies then, on the green tyres rather than the blue. So they're trying to go a bit longer in this stint, I think. Those around them, but they won't be quite as quick.
Looking here now, who is this man on our screen? That is
Bakenyas.
Very, very nice. Currently sitting third place, 1 second off second place of Roland Zux. Again, I think, honestly, second place here for the LMP2 class is going to be the hotly contested position, considering that the Mugen Sim Racing team currently out in the lead by 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's impressive that Hevesi has pulled a 10-second gap already over Zux, who is no slouch, let's be honest. Perhaps there's a better tire management or something going on there. As Newis dies for the pits. He doesn't go as much on the grass as the Mugen cars were going. But that's him pitting from 5th position, so I think Forgax is definitely going to get past him. You're bad. Another off in 5th place.
That was only 9 laps on that stint.
Yeah, there we go. So Newis not quite able to get much life out of those tyres as he would have hoped. Or perhaps the Blues are the ones to be on at the moment. And well, he's got a big enough gap with others pulling into trouble. He would only lose out to Forgax, I think. Yeah, there we go. Forgax is already through. The big gap to Ben Sporos. So. The lead in GT3, it's 1.5 seconds between Gilhead and Prinz. Prinz in the 4.45 has been really impressive today for me. I've been really impressed by how they've recovered from the early setback and kept Gilhead very honest indeed. Potentially they could challenge a bit more later on. The battle for the win in the closing stages, if they're still there. But they've got 7 hours until they're in that position, so they've just got to hold on until then.
Let's question for you, Matt. If you're driving a GT3 car on this course, do you take tires every stop?
It's difficult to say. I would argue it's probably in the driver's best interest that they do, especially considering sectors 2 and 3 here being as technically difficult as they are is going to be putting some pretty extreme wear on those tires. And a GT3 car can make it an hour and a half, maybe more if you're careful. But with a field as competitive as this on a track that is as demanding as this, I think that it would be wise that they're swapping tires every opportunity that they get.
Again, pit strategy going to be the key here at the 8 hours of Korea to be in a prime position to take a win and shake up the championship. This is what, round 7?
On board, Peter Schumann gets the braking for turn 1 very wrong as he passes Stan Gjorvad. He's going into the pits in the 35 Evo Auto Motorsports machine. Yeah, the Ring of Honor cars, they've put 3 GT3 entries now. Schumann, Homewood, and Prince driving at the moment. They're all in the top 6 now. So definitely looks like they found the class that suits them much better, because they did participate for many rounds in LM-P2 and only occasionally got good results in the top 5 and 6. Mostly they were often being lapped by the midpoint in the race, unfortunately, in the LM-P2. But the GT3 car with its ABS and specific handling characteristics, the McLaren especially suits Ring of Honor really well, and they've been able to really improve massively, as shown by Stin Prinz, continuing to keep pace with the leader. Christoph Toth emerges just in front of Gjorvad, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. Gjorvad alongside in the blue Ferrari. They come to the braking zone for turn 3, but it's Toth on the inside. Don't see Toth losing out here because he's got much warmer tyres, let's remember, and brakes, having not been stationary in the pit lane recently, as that has. But Gjorvad staying well in the slipstream. What he can do here.
The 650S McLaren GT3 car trying to really stay in front of this Ferrari, but this Ferrari has been on point of Gjorvad, and Jorvad's driving the lights off, I think, out of this car. Very impressive, trying to keep up. I mean, obviously coming out of the pits, cold tires.
Drive-through penalty for Alten Motorsports 35 for causing an unavoidable collision while being lapped.
Yeah. Wow.
A little commentator's curse going on right there with race control handing out a penalty to the number 35 car.
It must have been just before their stop when they were coming in the pit lane that they hit someone, because I didn't see them hit someone on the exit.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that, actually, because wasn't it a McLaren that kind of started an accident earlier? We haven't heard much about that. I wonder. Let's take a look here.
This is going to be for the stewards to decide, but right now a lot of traffic for this number 35 car and the McLaren out in front. 3 LMP2 cars trying to make their way around in one of the worst parts of the track to do it. We're so far very lucky to avoid any contact.
Really held up here, actually, in his fight with Zux. Sorry to speak across you there.
No, you're good.
Yeah, there's Bekenya is still behind the BH Racing number 3 car, but he will easily pass it down the straight. And I think that's lapped LM-P2s there. It's just also negotiating them. The Schumann enters the pit lane. He says, we did see those tyres kind of crying enough at the first corner. So probably the right move. But Gjorvad on the fresh tyres, continuing. May not be able to pass down the straight as easily as some of the other GT3s. But he's giving it his best go. And is taking as close as he can, at least, so he gets the best chance when he comes into the braking zone. Schumann.
Well, here we should mention the DEAC Hackers number 95 team. That is an LMP2 team. Yes, it is. They're currently sitting in 3rd in the standings. Has a drive-through penalty.
Oh dear. So maybe a bit of contact then with lapping.
Actually, never mind. That was just an accident between those two. I'm reading that wrong. So there was an accident with the 95 LMP2 car and the number 35 Ferrari. So something we did not see.
Yeah, and Sonneville is just past Ben Sporos, actually, while we were talking about that. So Yeah, the 36's pace has not been too stellar, and Sonneville taking advantage in his recovery. He's the first to really catch up to the rear of the field here, but for Sonneville, he's now a lap down on the lead.
Now we're sticking with this Ferrari battle, this Ferrari versus McLaren battle. That Ferrari needs to pit at some point to clear their penalty. I think he'll have to probably do that right on this lap, because if I remember correctly, that was called about 2 laps ago. And I don't know what's your guys' rules on this, but
I believe the rule is you have to pit within 3 laps if you get
3 laps,
something like that. Standard kind of rule, if I remember correctly. But
You're going to be running it right up to the line.
Yeah. Oh, he's not coming in. All right. Because some kind of argument at Evo Ultra Motorsports. There's quite a few drivers Evo Ultra Motorsports who also double on steward duty as well. So, now and again. So, bit of not bending the rules perhaps, but pretending to have a tin ear, I imagine, from Sian Gulvad's part. As late as possible. But Sergej, not too far behind on his recovery drive. Let's not forget Sergej was leading earlier on. Probably got the pace to pass both of these guys next couple of laps. So if I was staying Gulvad, I would probably get the pit out of the way rather than lose ground being overtaken by the Mugen team.
Especially if you're being held up by a slower car in front, and I don't know if that's the case that's going on here, but this battle has definitely stayed close for a while now. If you're getting held up by traffic, you might as well just dive into the pits and get it out of the way, because you're going to be doing more damage to your overall finish staying behind slower cars than you would be just dealing with your penalty and then getting out into some clean air.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, as Lewis Hamilton said famously in Baku before sending it off in turn 1. But yeah, that you're exactly right, Matt. I think this Ferrari just needs to come in, serve the penalty, get out, get in clean air. I mean, it's a long race. We still have what, 6 hours here and 50 minutes to go. It needs to. Did he finally clear his penalty?
He's not come in yet. He could be coming in this lap. We could have a watch if we want. Here he is going through the final sector. Dropped a little bit behind the number 3. No, he's still not coming in.
Stays out another lap.
That is going to raise some eyebrows, I think, because that would be the 3rd lap, I think.
Well, it depends when abouts he got the message. As he goes wide there. He definitely really wants to get past number 3 before he has to serve his penalty.
Which I don't know why.
Why? Bentz,
you're going to lose it anyway, man. Just go in the pits.
Decides to pit in the 888 Mugen car. He's running 3rd in class. So he's going to drop behind Joseph Toff, I think. He's about 17 seconds behind him. Bentz definitely not got the pace of his teammate Sergej, because he's not really been able to catch up to Prince. Has been extremely impressive, as I was saying earlier.
Watching these LMP2 cars coming through traffic, kind of looking here at some gaps. P17, P18 currently getting close to each other. Basically a second, that's Jovad again in the Ferrari. But that's really about it for the battles currently. As everybody makes their pit stops, we have 3 seconds between the Valet Esports number 90 team and the DEAC team. Hackers, the number 95 team. But now we're seeing this Ferrari. He's getting right up to the bumper, but got to remember, he still has a drive-through penalty. He still has to serve.
Yeah, you could tell the Ferrari's so much more confident on the brakes than the number 3, but McLaren. But BH Racing number 3 have gotten the grunt to really pull away down the straights as Gilbert goes a bit wide.
And then there was contact between a GT3 and an LMP2 car out there in the background. I'm not sure if we caught it on camera, but it looks like a little bit of disagreement on who had the line there.
Yeah,
and
that's one of the Irish cars.
The LMP2 got the worst of the exchange.
Yeah, that's the Irish LMP2, and I think that was actually Sergej he's lost a lot of ground now, having come together there with the Iris machine. I believe
the Ferrari is going to dive into the pits there.
There we go, finally. So at the final time of asking, 35 decides discretion is the better part of valor, backs out of the battle, serves its penalty. Unfortunately, that's the best battle on track, over for the time being.
Well, as most endurance races, there comes a lull point.
It does,
And-
indeed.
Usually between, obviously it's just because of the stints and just the way pit strategy is going to play out. But who knows what's going to happen here? Of course, these guys racing very hard here. Points on the line. You have in the LMP2 field both the Mugen teams currently 12 points from each other in the standings, and the leader in the standings currently is currently he's on track. They're on track, but they're a few laps down. Trying to figure out where they're at.
Here we go. Nick Homewood, winner of the GT3 race last time out, and Mugello has just emerged in 9th place from his pit stop behind his teammate Peter Schumann. So Fringavon having a good little inter-team battle for 8th at the moment. They slowly try and catch back up to Jorvad, but Prinz, 3rd Fringavon entry, the 445, on really impressing now, getting the gap back down to under 2 seconds. That might actually be the closest battle on track. Kenya's still 4.3 behind Roland Zux in the battle for 2nd LMP2. That doesn't look like Kenya's quite was able to match its pace from earlier, and Zux sort of got things under control. They got 15 seconds. Leader, Gabo Hevesi in LMP2. Still, 2nd would not be a disaster for the number 95 DEAC Hackers team, because both them and the number 20 are fighting each other to sort of gain ground on the 21. As the leaders in GT3 both dive into the pit lane. There's Gilhead. Prinz is in there as well. So technically, 445 take the lead, but only because their pit box is further down. There it is, yeah, you see an illustration of that. Is Toff actually going to take the lead, Joseph Toff, or is this pit stop going to finish before he gets there? Homework continues to close on his teammate. So what can Peter Schumann do to defend here? Looked like Nick Homewood got quite a good enough run there. Oh no, actually he's letting him through. I'm completely, I'm by a couple of seconds I mean several behind, because I'm trying to screen share with on the race directors, and therefore I'm getting a really horrible connection. Probably because I got my settings way too high on my laptop to keep up. But anyway, Toff does take the lead in the 753 Paul Street Boys machine, which I believe is the first time they've taken the lead. Any race. So impressive stuff by them. Hold on at least, but they will have to pit soon. And is Gilhead still in the pits?
Take a look.
Yeah, so Prinz has got out ahead of Sven Gilhead. So we've got a net lead then change in GT3. There we go, Gilhead showing 3rd now behind Prinz. Both have stopped, but Prinz's pit stop was a little bit quicker. Could it be that 445 have decided to keep the same tyres on? That's why their stop was quicker. They haven't changed drivers, that's for sure. And they're on the same combine of tyres. Yeah, there we go. Good stuff by Prinz. Could potentially be a risky strategy. They're 3 seconds ahead now, when they were 2 behind. So they've gained about 5 seconds there.
And these GT3 cars definitely can do more than one stint on the same set of tires. It really does get dicey around midway through that second stint. The tire's life really starts to fall off. So we'll see if that pays off for them, if that extra couple of seconds having a shorter pit stop is going to pay off in the long haul. But Gilhead is definitely going to have an easier time on fresh rubber.
Or was delayed coming out for some reason. Seems unlikely. Definitely feels like there's been some strategy play by Ring of Honor Racing here.
If your driver can handle it, you can save a lot of time. That is for sure.
And the Golf turquoise, baby blue, and orange liveried Ring of Honor machine take 2 class wins in a row. That would be quite something. Well, of course, not with the same car, so it's not going to help them too much in the championship. They're probably a bit too far behind Challenger, realistically. Certainly not what Iris would have wanted. Using track position.
Joseph Toff into the pits as well.
Yeah, there we go. So Stim Prinz takes the lead for the first time in this race.
Whew. Prinz, I bet he's happy now.
Oh, absolutely. He's worked very hard to get into that lead. Now he's got just over 6.5 hours to stay there.
Child's play.
Now, who are we riding on board with now?
This is Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis.
Trying to catch up to Forgax, but he's about a lap down, and that's, I believe, Bekenyes having lapped him ahead.
That... You know it's starting to get weird when the LM-P2s are lapping each other.
Yeah, it's quite hard. It's one of the Valet orange cars, but couldn't tell if it was 33 or 90. You could see a little bit of a moment there from Schlimperins.
Yeah.
Perhaps those tyres already starting to give out.
How long have those tires been going? Looks like he...
a lap?
He did 9 laps on the soft tire, on that green marked tire, and switched to the blue tire. So I think that is kind of why we're seeing some of these cars go a lap down. He did 22 laps earlier on the green mark tires, but now only did 9 laps, and now he's on the blue marks. So I'm wondering if he kept the same tires, didn't he? 22, 9, maybe? That'd be an interesting question to ask him when he's out of the car.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can get someone from Ring of Honor to talk to us. Of course, most of them are on track at the moment because they've got 3 cars running.
I think they are double stinting tires.
It'll be interesting to see. We'll have to watch the gap between Geelhead and Prinz then. 3.8 at the moment. The Prinz actually holding on comfortably for the time being. Oliver Parrick, it's Peter Schumann actually. He's hit trouble. Was quite close to the back of Nick Homewood. And he seems to have got the first corner quite wrong and gone wide again, possibly on the brakes. Another issue popped up. There's Newis now being lapped. That be Hevesi who's just got by him, or is that? No, it's not Hevesi, of course. That would be his teammate, David Kolopchai, who's trying to catch back up to the back of Ben Sporos. Being badly held up, actually, by Stim Prinz.
Of course,
Renji has just set the new best lap of the race after getting going again at the back in GD3. 3 laps down, but setting the timing screens alight. So, can't count out Sonzo Ferenzi if Dream Team are able to have a really clean 6 hours and gain positions here. Christian could well play its part in getting them back up near the podium as Ben Spejic just about made the corner there.
Looking through here, of course, we would like to give a shout out to Gridfinder. Of course, this is an approved Gridfinder league. Start your sim racing career by going to gridfinder.com. And then, of course, Sadler, thank you so much for supporting today's 8 hours of Korea. And, of course, all of you at home watching on YouTube. I know it's a busy race day with a lot of events. Of course, Le Mans happening. Looks like a very dry circuit. The number 7. Toyota in the first place. And then in second place overall, it's the 38, an LM-P2 car.
Is interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I
kind
wonder
of
what
chaotic
happened
start.
to the other Toyota and the Glickenhaus and the Alpine.
Well, the Glickenhaus, one of the Glickenhauses ran right into the back of the number 8 Toyota. That's what I can tell you in turn 1.
Oh,
It was quite chaotic. Lap 1.
Almost as chaotic as some of the stuff that's happened here. As Bekenyes pits from 3rd in LMP2. That's dropping behind Paracan, I believe, because he was about 35 seconds ahead. To get out ahead of Forgax. There we go.
see here. Any gaps slowly? Well, Christoph Toff. Oh, that's gonna get weird.
Yeah, there has been a driver change actually. 753 have taken on Christoph Mizarios. It was somebody else called Toff. Now he just has the same first name rather than the same last name.
Well, that gap now is only 1.36 seconds in the GT field between Toffs and Mazaros. Thank you. Trying to see if I can.
And Mazaros, having only just got in, is still tuning into the circuit, of course, and trying to figure out how to drive. So, Toff could well challenge early stages while Mazaros is still getting the grips. It's going to probably need a mistake for Toff to leap forward into 4th position.
Well, as the action kind of slows down here, it was a busy first hour here at the 8 Hours of Korea. I think I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. Let you two do your thing. Of course, Matt doing a great job. Of course, Matt is somebody I would actually rely on for some GT advice. Very smart in the GT category. Races GT4s.
Yes, I do. They're my favorite. It's like racing gigantic bumper cars. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, so let's see who we got on camera right now.
We got Zux just taking a pit stop from 2nd in class. And so Parakan now takes 2nd in 46, which is lofty heights for Oliver Parakan. I don't think we've ever seen IPR Oliver Parakan running in the top 2. Could it be that the mediums are the tire to beat? Or the 46 seems to be the only one that's made him work. LM-P2.
Yeah, and Parakan putting on a pretty strong performance, at least the team has in these first 43 laps they've been on the track, starting in 6th, dropping down to 8th, and now currently sitting in 2nd. Might have a good strategy for the long term of this race. We'll see how that plays out right now. They're working their way through some traffic.
Yeah, and Forgax now pits 2, so will not emerge in front of Roland Zux. But he is ahead of Sellers, who's gotten on board the number 90, Bradley Sellers, who's a pretty good driver. So I think the number 90 could well. There's Forgax being serviced. So number 9 could still challenge the 95 in these later stages. Oh, here we go. This is Bejic. He's got Dream Team trying to unlap him. Could be interesting. So Ferenzi, who's been second on the time screens of light, about to unlap on the Muga. There we go. Oh, and Bejic does not fight that one too hard.
No, not really, but he's got the draft coming up into this heavy braking zone. Maybe a chance to look at the inside. It is not for position. No, excuse me.
But he's Ferenzi trying to stay in the race and make sure he's 2 laps down rather than 3 laps down after that disconnection. Probably robbed him of a great fight for the lead earlier. Lewis gets in front of Forgax now. Next emerges from the pit lane in 6th position. Race number 86. There we go. Frenzy has just got Geelhead and Prince to catch up to. He'll be 2 laps down. So his progress has been pretty strong so far as Bejic goes all the way off track. Bradley Sellers continues on. So do you have a favourite GD car? By the way,
ooh, I do. So I race both in the GT3 and GT4 classes, primarily in GT4, which I would have to say my favorite is probably the BMW, the M4 GT4. Very, very solid performer, about as fast in a straight line as any of the other competitors, at least in Assetto Corsa. And we did a 24-hour race in that M4 at Suzuka about a month and a half ago, which was a pretty fun race to take part in.
At least it wasn't a multi-class race at Suzuka.
It was mixed field, yeah, between like GT3s and GT4s.
Oh no, just 2 different GD classes. When you've got LM-P2s coming up to GT3s at the S's, we saw a bit of carnage.
It's actually really interesting, the parallels between the mixed field GT racing and then LMP GT3s, because a lot of the problems that GT3 cars have passing their slower GT4 counterparts, you're seeing the same thing manifest here with the LMP2 cars versus GT3s, where they are by all metrics, faster cars, but not quite enough to where they have an easy time passing in some of these more curvy sections of the track. So it really does make for some very close racing between these mixed field cars. Really got to tuck your elbows in to make sure you avoid any major incidents.
I remember when I was at school, we always used to have to tuck our elbows in so we didn't, because we had these seats that were very close together on these like dinner tables. So when we were eating like,
Gotcha.
I don't know, Christmas dinner or something, it would just sort of be, I would just be really awkward. Everyone else actually found some other way to do it. I had my elbows sort of right in front of me, right next to them, but that's nothing to do with driving. So yeah, we did just see actually there Oliver Paracan just lapping Nick Homewood and actually brushing against the side of the 444 car as it's trying to. It's a 444 car that's just right behind Gjorvad, so Homewood, I think, could be making a move fairly soon for a 7th position. Dario's just continuing on as well.
Yeah, and this Ferrari had a lot of time on camera so far, mostly because
Maybe because it's falling down the field, unfortunately. But it has been defending very well.
It's defending very, very well. Considering they started in 16th position, currently in 17th and holding it off well. Not a bad performance. I think a lot of the increases there in position, at least throughout this race, has just been because of pit timing. But we'll keep an eye on that car right now. That McLaren looking like he really wants to take that position away from Jorvad. We'll see what they're able to do because he is reeling him in. Getting close enough now to where he's going to be getting the draft from that Ferrari out in front. We'll see if he's able to reel him in before the straight, and we might have an exciting drag race down the first and second straight here soon.
The leader in LMP2, Gabor Hevesi, has pit. So Paracan is going to close a little bit on his medium tyres, but probably won't get out ahead of the race leader. But see how long the stop is, though, for Hevesi.
It is going to be close now, just 15 seconds gap between the two cars. It might be enough as we see Hevesi is coming down off the jacks, going to start making his way. 10 seconds to Paracan. I do not think it's going to be enough. Paracan goes into the pits anyways, so we are not going to see an upset in the position there.
Yeah, so the fuel not quite enough, even on this different strategy, to and the position to take the lead, which is a shame for the 46, but still in a strong position. We did see before Hevesi had pit, it was only 3 cars on the lead lap, that being Paracan, Zux, and Hevesi, of course.
Yeah, and Zux is going to pass Paracan in the pits.
The Sellers seems to have lost a lot of time, actually, to Roland Zux.
Yeah, almost a minute down, not quite a lap yet, but that is going to be a big number for them to try and whittle down. With 6.5 hours remaining in this race. Paracan's still in the pits. A long pit stop for the number 46 car. And they're going to lose another position sitting in the pits to Bradley Sellers in the number 90 Valet Esports car. Paracan really needs to get the car going. Now down off the jack's going to make their way back out onto the track.
Oh,
and it looks like that battle...
Ooh,
yep, Nick Homewood looking up the inside, not able to make it happen. Now is going to follow that Ferrari for another lap. We're going to see if we get some action here coming through the S's because these cars are very close to one another.
Hey, Gjorvad didn't really give him a chance to get through there, and nor should he have.
Nor should he have.
Yeah, but Gjorvad putting out all the stops, driving the widest Ferrari you've ever seen.
No, that Ferrari, very, very good when you're in these more technical parts of the track. Has very good weight distribution between the front and the back. But the McLaren is going to have better aerodynamic assistance coming through some of these middle speed corners. So hopefully the drivers keeping in mind the strengths of their cars to try and line up a pass here. But they are going to keep it very close, but not close enough to cause any incidents here. Keeping it nice and clean. That McLaren just kind of tailing the Ferrari, and not in a bad position to be if they're able to kind of drive it like 95%. They're going to get better life out of their tires and be able to keep themselves under control a little bit longer. That Ferrari ran a little bit wide there on the exit of the corner. McLaren eats a little bit of the sausage curve there. But once again, these cars, neither one of them really seems to have the advantage over the other.
Yeah, Nick Homewood, of course, last time out in Mugello, put on a brilliant defensive drive against the number 70 Dream Team car, but just punted it at the very last corner of the race. Both of them got going again, and Homewood ahead, of course. But having done put up such a great defensive drive, now we're having to see him on the attack. And he's not having quite as fun a time of it. Of course, being a bit further down the field. But there's still a chance to gain a few crucial points here. Help Ring of Bond here, who are, of course, leading class in GT3 now. Hoping to get 2 cars high up there. Sureje has just overtaken Toff a bit further up the field, actually. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and we do have a bit of a battle for 4th place evolving now with Sureje and Toff fighting it out behind.
Yeah, Gurbad went all over the road there, and Nick Homewood's going to have another chance at him. So Gurbad going very wide to hold on to position there. Homewood will be saying he drove off the track there to stay in front of me.
The Stewarts will definitely be wanting to take a look at that to see if that actually impacted the outcome of that battle for 7th.
Nick Homewood, another one of the drivers who's also done a little bit of a good work behind the scenes, if I remember correctly, but in race direction. But we'll have to see if find a way through. Not going to be easy, that's for sure. Best opportunity might be to surprise him somewhere where he wouldn't be expecting it. Oh, as he goes off track again.
Oh, and now that McLaren is going to be holding the outside line, but it is a slower line. Unfortunately, Ferrari is just in a better spot on the track to hang on to their pace there, and unfortunately, McLaren not able to make that pass on the outside work, but he's going to be looking up the inside, maybe again late on the brakes, but just not enough to be able to get around that Ferrari, who is still going to hang on to 7th place.
Very close, though. You've got to feel like just a few inches later on the brakes, and he might have been able to force his way through there, but he's thinking better of it. No need to cause a needless collision so early in the race, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely the safer strategy is going to be the better strategy this early in the race. Only an hour and a half elapsed so far. What's the lap count for both of these cars?
It's the leaders are just going into
laps.
Yeah, 44. The leaders just going to lap 50. Nick Homewood's tucked well in the slipstream here.
Yeah, McLaren is doing an excellent job of not giving up ground to that Ferrari. It's really a question of, is that McLaren going to be fast enough in one section, or is the Ferrari going to make a big enough mistake to allow that McLaren around? Both these drivers doing an excellent job in terms of consistency. Have an LMP2 car coming up behind him is going to throw a wrench in the works for that McLaren. Doing an excellent job of staying right on the rear bumper in the draft of the Ferrari, but I think the Ferrari just has the legs in the straights to run away, as if that McLaren has no advantage at all. LMP2 car joining in the mix right at the apex. We're going to go too wide through that corner, but looks like they're able to keep it nice and clean. No, it is not.
I just about held on there, but it's going to be Steve.
Just barely, yeah. Wrestling that Ferrari around the corners, fighting with the LMP2 car. Now getting the blinkers from the McLaren behind. The McLaren really starting to run out of patience with Jordan out in front.
Get out of the way, for God's sake, man.
Really got to admire the bravery of those LMP2 cars trying to pass like that. And there's almost a contact between the Ferrari and the LMP2 car. Now, oh my goodness, side by side, Nick Homewood going around the outside. And I think that is going to be an upset for position because of LMP2 traffic, forcing the Ferrari off of the apex there.
And there we go. Homewood was able to tuck in around the outside like he tried the lap 4 because Ben Gurbad just didn't get the run. Being held up by the LMP2 car a little bit that was going around the outside of it.
Yeah, no, very well driven by Nick Homewood. Plays the slow game, which is what you got to do in endurance racing, and it does pay off with a position gained, and it looks like they're kind of running away with it now. We'll see if he's able to keep that pace up.
Yeah, it's next up the road is Mazarius in the 753 car. So could Nick Homewood make it 2 Ring of Bond cars on the podium? I think we're both Mugen's ahead of him. That might be a big ask. But he could certainly get to the top 5 here.
I'm looking at the track map, just trying to track down where they are there. Okay, yeah, Nick Homewood has 2 corners between him and the next GT3 car, but if he's able to keep that pace up, Christoph Toth might have another McLaren joining him for the battle for 14th.
14th overall, but of course, That's fifth in class.
Very true.
We see Gjorvad going wide again as he lets LMP2 cars through at turn 3, I think. That's just after turn 3, between turn 3 and 4.
There's really not a lot he can do about that. I mean, he could try and battle with those LMP2s, but really he's just going to be putting extra strain on the tires. It's going to lose him time overall. Probably just wise to let them go. A
brilliant middle sector. Fastest of the race so far, 30.676. That's David Kolokshai. Down in 10th, of course, still trying to catch up to Benz Boras. Or Delhi, sorry, who's taken on board that car. But there we go. Fastest lap of the race for David Kolokshai, 152.6. So, Mugen, both of them really flying at the moment in LMP2. That continuing to struggle. Car just seems not to have the grip that it did earlier on.
You know, it could be, you know, they're at the end of the life of these tires. Maybe they're double stinting the tires. Couldn't tell you, but I gotta agree with you. The pace is starting to fall off a little bit. Jorvad's gonna need to focus up, get back in control of the car, and keep running those laps. Get the pace back that we've been seeing from him.
Racing, especially if you're a novice, you sort of don't realize quite how much doing the same thing over and over again for several hours at a time sort of takes it out of you. Sometimes you may not be necessarily setting the best pace, but if you've got like a baseline you can just keep to, then that can really make a difference over drivers that maybe have a couple of good laps but then suddenly fade away or make mistakes.
Fortunately, that is, as a driver, is one of the lessons that I learned very early on. My sim racing career started in endurance racing. My friends threw me right into it within 8 hours at Nürburgring. Right? Yeah, and one of the first lessons you learn is consistency is almost always more important than having crazy fast qualifying times. Because, Jorvad runs very wide off the track, really struggling to control that Ferrari. I'm starting to wonder if he's having tire life issues or maybe there's some damage we don't know about, because that...
Forgax also had a bit of an off too at turn 3, but he seems to be okay at the moment. Yeah, I'm a bit behind, so I think I'm about to see the Gorad incident again.
It's all good. I'm also streaming.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
that helps.
Nudge the curb. Seemed too dramatic on my end, but maybe I've not got to it yet. Peter Schoenman! Do you see nearly hit the wall at the exit there? That's the start-finish straight. Oh no, that's turn 3 and 4. So Schoenman, I'm not sure what he's doing anywhere near the inside there. That late after the corner. It was a very odd incident there. Schumann, as he's desperately trying to chase Jorvad, and I think he's trying to he's going to lap down on the leader now, so Schumann trying to sort of got to hope that Jorvad sort of falls into his clutches really, so he can attack him. Look at Che Hatch. Is Che Hatch battling, or is that that must be Sellers? Better ahead of him, isn't it?
Had another switch in the camera. We got the 445 back up, and now the LMPs. This battle for the LMPs. Ooh, now we have an accident. Who is that?
Well, the McLaren 650S is off track there. I can't make out the car number there.
That was Patrick Benz, third in GT3, who spun just at the sort of in sector 2. Still going again, thankfully. Almost looked like somebody narrowly avoided T-boning him there. But yeah, what a dramatic incident that was.
It looks like Jorvad, the Ferrari we were following earlier, is going to be in the pits right now. After 46 laps there.
I think what's actually happened in GT3 is that Bentz, in the 333 car, has overtaken Adam Sereje. So Sereje, having had that incident... Oh no, he's caught up because Sereje had the incident early in the race, didn't he?
That's correct.
Tobias Bundschein retires now. Oh, it's showing on my screen he's definitely retired from earlier, so he didn't get going again. I'm not sure why it's showing him in the top 10. It must have only 9 LMP2 cars left then.
You would be correct. We had 2 early DNFs at the start of the race, and then
Yeah, and we got
Huracan.
10 GT3s as well, so we're seeing the whole field pretty much now.
Yeah, it looks like, and if we missed this, I'm sorry, but it looks like Oliver Paracan is disqualified from the race. They were, I believe, in P2 overall.
Ah, that is a huge shame because they were really part of that. They were P4, I think, after their stop. So perhaps they sped in the pit lane, had some kind of infraction. We'll have to see if we can get a news on that. Stewards for a decision room because they do often reasons there for some of their decisions.
Trying to see. So, Matt, you said that Paracan was disqualified. Oh, and that's an LMP in the grass in the pit lane. Currently in 5th place. That is
That'll be
Carl Newis.
Carl Newis, yeah.
So a lot of these LMP drivers
Yeah,
having
he just
some
slid
difficulty with this pit lane.
It seems to be the outside. They sort of, or perhaps it's the corner just before into the pit lane. They sort of get one wheel on the outside, and suddenly they're in the kiddie litter. Of the grass, rather. It's not gravel, but yeah, Carl Nearest, thankfully, didn't lose too much time there. Continue on in 5th place, but Chet Hatch will be a real threat in this next stint. As Peter Schumann facing very much the wrong way.
That is definitely not where it should be.
Oh, and he goes just in front of the Dream Team car, which has to take evasive action. So Schumann could be in real trouble. That could be a penalty for Schumann for that unsafe rejoin. Could probably reverse that thing. Right position rather than that.
I'm going to do some investigative research and see what happened to Paracan.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'll be particularly forthcoming on what happened to Paracan. It could be that the game disqualified him, but the stewards didn't get time to take any kind of action.
Right.
That is possible, but big disappointment either way for Paracan, who was going extremely strongly in this race, was running sort of competing for the podium with Sellers, really. That was his kind of fight, I think, for the rest of the race. Might work out that way. Put it mildly, actually. It worked out horribly.
I'm going to excuse myself here just for a minute. I'm going to go top off my water.
Good idea. I was actually going to take a break too, but I wanted to wait for you two to have your breaks first. As we got a new driver being on board the 126. That would be Luis Paulo Abrelo, the dysfunctional racing team. The dysfunctional team racing, of course.
I have an update for you guys. From Oliver Paracan himself, has come out and said he was disqualified because the game said he was not using headlights in the dark.
Oh, that is ridiculous.
But I
Doesn't look
see
that dark to
beautiful
me.
sunshine.
Yeah, so it's clearly the clock on our factories got it wrong. Maybe it's going by time in a different country that's not South Korea. That is bizarre.
Yeah, that is.
It's unfortunate though. We have seen some ridiculous penalties in our. I remember one driver actually won in class in the end of the day, but he got a penalty early in the race at Circuit of the Americas last year. Liam Rance, that was his name, for DDoS racing. And Liam Rance got a penalty because he binded his push-to-talk button with his horn. He kept using his horn. He was talking to his teammate during the race to get information on gaps around him and stuff like that. And he ended up getting a drive-through penalty for using his horn, so he had to hurriedly remap his horn during the pit stop. And he went on to win that race, surprisingly. It was a good
He
performance.
went on the win.
Well, win the class, because it was GT3, of course, but yeah. And no coming back, unfortunately, it seems, for Oliver Paracan. It does seem like all the others have got their lights on. In fairness, so perhaps that's what the game was taking issue with. But the moment it gets to 8 PM, 7 PM Korean time in this game, you have to have the lights on, otherwise you get disqualified. That's what it seems like, anyway. What happens if you damage the lights, though, I wonder? Do they not have damage modelling for the lights in this game? They just always work, even if your cars are smoking red.
Oh boy. Looking here, trying to see some gaps. It looks like Gelhead is actually closing the gap onto Prines. That gap is now 6 seconds.
It was 7 seconds before, but it's stayed stable about 6. So perhaps Prince getting the best out of his tyres now and just holding on. Oh, got to think Steam Prince in prime position really at the moment, doing everything he needs to do. But yeah, the gap starting to close down. We could look as we see Peter Schumann getting into more trouble. Have a look on board with Steam Prince to see handling. Tidy so far. Get very far over the curve there. Got the turn in exactly right. Not dropping a huge amount, but Gilhead really putting the gas on. Close that gap. And Stan Filestra has gotten on board Valley number 33 as well now. He's desperately trying to close down Paolo Abreu for 6th position in the 126. Interesting to see what progress the 33 can make. It was running 2nd earlier on. Realistically, they're not going to be in the fight for victory. I think they're basically trying to catch up to their teammate, aren't they? Number 90. Well, there's Che Hatch. He's already cleared Paolo Abreu. Closing up on his teammate, Forgax. 4th position. This has actually worked out pretty solidly for Iris in LM-P2, hasn't it? Running 4th and 5th at the present moment. They have 90 seconds down on Akos Forgax. His lap times have been very solid. Last lap for Che Hatch, 154.3. Akos Forgax, 154.9.
Looking with our LMP drivers, it looks like Havesi, Sooks, Forkas, Hatch are all still in the cars, but some other teams doing their drivers.
Yeah, Seller's the highest of the ones who switched over, of course. Seller's pace has been okay, actually, pretty decent, but not quite as spectacular as John Bikini's, perhaps. Still quite a way to go for him to fit in some great lap times. Digit continues after his spin from earlier. He's 48 seconds down now on the lead. So Mugen really starting to... it's really going to turn into them fighting each other for 3rd, isn't it? But Adam Sereggi has made neat work of the bottom order of GT3 to get back up to 4th position. Less than 40 seconds, actually, between himself and his teammate Bentz. I would not be surprised to see Adam Sereggi back onto the podium here.
You know, looking at the track map, excuse me, definitely has some work to do right now. Sereggi coming around turn 1, it looks like, and Bence is approaching turn numbers 3 and 4. So a little bit of gap between the two of them. But if Sereggi is able to continue at the pace that he's been demonstrating so far in this race, we should see those two catch up and start battling it out for a podium finish here.
Yeah, 32 seconds, the gap between the two of them, exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think now would be a good time for me to take a break, to be honest, because I
Please do.
I started to feel a little bit exhausted. I'm going to go make a little bit of coffee and come back, hopefully within the next 15 minutes or so.
All right.
But anyway, I'll leave the camera on auto director, so hopefully you guys won't miss any of the important action. How you actually?
So I can keep up.
Have a good time. I'll be looking at the tummy screen while I'm going down and drinking.
And right now we're with the number 88. Or is that Bence?
That is
Oh, no,
Sereggi.
Sereggi. currently holding on to 4th place. Yep, overall 4th place in the GT field. 33 seconds back from Bentz, and Matt, I don't know how to really describe this, with these massive gaps on this track. It actually kind of surprises me with how long this track is and how good the pace was early. Is this some result of the pit stops and the pit strategy and driver swaps? Is this that lull point we're going to see today?
Yeah, I think that's just kind of where we're at. Every 2 or so hours, we're going to see the track nice and spaced out like this, but we should start seeing more and more drivers converging on top of one another. The auto director actually keying in on one of them right now. There's a bit of a battle for 8th, right? Or I guess that's not even a battle for position, just a ton of cars stacked up on top of one another behind Erdelli here in the number 36 car. And right as I'm catching up with that, auto director throws us off somewhere else. Let's see if I can keep up with where we're at right now. Now looking at the BMW there of Sven Gilhead, currently in P2 or in class here in that BMW behind Sten Prins, but not really. Well, no, he is. Yeah, they're tracking him down. What is the gap there between 10th and 9th? Just 6.5 seconds. So definitely within striking distance in a couple of laps if Gilhead is able to keep up the pace. We've been seeing quite the performance out of them. Watch them at the beginning of the race dealing with some slower traffic, but we're able to push their way out, and clearly they have the pace to keep it going as they are in second in class right now.
Looking at that gap, that will be a race to watch. Those two were very, very close at the beginning of this race. Prinz doing a great job holding on to the lead here, but that gap slowly going down as I'm looking at the timing screens. 5.7 seconds. Now looking at the LM-P2s. This is Bradley Sellers on the Valley Esports number 90 team. And now we're looking at the 87 of Che Hatch, currently 88 seconds behind Forkis, or as they continue on here. But he's running, actually, Clay Hatch currently running about a 153, 152, puts up a 58.4 in Sector 1. So is doing okay. Looks like it's about a few thousandths off of 4th place. Akos Forkis of the Giovanni Iris Automotion team. Trying to see if anything else. Now we're back in the GT field. This is the 446 again. I will say, R-Factor's liveries, especially these liveries that we are seeing today, look quite nice. We haven't mentioned that today.
Yeah, no, they're real good. Definitely allows for a good amount of creativity with the liveries, and we're starting to see that out in the Assetto Corsa scene as well, as people are starting to get a little bit more accustomed to the skin system there, at least in our own our home league. But yeah, definitely a strong showing in the livery department at this race.
It looks like we do have four LM-P2 cars that are currently red on my screen. Oliver Perican, I don't know if he is back in the
shows race as in the pits, but not DQ'd. And we actually did get an update from their team in chat. They got the DQ for not having their lights on in time. It sounds like they got one corner worth of warning, and then it kicked them out.
Yep.
Not a lot of forgiveness there.
Seeing now the 445, the race leader in the GT field class. Prime's just lapping some cars. He's having a very good race so far. He's very comfortable, very confident in the car. Just seems like that.
Yeah, definitely a pretty commanding pace here. Starting in 15th overall, currently in 9th P1 in class, and has no signs of slowing here. Last lap was a 2:05.6, which is quite a bit faster than every other car in GT3 right now. They're able to keep that pace going. They're definitely setting their teammates up for success.
And of course, a lonely LMP2 driver. Nobody in front of him, nobody behind him. Is that the 33? That is Stan. I'm gonna really mess this one up. Is it Vi or Vly Strada or Stra?
I'm gonna guess. God, I can't even. I can hear it in my. I hear it in my brain. I'm not even gonna try it with the mouth. That's just not gonna happen. So yeah, number 33 car having a little bit of a lonely race right now, but that is what happens in endurance races. Given enough time out on the track, picks up a little bit of dirt there on the outside, but able to get it back under control, slinging that car on the track. Are we looking at the wrong car?
I think so. This is actually P3 in class. This is Bradley Sellers.
Well, there we go.
Trying to get our bearings here as we have no control over the camera right now. There is the Ferrari GT car into the pits, and now that BMW. Let's see where this gap is for this BMW now. It's now 5.5 seconds.
That number is getting smaller.
It's getting smaller by the lap. It looks like about 0.3 a lap. The last lap coming from Sven Gilhard is a 208.1, and for Prines was a 208.4. So definitely, I think Prines is hitting some of that traffic, and he's actually in front of that traffic now as he comes through turns 5, 6, and 7. 4, 5, and 6.
Yep, clean air out in front of our GT3 leader right now. Next closest car would be P4 in LMP, but he is going to have some traffic coming up behind him now that he's going to have to think about. Also, the race leader catching up to that number 9 car, but who do we have? We have the current 5th place is Shea Hatch there on camera in the number 87 LMP2 car. Driving a bit of a lonely race right there, out on the straight by himself.
Just cruising along, doing his thing. Shea Hatch.
Oh, gets a little bit loose there. That was an interesting little maneuver there that they just did to get around that corner, but got around it none the same.
And in these high downforce LMP2 cars are so sensitive to jerky movements. You can really throw this car around just by taking an apex late, and you have to tighten up. They're so sensitive, especially on the front end of the car. It's an all-around stable car. It's what and for most people they would call this a P217. Obviously, in our factor, it's Orcas.
Yeah.
Who are dominating the field here today in the LMP2 field. Looking with our second place runner right now, Ronald Sukes, who has not come in to do a driver swap. 27 seconds off our current leader, Gabor Havesi, in the Orca Mugen Sim Racing number 20. Seeing here the gap. Oh, it looks like Gilhead had it off. Because he has, maybe he has, that gap is now went from 5.5 seconds to now almost 6.5 seconds. Actually, now it's 6.7. So that gap is increasing, and something must have happened. Not able to tell.
I missed it, whatever it was, but it just goes to reinforce what we were saying earlier, that consistency and mistake reduction is everything here. All it took was one mistake, and he undid about 5 laps worth of work trying to catch up to the car of Sten Pryans.
Vence right now, currently in 11th overall, 3rd in class. That's who we're with right now. He is with the Mugen Sim Racing team. This is another Mugen GT3 team. The Mugen teams have, I will tell you in a second, Looks like 2 GT3 teams. Their second GT3 team, which is Adam Serege in the car right now for Mugen. Actually, is that who's in right now? Can't tell who's that car that just pitted. But it looks like they are
In the pits is Christoph Toth.
Christoph Toth. Currently running about his best lap, a 207.419. So he was 10. He's now losing, obviously, the gap to Nick Homewood in the McLaren 720S FAM, or the FA Motorsports team. Now we're seeing some LM-P2s trying to get through some GT traffic. This is the third place runner, number 90 in the LM-P2, and ooh, that McLaren goes absolutely wide into the grass. Not sure what happened there. Got a little bit light, and he gets wide again. It seems like the rear of this car is just not set up to stay on the ground.
Yeah, that could be set up. It could be getting towards the end of a driver's stint. Those tires could be worn of the car Peter Schumann's driving right now, trying to get over. So I can see how many laps they've been on those tires. But yeah, I agree. The back end getting a little bit loose on that McLaren. Might need a little extra downforce, but not really a lot of time for them to try and figure that out or start second guessing, because just behind him, Chris Tompkins reeling him in the Ferrari we saw. So we've seen a driver swap for this team. The number 35 car now has Chris Tompkins behind the wheel and is going to be chasing down Peter Schumann.
Chris Thompson, one of the live stewards and organizers for the event today. And of course, we would like to give a shout out to Grid Finder. Start your sim racing career today over at Grid Finder. If you are a league owner, you can head on over there and find commentators, artists, designers. A great website. All things dedicated to the beautiful art of sim racing. And of course, Sadler, we would like to give them a shout out as well for their support today of the 8 Hours of Korea and the EERC Endurance Championship. Thank you so much to both of our sponsors here today. Looking at the LM-P2 field, of course, riding on board, it's awesome to see the inside of these majestic cars. You can just tell, look how, see how easy he has to take these corners. This is Bradley Sellers. These high downforce cars, these LM-P2s, like I said earlier, very, very sensitive. So you have to put in very smooth inputs, and he's doing a great job not getting really too far up on the curbs. Curbs are very deadly in this car. Just does a nice job. Update on Le Mans, and LM-P2 is still in second place. Kind of scratching my head at that one. Excuse me, never mind. It's now running in third. Looks like the Toyota Yazoo Racing teams have now made their way back up into the top two. So, a Le Mans update as we are going through some of the runners here. Looks like the third place in the GT field, which is Bent, going to be passed by the LM-P2 there.
We really need the auto director to key into the battle for 17th right now between 16th, between Peter Schumann and Chris Tompkins. The Ferrari and the McLaren, the battle really is heating up as they are now in a drag race down the straight going into turn 3, hard into the brakes, but the McLaren is going to hang on to the position with the Ferrari now filtering in behind to go down the straight into T4.
I hate to inform you of this, sir, but Chris Thompson's Ferrari is a lap down.
Oh, are they? Oh, excuse me.
So that will not at least be a battle for the time being. Sven Gilhead currently 6.6 seconds back of Prines in the BMW. Excuse me, Gilhead is now 7 seconds back in the BMW. Prines in the GT3. Currently just leading here, driving very, very comfortably. Here is Benz, this is not Benz, this is the 753 of Christoph Mazzaro's Excuse me, I did not. Yeah, I said that right. And he actually, depending on when Bentz comes in, I'm trying to figure out how many laps they have done. So their last pit stop. Who is coming in? This is an LMP2 car coming in. Currently in third place, that's Bradley Sellers. Looks like Sooks was in the pits, has now come back out going out on an outlap. So now we're seeing
And in goes Forjax as well into the pits.
Forjax, okay.
As well, Peter Schoenemann into the pits as well in the GT3 cars.
So this is an opportunity for Chris Thompson to make up that lap. Looks like he is Tompkins, excuse me, makes up that, gets past the that McLaren of Peter Schumann, and hopefully can close that gap quickly. Now we're seeing the pit stops get over with. That was a pretty good stop. Doesn't look like any driver swamp at all, and there goes Bradley Sellers back out on track. Currently, P3. The man behind him, though, Forjax, is still in the pits. I don't know why the honor director keeps going into the pits. It's not interesting at all. But let's take a look here. I'm looking back at Sven Gilhead, who is currently 7.2 seconds behind Prines.
We're watching the car of Bentz there getting beat up a little bit by that LMP2 trying to make their pass. They are able to make it happen, so now that GT3 can now focus on running their lap again. That McLaren is currently sitting in P3 in class and is going to be chasing down Gilhead. They have a little bit over a lap to do it, so they've got some work to do to catch up, but we are following that LMP2 car right there. Currently sitting in P4. It's going to be a driver swap. Looks like it happened for the number 86 car. Now Emily Callison in the seat.
Let's trying to figure out where the gaps are. Shea Hatch has closed the gap now. 2 seconds to Emily Callison. Oh, never mind. It looks like, no, 1.4 seconds. So that gap closing quite quickly.
Hello again, everyone.
Hello.
That Mrs. Callison I'm here talking about.
Yes, it is.
We've had her on before. Driver of the 86 Mustang, very talented young driver. Not really had much luck so far in EERC, Emily Callison, but lovely to talk to, certainly, and she has performed well. Bits and pieces here. It's just putting the whole performance together, and she's certainly got a great opportunity running fourth for Iris 86. And Che Hatch only really closed the gap to about, it was 86 seconds, actually, Emily Callison. Oh, no, he's right behind. You could actually watch that battle on stream if you'd like. And I'm back and can control the cameras.
Yep, and Che Hatch is going to pass Emily Callison there. Callison running a little bit wide on the exit of a turn and does allow the number 87 car, the sister car there, to pass. That, and actually, hindsight was probably intentional.
Yeah, so Callison playing the team game there, but still with a great chance of 5th place, which would be her best result. Of course, I believe Callison started off driving for another team at Le Mans. Name escapes me. I could look it up very quickly in the team standings. So I think they did retire right before the end and just got half a point in the end, but they were running 10th for quite a lot of the 12 hours of Le Mans. Very impressed by her performance there, so it's no surprise that Iris Automation picked her up. There is Gavin Vesey pitting from the lead of the race. Big gap to Roland Zux though, so he should emerge comfortably in front. The team I was thinking of was, let's have a look. LM Sport, that was it. With I think it was Justin Bell, who was the other driver, the team owner. They took part in Le Mans. Callison helped out in the lineup. Eventually, the American driver got picked up by Iris. Has performed well ever since, but not quite gotten a top 5 result in LM-P2. So that would be a really big boon for Emily Callison and Iris 86. Fingers crossed. None of it. But we'll have to see if it does get exciting in that battle for 5th place with Velestra, Alokshai, Delhi, I think, in there as well, potentially, in the 36. Anyway, anything interesting happened while I was away?
Just some confusion around some DQs and cars getting back out on the track. It does seem like it's mostly sorted itself out.
Yeah, I think Paracan got going again, but then Carl
currently Will Kenwright in the car for that number 46 car. Making his way back around the track. Definitely have some work to do to get their way back up into pole position, maybe. Does look unlikely considering they're now 7 laps down on the 8th place car of Koleski. So definitely have some work to do there. But plenty of time to do it. 5 hours and 48 minutes remaining in this race here at Korea today. Anything could happen for that number 46 car, but they do have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and the 126 has been disqualified with Carl Nias. There was an incident involving them and 446, which is the car currently driven by Francisco Perez. That will be investigated after the race. So we'll have to see who was involved and who is adjudged to be at fault in that. But given that Nias is disqualified, it'll be of very little consequence.
And that's why I like my gig and not being a steward, because that sounds like a mess.
Yeah, Velestra visits the pits in the 33 Valley. There's Kalokshai continuing to regain ground. He is ahead of the 46, Kenwright, after that disqualification. Ray Hatch now enters the pits, 87. So he will drop back behind Emily Callison, I think. There we go.
Yep, there it is.
But he will not drop behind Velestra because Velestra is still in the pits. So really,
Definitely a good call from the team to let the faster driver of that number 87 car get out there and finish the last of their stint. Now Emily Callison out there on the track is going to have nothing but clean air to get out there and push as hard as she can. But on camera right now, it looks like we've got our 2nd place car in the GT4 split, or GT3 split, of Sven Gilhead, who's been out since the beginning of the race, kind of all over the place, but consistently improving position throughout this race. Definitely been putting on a good performance, trying to chase down the 1st place car of Sten Prins.
yeah, ever since that slightly slow pit stop where they lost it, it felt like Iris had been on the back foot, haven't they? They've been sort of playing catch-up, and they've just about kept him in reach. So any wrong move by Ring of Honor Racing and the 445 squad will hand the lead back to Iris, number 7, driven by Sven Gilhead. And Sven, incredibly highly rated driver. It's not surprising to see him touching distance of the lead. Although ideally, Iris would probably like to still be in the lead at this point. But no matter, because they're still ahead of who they need to be ahead of, which is really the Mugen cars. With Sureje having stopped from 4th position, he's dropped down to 6th. So he's still got quite a lot of ground to make up then, but he should be incredibly quick. 28 seconds between him and Nick Homewood. Homewood himself only about 11 seconds behind Christoph Mizarios. So it's going to be a good little battle, I think, for 4th in GD3, potentially 3rd, if Banks can get dragged into it too. Yeah, but in the lead in LMP2 is the smallest it's ever been, actually, in a while. With 28 seconds now between Zux and Hevesi.
Yeah, Hevesi having a great drive right now, starting in 3rd, dropping down to 5th at one point, but has held on to first for a very long time now. I can't even tell how long they've been out there, but
Definitely
definitely
over
putting
an
a good
hour,
showing on.
And it really was that collision with the lap cars that sort of took Hatch and the 33 of Valestra, well, that's currently being driven by Valestra. It took them both out of that leading contention and cleared the way. And then, of course, there was the disconnection for the 21 of Kolokshai. So 3 cars that were immediate rivals in front of Hevesi got out. And then he got ahead of Zux, which is what he really needed to do. Zux did not really have much of an answer, unfortunately.
Well, and that is endurance racing for you. You know, you can have one of the most talented, most skilled, most practiced teams out there, but at the end of the day, luck does play a factor. And unfortunately for some of these teams, did not play into their race, unfortunately.
Yeah, but even the 21 of Kolokshai being 3 laps down, it's not a disaster for them because they still got a fairly substantial lead in the championship. 2 rounds to go, big points on offer. So it's not really game over for the 21 just because of one bad. They've had 2 bad races really. Because Portimao was also a bit of a disaster for them as well, where they only. I don't think they even finished that one. As Ferenzi visits the pits after his own disconnection. Ferenzi has not really been able to make too much progress despite setting the timing screens alight. I think he might be just a few too many laps down, isn't he?
It is going to be tough to recover from.
Yeah, he's about 75 seconds behind Will Kenwright and growing because he's obviously stopped at the moment. Ferenzi, I think, had a real unlucky lack of rep of the green, if that makes sense, because he was right in that lead battle when that happened. Although, of course, I think it was also cruel for Kolokshai just coming out the pits in the lead when he got disconnected as well.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, but, you know, one thing you have to, you know, bear in mind in these longer races is right now there are already 3 teams that are not going to be scoring points this race. So simply surviving the race is going to mean points for, I think, all of these drivers.
The timing screen being set alight by David Kolokshai there, fastest final sector, hold that time 1:52.433. But Che Hatch himself, a bit further up the road in 5th place, also setting the fastest first sector on those fresh tyres. So the both of them making progress as Francisco Perez moves out of the way.
Yeah, and Kolokshai have been doing a fantastic job of setting consistently fast laps, despite the fact starting quite a bit behind in the split. Has consistently been improving their position since that disconnect early in the race. So really, an excellent performance being put down by the number 21 team.
I really think what this is going to turn into an LMP2, I think the 87 of Hatch will be allowed past Allison again. And I think the 86 is going to be spending this race as the rear gunner for the 87, holding off Filestra and Kolokshai for that 5th position. That is really going to be the job of the 86 now, is to consolidate that 5th, or what's going to become 5th place, basically, if Hatch keeps up his pace.
And that is one of the things that you are allowed to. I mean, having more than one car on the track at the same time, it does open up those strategies. Yeah, I saw that. And going wide with these cars really is a coin flip as to whether or not it is the end of a race, because they really only like being on the tarmac. And as soon as you start to stray away, you really start to struggle with controlling the car. Yeah, they are getting towards the end of Callison's stint here, but doing a good job of keeping it back under control, getting, you know, not letting the stress get to her, right back out on the track and putting in good lap times.
Bent's also in the pits for 888 Mugen, and after his spin about half an hour ago, which lost them a lot of ground, they've really sort of been thereabouts as the Iris car has getting each other's way from the 2 different classes. Jay Hatch being slightly held up by Sven Kielhead there. Yeah, you've got to feel that GT3 it's not quite gone Mugen's way, the way it has in LMP2 for at least one of the cars.
Indeed, it is not.
It does mean that for a very interesting GT3 championship, if it finishes this way, feel like getting those 18 points per second, a lot of ground on the plate with the 88 as well. But of course, I think we haven't seen the best of Adam Cerejo. Zux, very held up by the 35 Ferrari here. Chris Tompkins Our race director, of course. Oh. There's Nick Homewood. Serviced. Oh, he said, oh, as we see the race leader in GT3 spinning at turn 4. And the Dream Team, number 70, had to go off track to avoid them. Team Prince really coming to grief there. And the gap between him and Gearhead down to 1.3 seconds. I was just thinking, wow, things are starting to really settle down now. And then that happened.
Yeah, and that is all it takes. It just takes one mistake when you are in this close of contention for a position, and now all of a sudden, Prinz has much less of a buffer, cannot relax even for a second now, as Gilhead is now chasing them down.
Yeah, just a bit of a clumsy spit. We don't know if there was another car maybe involved in that, but it did look like Steam Prinz may have just gotten a bit early on the throttle and spun on his own, or possibly got on the curb. If he can sustain now this assault from Sven Gilhead. Done a great job so far. Gilhead, I'll let him go after that one, is he?
No, and Gilhead is definitely going to be pushing as hard as they can now that they can see that McLaren is in the crosshairs, so to speak. We'll be pushing that BMW as hard as they can to try and reel in that distance now.
He's got the valet trying to lap him though. So that's going to at least a little bit be distracting down the straight. Thankfully, it's down the straight, not in the corners.
Yep, makes the right decision, though, to let that LMP2 car pass. Just try and save as much time for both of those two cars as they can. Now, looking up their competitor, the McLaren is going to allow them around on the straight as well. And now we have a race between these two GT3 cars as Sven Gilhead tries to reel in the McLaren of Prinz out in front.
Yeah, now just 7/10 of a second now. So what's going to be Gilhead's approach here? How quick that BMW is down the straight. Is it just going to be set up out of turn 2 or turn 3 maybe?
Yeah, you want that long straight after turn 2. You want to be set up to be in the draft and try and make a pass before turn 3 if you're the BMW. Really try to leverage that straight line speed that you have over the McLaren to the best of the ability of the driver, and set yourself up for a pass either in turns 3 or turns 4. Because as we've seen, that McLaren is able to, if not outpace, prevent the BMW from passing. So they really do need to make that pass happen in turns 2, 3, or 4.
It really is a straight fight between them because they're on the same strategy, of course. They've been right together pretty much the whole race, haven't they?
Yeah, but it does look like Gilhead is reeling in the
there's a lap
McLaren out in
in the
front.
way. That looks like might be just getting out of the way in 6th position.
But yeah, Prinz now definitely going to be aware that there is a BMW in the rear view mirror.
That was actually Mazarios in 3rd place, so they've at least have lapped everyone apart from each other.
Oh my goodness, yeah, you're right. An outstanding performance out of both drivers. But as we were talking about earlier, it does look like it's going to be a battle of drag races. Looks like Gilhead looks up the outside to try and get the line, and he is able to switch it back for the inside line and passes the McLaren in turn 2. Now it's going to be a drag race coming down this long straight to see if the McLaren is able to take it back. Right on the rear bumper there, right in the rear view mirror on that left-hand side of the car, is going to be looking up the inside by the time that they get to the end of the straight. Filters back in behind. Are they going to make a move under braking? Let's see what happens here. McLaren late on the brakes, takes the inside line and is able to get the BMW, but the BMW has the better line coming around that corner, and it is going to be a drag race again now as they race down into turn 4 to begin the twisty part of the track. The BMW has to make this stick now on the outside line, otherwise they are going to be filtering behind that McLaren again. Now both late on the brakes. The BMW tries to get the switch back around but loses the back end of the car and spins it. And the McLaren of Stein Prinz can relax now after a mistake out of Gilhead trying to force that overtake now.
Yeah, he just got a bit too close to the rear bumper, didn't he?
He did, and unfortunately, the adjustments they had to make mid-corner caused a bit of an oversteer, and they reverse out onto the track, and there is a collision with Gilhez and a passing LM-P2 now.
Oh, that's big trouble for Iris.
That
was
is
into the Alpine.
catastrophe for Iris Automation there.
That was 7th place at Delhi that he hit there. Yeah, big trouble for Sven Gilhed then. Gone from challenging for the lead to get himself out of the barrier and bumping into an LMP2 car. That will be investigated almost certainly. Be very surprised there's no damage to that BMW as well. And that could potentially have a big impact on Iris's title hopes in GT3. But they had to go for it around the outside, didn't they?
Yeah, it was there, or they had to wait another lap, and unfortunately the gamble did not pay off for Iris Automation's team there. And now they have a lot of work to do to try to make up that gap, as they almost certainly have significant damage to that BMW now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the gap between the sister LMP2 Iris cars is about 39 seconds from Shay Hatch and Emily Callison. Callison about 60 seconds behind Bradley Solis in 3rd position. So yeah, I really think I was right that Callison's job here really is to keep Valestra and Kolokshai behind in the later stages.
Yeah, and that is a good strategy. If they're able to pull it off, that does secure them quite a few points.
Yeah, Prince actually going into the pits now after that. So clearly the tyres on the 445 were fading away, but Sagir would actually take the lead here.
Yep, and Gilhead is going to dive into the pits as well, and it is going to be a rough pit stop for Gilhead if they decide to fix any damage. However, they can relax. They do have a 1-lap buffer to any cars behind, so they do have some time. However, they have a lot of work to do if they're going to be competing for first again. Now, Stin Prince in the pits just ahead comes off the jacks and are going to be able to make their way back out on the track shortly.
Well, crucial, this puts Mazarios below and Sereje back on the lead lap. Only just, but...
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, but that's all that they need is just that little edge ahead, and they might be able to start reeling in 2nd and 1st place.
Zarius has done a really solid job in this race, actually, as has the whole 753 Paul Street Boys team, running in 3rd position, because they've been able to keep both Mugans behind them, especially the Triple Eight, which has been fairly close. They've comfortably been able to really pull away from them, especially after the Triple Eight spin. So, yeah, a bit of an off day, it seems, for the Triple Eight, but 753 taking full advantage.
All right, looks like a driver swap out of the number 445 team now. Pascal Eggert at the wheel is going to be making their way out onto the track to get used to this car. And fortunately for them, without any pressure behind after the mistake from Iris, but it looks like a driver swap for them as well now. Faraday Riemann in the driver's seat.
It seems like both of them thinking, right, we'll take this opportunity to do the same thing then, which is change drivers. Both sort of got along the same lines of thinking as we see a yellow flag. Oh!
The car stops.
He's come to a dead stop at the start-finish line. And he's only got 28 seconds in himself and Roland Zook. So there's been some kind of pedal failure, some kind of wheel failure potentially. And Gavin Vessey's come to a screeching halt. You see the black lines behind him. And this means Roland Zooks is almost certainly going to take the lead. That's surely got to be a code 80. There we go. There's your new race leader, everyone. Roland Zooks in the number 95 DEAC Hackers machine. Vessey had it all under control. And then suddenly the car just died.
Yeah, some massive mechanical failure. Something is going on, but they got to get that car moving, or it's going to have to be towed off the track.
It's going to be sent back to the pit lane, almost certainly, if you can't get it going again. But this is real drama here in Korea. Is that that's Kolokshai still going? You won't be too happy to see his teammate out. Well, in terms of the personal championship, you won't be too unhappy, but it's not good to see your teammate out. You need every point you can get taken away from your rivals, for instance.
And the car's still sitting on the straight. Definitely has me wondering what's going on here.
Very, very worrying times indeed for Mugen. Are they going to lose both classes? It's been ages since that's happened. They almost always seem to win in LMP2 and won their cars. GT3, they've been pretty solid too. Moment. Going to have a single car on the podium at this rate, unless Vessey can get going as soon as possible. Sellers closing in, and then Callison may potentially run in the top 3 on the podium for a while, which would be great for her. Here we go. Sellers goes through in the number 19. Carson can't be too far behind.
That the car of Gavor Hevesi is smoking right now. It looks like it's on fire, actually.
He may have blown the engine.
Is
So
that
we'll look
what
on
we're...
board, see if we can get a kind of... There's definitely smoke pouring at the back of that thing, though. You're absolutely right on that, Adam.
I think that's going to be mechanical failure out of the previous first-place driver of Gabor Hevesi's team.
Oh, and this is
Luger's
Clark
certainly not
fighting
happy
with
about
Delhi,
that.
actually. For, that would be 7th position. Yeah, it's definitely a Delhi. I'm not sure if that's actually for position. He might be trying to unlock himself. No, he is for position. There we go. Through around the outside. Is that Delhi going to go deep on the brakes?
Oh, a little bit of contact there, just trading rubber on the sidewalls.
Oh, they bump again. They're squeezing each other there. But on the outside, but it's going to become the inside for turn 4. So, there we go.
Ooh, the back end of that David Coloxi's car getting very loose there as they're hard on the brakes, kicking the back end out. Not going to be good for tire life, but it is going to be good enough to get them up another position.
And that's how he's been able to set those great lap times, though, by having that twitchy rear end. We know David Coloxi, very aggressive driver, makes a car that turns in instantly. Loves that snap oversteer, can deal with it.
Yeah, as long as you can handle it, though, it's a good setup. If you can manage tire life and are able to keep the car under control, as you can see, it's paying off. They're consistently setting fastest laps.
But of course, with that disconnection, it's given them so much ground to make up. Oh, Callison, who's just gone up to 3rd place, narrowly avoiding the barriers there, creating another yellow flag on top of the Gabriel Hevesi. Has Hevesi been put back to the pit lane? He has. There we go.
Yes, he has.
So will he be able to repair that engine and get going again? I'm not so sure, because I think when you blow the engine, that's it. But bitterly disappointing if that is the last we see of the number 20 in this race. Callison continues on, but Che Hatch is going to close rapidly on her. As, Hevesi, see if he's in the garage or not. In fact, he's going nowhere. Oh. Tom Dillon in race direction was about to say something, but hear anything in the end. It's a shame, but Tom Dillon's team, Reading Game Studios, who see Hevesi stationary in the garage, was not able to take part in this race because the Reading Game we're having a very good season, actually. Going for 7th position. But getting more points out of this one, unfortunately. They had a lot of disconnections last time out in Mugello that really cost them their race, and it seems that as a career has turned into a race of attrition, well and truly. But Hevesi is dropping out.
Yeah, as tends to be the case in endurance racing, it really just comes down to who keeps the cars out on the track the longest.
And Rosario's down the pits. So that means below takes the... Oh, and Callison again spinning. The rear tyres of Emily Callison's car starting to fade. Giving as good performance as they did earlier. Che Hatch surely now 10 seconds behind. He's going to breeze past there in a minute if she keeps doing that. I've seen this before from Naomi Callison, some really strong performances, and then towards the end of the stint, the tyres cry enough and abandon her, unfortunately.
I'm waiting on Hevesi. He was actually typing something in chat to see what had happened to him, but have had no response yet. It will be interesting to hear what happened to that car.
And Zoltan Kovacs, the Paul Street Boys, is pitting again, I think. The 7x3 just came into the pits. They're having another stop then, or a drive-through, a very quick stop there. They drop behind Nick Homewood then. So, and quite as clean an afternoon as I said a few moments ago when I was praising them. But, that means that we've got at least one moving car on the podium in the form of Gergo below in the Triple Eight. He was only about 11 seconds ahead of Adam Serege, so Serege's progress has continued. Oh! Zoltan Tolov spins in the number 17 car, down in 10th. It's going again. It's really a matter of keeping in there, the Dream Team. They had such bad luck earlier in this race. To make it making up a 3-lap down advantage. Not easy in a GT3 car, especially when they're also evenly matched and you're being lapped every lap by an LM-P2. Will Kenwright in the 46. 9 laps down, but luckily able to continue after being disqualified. For not having the lights on, they seem to have put that right, by the looks of things. As dusk does start to fall finally on the South Korean circuit. Big missed opportunity for the 46 that was fighting for the podium. We'll at least get up to 8 for Fivesi, trying to be stationary unless Fivesi has a magic new engine he can put in that thing.
Oh, it is going to be declared a DNF for Gabor Hevesi, and the Mugen Sim Racing number 20 car is going to retire after apparent engine failure. It is an unfortunate finish to a very, very strong race.
Yeah, and we have seen heartbreaks like that before. Cars running on the podium, running in the lead, in fact, blowing their engine earlier this season. Happened to Agostino Force Polonia, led almost the entire race in Suzuka with a damaged car, but the engine just cried enough. And then Iris 86, actually, well, was it 87? One of the two retired with another blown engine. So it was a very dramatic finish in Suzuka. Dramatic too, but great news for this man, Roland Zux. Now looking to at least get up to second place in the standings. And if Longshire only finishes 6th, then he's going to cut his lead significantly. Really puts DAC Hackers as the cat among the pigeons, really. The dark horse against the Mugens for the championship. If they can, of course, win this thing. Sellers only 60 seconds down on the same lap, so a little threat there behind from Valley Esports, who, of course, title rivals to the number 95. A bit further down in the standings. Place down, and I think at least 20 or 30 points down on DAC Hackers.
Gabor Hevesi has responded to me, and this is what he has said. I asked him what had happened, and his response was, "My wheel is dead."
Oh, so it wasn't the engine, the steering wheel. When I did think it did seem like some kind of input issue.
Yeah, so I mean that would explain the engine failure as well. If the pedals failed and it had both the gas and the brakes fully engaged, it would just sit there and kill the engine.
And we just saw on screen not too long ago a switcheroo between the 86, letting past the 87 of Jay Hatch again. Allison, so Jay Hatch has the best chance of getting onto the podium, potentially challenging Bradley Sellers for second in the race.
Yep, now it is going to be Emily Callison's job to keep Valestra off of Clay Hatch's tail.
Yeah,
Really just focusing on defending
Callison
points.
And Valestra at the moment, but once Valestra gets onto the same lap, he will become a threat. And we know how quick David Kolokshai is too. What's the gap between Kolokshai and Stan Valestra? It is 102 seconds, and there's 91 seconds between Callison and Valestra. But those gaps are going to come down in the next 5 hours or so. Callison's really going to have to earn her prize money here. Well, I'm assuming that if Iris are able to get into the top 3 in LMP2, or indeed GD3, they are very firmly title contention, then there may be some prize money for all the members of Iris. Because I'm pretty sure the top 3 in both classes get some prize money. I forget exactly what the amounts are though.
Emily Callison, 3.1 seconds off a P3 of Che Hatch currently.
Yeah, those 2 spins for Callison really allowed Hatch to catch up. Well, they weren't intentional because the tyres were just going on the 86 car. And of hanging in there and making sure that Valestra doesn't get on the same lap. Be avoided. There is Jay Hatch lapping the sister Iris BMW. All the Iris cars running together on track there. Always got the feeling they're incredibly unlucky this season, especially in LMP2. Great to see both cars running 3rd and 4th. Lead 2nd in GT3. Yet to have a win in either class actually this season. Got to think it's going to come sooner or later. Well, one of the Irish machines. Number 7, probably come the closest though. Several GT3 rounds this season. Or runner-up spots to its name. Sebring, the big missed opportunity. They led most of that race. As we see Pascal Eggert having a little off-track moment. 15 seconds between Eggert and 30 Roman. Pascal Eggert, another driver we've had guest in the commentary box a few times. Very solid driver. It would be great to see Pascal win around GT3. We have seen earlier in the season when Ring of Bond were using an Audi of all things. We did see Pascal Eggert get flicked into the air beginning of the race in Sebring, which was quite a. I think he may have just been hit on the back by someone else or didn't quite react to a code 80. We haven't had a full course yellow yet in this race, I don't think. Quite surprising. Really shows how wide open the career circuit is and how no one's really come to grief and lost the rear wing. It's the key thing that usually results in code 80, saying a slow car walking wounded back to the pits, basically.
Looking through here, the gap between Shay Hatch and Emily Callison, excuse me, now 6 seconds.
It seems like Emily doesn't really have much of an answer to Shay Hatch. It's not too surprising because very few people do. Shay Hatch, incredibly quick driver. I would not be surprised if by the end of this, they're able to cut that 91 seconds to Bradley Sellers. 5 hours in which to do it. Also got some very strong teammates in the 87 as well. Skitsov is actually Shay Hatch's teammate. Hatch has been in since the start, so you can't really fault, and Rowan Zooks as well. Can't really fault their endurance. Having started the race, some 85 laps and 2 hours ago. More than 2 hours actually, nearly 3 actually. He might start to creep in. Pulled it back so far. Anyway, I guess if there's not much going on, feel free to talk about other things not related to the race. Adam and
Got an update for us on Le Mans?
Le Mans right now in first place overall. It is Buemi Sebastian, or excuse me, Sebastian Buemi. I don't know why they have it listed the other way around. With the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team, they are currently in first place, followed by Mike Conway in the number 7. The Alpine with in the hypercar class running in third place right now, and then the Antonio Felix da Costa driving in an LM-P2 in the Orica 07 Gibson with the Goodyear tires on, running in fourth place in front of the number 708 Glickenhaus hypercar. Glickenhaus not having the greatest day after causing a major accident in turn 1 at the very start of the race when they went green flag racing after a couple laps under safety car. 21 hours, 52 minutes to go here. The GT field is looking real good as well. The AF Corsa team's currently in first place, followed by the WeatherTech Racing team in third place and Corvette Racing in fourth. So in the GTE-LMs, the amateurs, TF Sport in first place, Aston Martin Racing in second, and Satellar Racing in third, and AF Corsa in fourth. And that is, and then in LMP2s, it's Jota with Antonio Felix da Costa in first place. In second place right now is the G-Drive Racing Team with the Formula E world champion, Nick de Vries, at the wheel.
Of course, Nick de Vries chasing the previous Formula E world champion. Perez just has to get out of the way of, that would be the 46 of Will Kenwright, just exiting the pits there. But yeah, of course, Antonio Felix da Costa, the previous year's Formula E champion, and Nick de Vries, the newly crowned Formula E champion in Berlin last weekend, of course. Eggert continuing his progress, the gap between himself and Roman, 14 seconds. So the number 7 Irish car slowly closing in. Eggert's made a little error, nothing too big though. He's been fairly solid, so Roman hasn't been consistently closing a second a lap or anything too worrying like that, but I will be thinking, oh, I want a bit more of a gap than this. I'm going to hand over to my teammate later on. Another off from Emily Callison, but not too dramatic. She's able to continue to turn 3. Yeah, Galestra's got the gap down to 87 seconds. It was over 90 seconds to Emily Callison. So, chipping away. We're getting a bit worried. She can't afford too many more offs like that. So 30 man must be pushing quite hard. He's got the gap down to just under. Oh, as I say that, 30 man is given a penalty by race stewards. Let's see what that was for. Imagine that might have been for track limits, potentially. Here we go. Incident involving Paul Street Boys 758. Because we did see them make 2 pit stops in quick succession. They might have made contact with the number 7, and that might force a second pit stop. It's a drive-through penalty for Giovanni Iris Automation number 7 for a dangerous rejoin.
Yeah, and we saw that when the teammate of Faraday Riemann got stuck in the wall, had to back out into track, and unfortunately collected an LM-P2 car in so doing. So that's just a penalty from earlier being assessed to the teammate who's now currently driving.
Yeah, but that certainly hurts Ferdy Roman's charge. Number 7. Takes the pressure off Pascal Eggert.
Yeah, discouraging to say the least, but the pace is there for Faraday Riemann. Just got to keep pushing. Will inevitably catch Pascal Eggert. The question is, will you be able to pass enough to make that penalty irrelevant?
Yeah, he's got 40 seconds to below, so the 888 car won't be a threat if he goes through the pit lane for his drive-through. But it depends if the 88 and the 888 can work together and up their pace a bit. If the 88 particularly gets by the 888, then they could potentially get back into this race moving, and that drive-through could give them a chance at getting past Ferdy Roman. Moment Roman be okay if he serves his drive-through now. Oh, Eggert having another off. Turn 3. We should give a little bit of a shout out to Bradley Sellers, who's kept the gap really stable at around 60 seconds to Roland Zooks. Lost too much time. Got a fairly substantial gap to Jay Hatch as Zooks pits. So Sellers is going to take the lead again.
Let's see here. Any battles happening? Anything close?
Oh, Zooks is about to lose the lead in LMP2, I think, but that's only because of his pit stop. I think Sellers will probably come in a lap after. But his previous strategy is accurate.
The gap between...
Yeah, here you go. Sellers about to come through then.
Oh, yep. Looks like he does capture that lead. Adam Serge currently running down.
Sergio's been closing a little bit on his teammate below. About 8 seconds, 8 seconds between the two of them. Zooks gets going again.
Two Mugen teams doing a good job still, holding on to currently P4 and 5. No, excuse me, 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Ferdy Roman serving that penalty. The gap up to about, it's going to be 30 seconds or so, just under 30. 25 seconds then, as he rejoins. But yeah, he's lost almost over 10 seconds. Kevin loses the race by 10 seconds, they'll know why. It's because of that clumsy little incident.
Wonder how the drivers are feeling right now, knowing that, you know, at any point the race could be back on. But as of right now, it's just coming down the pits.
Yeah, it's an odd thing mentally because you sort of got to be kind of ready for anything, but also relax a bit and get into the rhythm. I think we were talking, me and Bias, Sunshine, was at the race. As we see Bradley Sellers pit from the lead, and it's going to hand it back to Zux, who's about 30 seconds behind him. For 90, as I predicted, doing that same strategy call as Callison also pits. That's going to allow Jay Hatch to pull out a bigger gap on her. Also going to potentially put... Yeah, Lester's going to be on the same lap now as Callison.
Do we know how many stops these guys are going to have to make in the entirety of the race? Is that actually somewhere we can leave?
I believe it's somewhere in look at race view. So let's have a look at, say, Roland Zux. Pretty sure if I click on him, it might tell me how many stops he's done.
He's done 5 stops.
Yep.
I'm not sure who's done the most stops. Probably would be on the LM-P2s because the GT3s have got the better fuel mileage. They don't have to come in as much.
My question is, how many more stops will these guys have to make? I'm trying to just kind of piece together what I think the strategy is going to be for P1 and P2 here in the LM-P2 class, because that could actually, depending on who stops when, because we just saw it there, Bradley Sellers coming into pit the lap after Ronald Sukes did. Yeah, this race could come down to who makes one less stop.
It could, but it certainly feels like what usually happens is there tends to be a code 80 that kind of evens it out. A lot of the front runners pit under, and that doesn't seem to be happening around this track. We've had no code 80s whatsoever. Arguably, we maybe should have had one when Garo Hevesi's wheel died on the start-finish straight. But you could say he wasn't on the racing line, and there was no way to get him back to the pits, so maybe a code 80 would have been a bit pointless. Then you read if someone loses their rear wing, and everyone's been remarkably good at keeping their cars in one piece. Even Emily Carson had a few near misses, but was able to just about avoid the wall. It was impressive. So, could well be that a marginal fuel strategy difference does make the difference to your race. That staying out a few laps longer puts you in the box seats. Well, nearly 5 hours remaining. Nearly at the end of the 3-hour mark. I wonder if Jay Hatch and Roland Zux will be starting to get a bit tired and think about handing over. Carson gets very wide at the last corner there, Emily Carson. She's just narrowly avoiding brushing the wall. Great to see her not leaving anything on the table. Gap down between Callison and Valestra, 16 seconds. So Stan Valestra, I think, may fancy a go at 4th place in a matter of moments. Closing at the rate he's been closing. Callison may having to act as rear gunner, as I said.
Just looking through our timing screen. Looks like the gap between Zoltan Kovacs and Will Kenwright is closing 4.1 seconds now. It's gone a little bit bigger, but it seems like that the LMP is picking up the pace here.
Yeah, so he's got to overtake the GT3s for overall position in the race, but it won't really help Will Kenwright, with position in class, with him being 9 laps down. But still finishing the race will get some great points for the 46, which is a new entry. And oh, that's Valestra having spun. That's not going to help him catch Emily Callison at all. Facing the wrong way completely. That's the exit of
Callison definitely going to be breathing a sigh of relief when she's updated on that, seeing that
turn
gap
6,
get
I think
larger.
he spun out there. Turn 6 and 7. Yeah, a big break for Emily Callison, who's had a few scary moments of her own. And there you go, Valestra having one too, with the rear tyres just letting go. And David Kolokshai takes a well-earned pit stop for fresh tyres. Seems like the rears are the ones that are really taking all the punishment here, aren't they?
Seems to be about right. Looks like
David Kolokshai, incidentally, is about 90... Oh, he's going to be just 100 seconds or so behind Valestra once he takes his pit stop. But you've got to think David Kolokshai going to catch Valestra sooner or later. It could well be that Emily Carson finds herself having to fend off the fastest driver in the field. But of course, Delhi able to get past through Kolokshai. Now Kolokshai stationary in the pits. As Kate Hatch also takes the opportunity for fresh boots. And new tyres, of course. Closest fight on track as I can see is between the two Mugen GT3 cars. 7 seconds between Below and Cerejo. Cerejo just been gradually chipping away. Not a considerable amount as Will Kenwright struggles to get that thing turned in. 8th place, but just about manages to. Incidentally, no sign of any rain time soon. Not sure we have
but it is
weather.
getting darker out on track.
Yeah, and when the night falls, that is going to affect visibility, especially when lapping the LM-P2s lap the GT3 cars.
Currently a 0% chance of rain in the forecast.
Oh, there we go. That's that. Then, is Will Kenwright almost gets squeezed in the wall by, is that Pascal Eggert? Definitely one of the either Nick Homewood or Pascal Eggert. It sort of emerges from the pits in the 87, so Che Hatch did decide to hand over. So Zooks, the only driver, I think, who's been in since the very beginning. Eggert, there we go. Barges into the side and hits the wall. Big impact for Pascal Eggert. Oh, and the 445 is going to have to almost immediately come into the pits there. What on earth was that?
Well, that is definitely going to give Riemann in the BMW a chance here to get caught up and steal the lead here very quickly as Pascal Eggert is now into the pit lane.
Yeah, but I don't know what Pascal Eggert was thinking there with the LMP2 there. Was trying to barge it into the side and keep it behind. There was no need to fight that one that hard. Adeli also coming in now as well. That's going to hand position back to Varaconi. 21. It was Kenwright, I think, who Eggert was fighting with not for position, but just needlessly. And there we go, Riemann takes the lead in GT3 now, so that lead that the 445 has done so well to hold on to, completely squandered there by one moment of misjudgment.
Will Kenwright is in the pits again. I'm seeing him on my screen being red. Is that another DNF?
Or was there perhaps too much damage, or did they just decide 9 laps down that they'd had enough?
All right, could go either way, but it is going to be a DNF out of their team.
It could be almost showing IPR as
DQ, yeah.
DQ'd, yeah.
DQ'd?
That would be the second time this race that their team has been disqualified.
Did they decide to turn the lights off in the pit lane? Were they flashing them at Eggert? And that's what may have caused them to be disqualified. I doubt it. As we look at Roland Zooks flashing the Mugen to get out of the way. The Mugen GT3, of course. But this puts both Mugens on the podium in GT3. Below in second now, 25 seconds down on Riemann. Cerejo, 32 seconds down on the leader. So yeah, real costly mistake there from Fringavon Racing. Pascal Eggert will be kicking himself as Nick Homewood now takes 5th place with 5 hours remaining. Can Nick Homewood mount a repeat performance of Mugello and unexpectedly win the whole thing now? It will take quite something to get in front of the 4 cars ahead of him.
It'll be
See
quite
as well, there are
curious.
any penalties coming Pascal Eggert's way for that needless contact.
The stewards have been very busy today. It looks like we have had looks like 1, 2,
Yeah, and sure enough, penalty
3.
for Pascal Eggert there. That was inevitable, unfortunately. So, insult to injury, Eggert re-emerges in 7th position, but he's going to lose even more time with a drive-through penalty. Yeah, how it can turn so quickly, isn't it? Just one little mistake there, someone who's led almost the entire race in GT3 can find themselves out of it now. Almost no chance to recover.
And that will put that BMW up into the lead. And that BMW, I will say, has been racing very hard since the very start of the day. Has been sitting at 2nd place spot, having the chase down to McLaren. And now he finally gets, and that's
It is a bit bizarre, I
Riemann.
think, that number 7 was facing the wall after failing to overtake the 445 earlier. As you look at the sun going down and really casting quite the shadow all over the circuit.
We just pray for no rain at this point.
So how many leaders have dropped out now in both classes? Because we had Ivesi, he has to have his wheel die, then we had Eggert basically blow his race into the side of an LM-P2 car. Whether he meant to or not, I'm not sure. Probably not. But he's got the penalty and he's a lap down now. Between Zux and Sellers, now only 45 seconds, so Robert Zux has lost a lot of time somewhere. Or Bradley Sellers has consistently been gaining. That was 60 seconds for quite a while. Through the pit stops, through all the carnage, Sellers getting a bit of time back. Significant amount actually, 15 seconds. There's Marin Pfeiffer. Previously, Abyssinia Force Polonia driver. He's made the jump to valet. Well, in 5th position, trying to close down Emily Callison. 100 seconds to make up. Just under 5 hours in which to do it. And of course, he's got Zoltan Varconi, 64 seconds down, and he's going to be closing in on him. Pfeiffer in between a rock and a hard place, really. I thought the 87 in Mugello was very unlucky to lose out on a podium. They were very close to getting one. Final stages at Mugello, last race. But now they're looking really strong actually, for at least a 3rd place, and potentially Bradley Sellers may not be able to have things completely his own way by the end of this thing. I've been doing a very strong job so far to number 90. The gap 103 seconds between 87 and 90. For the 2nd and 3rd in LMP2. As Serege and Mayer in the number 3 BH Racing car decides to pit. Rose Homewood onto the podium.
Just seeing the times here, excluding the people in the pit lane right now, looks like we are going to have some position changes probably and we also have a driver swap with Martin Miliotai in the Mugen Sim Racing 88 car. But looks like we do have some change in position. Looks like Zoltan Kovacs is now into 12th overall and moves into 5th.
15 class, yes. Yes, and Mayer just finishing his stop now. Zooks has a bit of a moment at turn 3. He was turning left into a right-hander there. Not ideal.
But now the gap. So right now the battle. There is a battle for P11. 2.4 seconds between Zoltan and Martin. That would be interesting to see what happens with that. There it is. So that's a 7:53.
53 did serve a penalty early and has been slowly making up ground. Well, quite quickly, especially with Eggert now behind it.
And again, that is Zoltan Kavas, who is right now trying to chase down
Milotai's just gotten on board, right? Yeah. And the 88, of course, have lost position to Homeward through that pit stop, but they've got much fresher tyres than Kovacs, I think. So it will be interesting to see what Kovacs can do, but I suspect Milotai is going to start to pull away and close in on Homeward. If Milotai gets stuck behind Homeward, and we know how good a defensive driver he is, then perhaps Kovacs can come into play.
Chris Tompkins, currently in P16 in that Ferrari. That Ferrari now has dropped off a little bit, but it was running really well there at the beginning in the first couple of hours of this race before getting caught up in some incidences.
Yeah, the pace hasn't been too strong, but it's really just been a matter of holding on. They've still got a big gap to Toff, of course, and the Dream Team, the disconnection, so I would be surprised to see Tompkins drop behind them, but Toff's still very quick. Dream Team is extremely quick, so see if they can make up the ground by the end, but certainly Dream Team not making the progress they would have hoped to by this point. And again, we've seen quite a few retirements, so it really is quite wide open. Only 7 LM-P2s left in the race. It is looking like if you survive this one, you're going to get some great points. Especially if you're likes of Settlers number 90. Looks looking to improve their championship chances. How much is Messi's wheel failure going to set them back in the championship, really? Because I know we've got the 2 big point-scoring races, but number 20 really can't afford to lose ground to the 21 at the end of the season. Behind already. Certainly Iris will take a 3rd and 4th gladly with both hands. Of course, we're leading the other class now as well, with number 7. Could the Iris number 7 take their first win in GT3 and suddenly launch themselves right into contention with the 88 down in 4th? But of course, when would yet to pit then on a slightly different strategy to those around him? Interesting to see what happens there.
Peter Schumann on YouTube. Has there been a Code 80 yet?
Don't think so, Peter. Unless you've caused one, Peter. But don't think so.
That would be a no, sir.
Yeah, we did. I've had cars stationary. Always how many cars can just really light up behind Judy Newton car. That's the Rico below, of course. She's behind. Right, starts to fall. Is anyone lighting up the timing screens? Milotai has pulled out 8 seconds actually on Kovacs, so 18. Wow. It's 17 seconds now, the gap between himself and Nick Homewood, so I think he's going to catch him sooner or later. There he is on screen. Fresh tyres to Mugen. Quite a competitive prospect. The 88 isn't leading the championship by coincidence or accident. Which, yeah, pace and endurance, really. You can't even count the 88 out for not just second place, but potentially the win as well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with 4.5 hours to go.
Looking at Daniel Meyer's timing screen right now as we are riding with Martin. Well, not Martin anymore. Who is this? This is
Pfeiffer.
Margin Pfeiffer.
Fifth.
Okay. In 5th place, but Daniel Meyer closing the gap. Ooh, and who is this? That is Pascal Eggert.
Oh, is Eggert in more trouble?
In more trouble. That actually drops that gap to Daniel Meyer to 1.8 seconds now. And Daniel Meyer, I think he's smelling blood. He was catching up here to Pascal Eggert before Eggert went off. So now Daniel Meyer trying to get the car going here, trying to just keep his foot to the floor because now he has a sense that he can gain a position here in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, and Perez just spinning off there. So, yeah, it's 3 seconds actually, the gap between in those two cars we were talking about. The 445, number 3, and Mayer is through. There's Eggert into the pit, so he had damage clearly. So it's gone from disappointing and bad to even worse. And really, it was that one mistake that's led to this the sort of chain reaction, a spiral, really. The race spiraled out of his own control, really, Pascal Eggert. Time is ebbing away from the 445 here. The best hope, once again, is the 444, driven by Nick Homewood, 93 seconds down on the lead. Yeah, got to feel a bit sorry for Pascal Eggert. Even though he did serve his penalty. But so anyway, Matt, as we see darkness well and truly fall in Korea International Circuit, can you tell us a little bit about night driving in a GT car?
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Okay.
But no, it presents a couple of challenges. The largest of which being visibility. You really only can see what is directly in front of you. And if you're unfortunate enough to have a car right behind you with their lights on, you can't really see anything behind you aside from headlights. So you have to contend with the fact that you have reduced visibility in cars that are coming around these corners at 150 plus kilometers an hour. And on top of that, you also start to see the temperature fall off. And that means two things. One, the track and tires start to lose temperature. But as the air gets denser, you also tend to get a slight increase in power, depending on how dramatic that temperature change is, which compounded with the reduced grip from reduced temperatures presents kind of a, three-way slam on these drivers with reduced visibility, decreased grip, and a higher propensity to lose the back end of these cars. Driving at night can be especially tricky compared to driving in the day. Compound that with the fact that we are 3 hours and 15 minutes into an 8-hour race, not even the halfway mark. These drivers are going to start to be feeling the effects of those prolonged stint times. And it is only going to get harder for these drivers as we get closer to the end of the race.
Oh, Eggert, right in the barriers, just as you say that.
Yeah, Eggert having a rough time out there.
Yeah, so unfortunate. He inherited the lead of the race from his teammate, and now there we go. DNF'd and transported back to the pit lane, but found himself wedged right in the barrier there, so something just went really very, very wrong for the 445 there. Race well and truly spiraling into retirement for that car. A real shame,
Down
really.
to,
Another
what
big...
would that be? 16 cars in the race?
Yep, I think so. It's Hoff, the last man running then. Perhaps Eggert starting to just get frustrated and fatigue a bit as well as the night falls. So one of the things that they talk about a lot at Le Mans is the midnight hour, where when night starts to fall and they suddenly become a lot quicker than they were, because the track temperature sort of starts to plateau, doesn't it? Where it stops falling. Do you think that's the case in sim racing endurances?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Any game where temperature is simulated, if you are doing an extended race, I mean, even anything longer than 2 or 3 hours, those changes in temperature are going to be noticeable. When you're talking about drivers who are at the upper echelon of pace, those minor differences make major differences when you're talking about drivers of this caliber. So yeah, absolutely, there is such a thing as the midnight boost, and it is just because things settle in. You get that second wind if you've been driving for an extended period of time. The conditions are no longer as dynamic as they were in the hours leading up to that, so the drivers really can kind of get focused up on how the car feels, how the track feels, what their pace is going to be, and exactly how hard they can push. And then couple that with the fact that generally you're quite a bit into the race by that point when you're reaching that time of the evening, so the field tends to be a bit more spaced out, so the drivers really can focus on just pushing as hard as they can.
As you're right on board with Chris Gitz, I guess a little bit over the curve, but well under control there. As he continues on in third place. And guys, he's not really caught up to Bradley Sillers. Bradley Sillers done a really strong job. Hold on to second place, 52 seconds down on Zux. So Zux has started to pull out again a little bit. It's not really catching up to Sellers. So I'll be hoping that when Che Hatch gets on board, he won't have fallen too far behind. But certainly, Emily Carson only about 30 seconds back. So a decent buffer behind for Chris Goodsub.
And then we have an update from Pascal's team. Apparently, the force feedback was not working once they returned to the car, which does explain the apparent difficulty they were having trying to control that car. It's easier to drive with a blindfold.
It's such a difference with force feedback compared to without, doesn't it? Because I've actually driven with wheels that died, or the force feedback just doesn't work anymore because the wheel's so old, like the old Logitech thing. But it does mean that instead of responding to, like when you go bit oversteer, you sort of have to predict what's going to happen when you put your foot down, especially when you've got track that's constantly evolving as the race goes on over several hours. That can be really difficult.
If not impossible, because you go from relying on what you're feeling in the car to trying to guess based on what you see through a monitor and not having really any visibility on what's going on. It is extraordinarily challenging, especially some of us sim racers, have invested hundreds, potentially thousands of dollars into our rig because of the feel and the senses that we get out of those. Having those taken away, it really is like driving blind.
Oh, a big spin for Chris Tompkins there. Yeah, does a lovely little pirouette. Tompkins running in 8th place with Vega's retirement, being lapped by I think that was actually a Homewood just lapping him in 3rd place. Homewood continuing to hold on, so it looks like a 4-4 strategy, the jump and getting between the two Mugans, actually paid out because Milotai's not really closed as quickly as I thought he would. Having to do a driver change as well has really stymied the pace of the 88, I think.
Yeah, it does appear to be the case. Although looking at their last laps, Milotai did have about 6/10 on Homewood, but like you said, there's enough of a gap there that needs to be closed before they're even a consideration that Nick can just focus on driving his laps.
Heroes just being up on the jacks in the pit lane there. How impressed have you been by Roland Zux, by the way, and the 95 guys? Just missed out on pole. Has generally stayed out of trouble, not necessarily the fastest, but once the 20 was out of the picture, it's really been the number 95s, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. And honestly, there's really not a secret to the success. They've got good drivers and they have consistent pace, and if they're able to keep those two things together, and stay, out of any trouble with the other teams, they're looking at a very good chance to hang on to the position that they have. At this point, it really just has come down to strategy and consistency for this team. And so far, they've made a very strong showing in both of those departments.
Yeah, it does seem unbelievable to me that the 95 DEAC Hackers car has not run a race this season, because they've been on the podium so many times, and they're clearly, I would say, other than Mugen, the only other cars that can really win the championship realistically, maybe the number 90 can, because they've had a very strong, they've at least had a win and a very strong second half of the season.
Right.
But the 95 has been consistently there throughout in sort of second and third places. It will be great if the 95 can pull off a win here. I hope I'm not giving them commentator's curse, because I did think they were going to win Le Mans as well, and that didn't quite work out. I had to settle for second there. And I know they were so frustrated about this one, so winning would really give them some momentum in the title race, which is what they really need. They've been needing it all season, really, because Mugen have constantly held on to the top two spots, and they've only occasionally been able to split them. They'll be hoping that the 21 doesn't gain too many positions before the end of this, as Benz Boros, another off-track moment, running last in class on LM-P2. But the 36 doing well, just hang in there, I think. They and others have not. Yeah, I probably got dinner in about 45 minutes or so.
Okay.
I'll try and hold on as long as I can. But
Yeah, no worries. No worries at all.
Was there anything you wanted to bring up, Matthew? Because I've sort of asked you a lot of questions now, and I feel like that's not fair. I'll let you do the same in return.
Well, I mean, there's only so much. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be a guest, so I'm not too familiar with the league, the drivers, or the rest of the staff here. So, not a whole lot from me. I'm just enjoying the good racing and some company, and just trying to have some fun.
Oh, I guess that's all you can ask for, really.
Yeah.
All right, so with almost 4.5 hours left to go, let's figure out what the big stories are to follow here. Martin Pfeiffer has got the gap to 76 seconds to Emily Callison. Zoltan Verkoni is about 57 seconds behind Martin Pfeiffer. So, sort of closing up, but it's not going to be anytime soon that kicks off. The real big fight really has got to be the 11-second gap between Melotai and Homewood, which is got down to 10 seconds. Melotai on the mediums, interestingly, which I didn't notice earlier. A lot of the runners near the back in GT3 have sort of gone gamble on the medium tyres as the night's fallen.
Yeah, and just try and preserve tires and have as few pit stops as possible. Not a bad idea.
That might also explain why Melotai hasn't just breezed up to the back of Homewood as well.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if the pace is there on the mediums and they're able to conserve those tires, I mean, it could pay off for them during the evening stages of this race.
It could get very interesting in GT3 if Melotai can clear Homewood, because then that opens up what's going to happen between him and the 88, the 888 rather, is they're fighting for the championship, and the number 7, who they're also fighting with. I think that could get very, very tasty, because it's only 28 seconds between Below and Roman. That's still not all that far away. As Pfeiffer, had a little bit of a moment there. That got it under control. Got another 2 seconds out of Emily Carson, actually. 4 seconds now.
All right, guys. Quick trivia for you.
We'll go for it.
Who, out of all the drivers who have ever driven at the Korea International Circuit, has the record lap time?
Oh, I used to know this one.
And no looking it up either.
Who is it? Sebastian Vettel.
Can you name the year that he did that?
Oh, okay, I got it right. Okay.
Well, they stopped racing here in 2013, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yes.
remember when.
I'm gonna get. Well, Vettel was in his prime.
I'm gonna go 2012. You said.
I would have guessed 2012 as well.
Sebastian Vettel put a 1:39.605, the current fastest time on the Korean International Circuit in the 2011
Damn.
Korean Grand Prix.
Bummer.
Because I remember Vettel being out-qualified by Hamilton in 2011, but I think Vettel may have gone on to win the race. Hamilton win. I don't remember.
But
2011
Knight,
Korean Grand Prix was not all that memorable. 2010, on the other hand, was a deluge, as we see someone in trouble. Quite slowly. Oops. Completely messed up the graphics by trying to do much there. Daniel Mayer we're riding on board, of course.
sorry, I'm having to run back and forth. But Knight has fallen here in the beautiful Korean International Circuit.
Yeah, well and truly. It was getting dark before, but now it's very dark.
In Young Game South, I'm not even going to try. Nope. My English is already poor enough. I do not need to try and pronounce Korean words now. The Ferrari here, looking all right. Trying to, just trying to keep up position. I don't know if you guys heard what happened to Pascal Eggert's car.
Yeah, we covered it.
Good.
Lost the force feedback.
Yeah, from then on he was kind of driving without any kind of feeling, so...
That is probably when you're sim racing, and I've had it happen to me. Just driving, all of a sudden, you just lose your force feedback. It's not fun. It's kind of sketchy.
We see second place pitting in GT3, go below. So that's hopefully... I think it might let Nick Comewood through. He's only about 15 seconds behind below. So potentially
Yeah, he is
getting
coming
into
around the
second
final
place.
corner right now.
9 seconds ahead of Milotai. Oh, Zoltan Kovacs recovers from a little half spin there. 5th position. But Kovacs really fallen out of the 753. Paul Street Boys have really fallen out of contention for the podium fight. Best they can hope for is probably going to end up being 5th or 4th. There we go, Homewood into second. So,
And that's going to be Martin
Interesting to
Malotai
see.
up into third as well.
oh, there we go. Look at that. Below is coming out of the pits right alongside his teammate.
This is going to get interesting as they fall into turn 4.
Turn 3, I think.
Correct.
There we
Turn
go.
3, yeah.
Milotai gets off the throttle below on the fresher tyres. Third place. So Mugen playing it smart here, actually. Mugen below is going to chase after Nick Homewood. Milotai is going to conserve his medium tyres that he's already been on a while. Try and get further along in this stint. So, Adam, Matt, do you think Mugen are going to win this thing in GT3? Or do you think they're going to be too busy fighting each other? Because that's a temptation. They've been two of the fastest cars all season in GT3. Number 7 could be the dark horse that takes it away from me. He could do the Kimi Raikkonen or the Alain Prost 1986. Kimi Raikkonen 2007 beating both McLarens, Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso.
Looking at these two drivers, and both these teams, right now, they don't need to battle each other. There's no need to, as long as they are consistent pace, and obviously their pit strategy keeps them pretty close together. 4.5 hours to go here at Korea, and like I said, the first 7.5 hours of this race is legitly building up for the last 30 minutes. So if they're close enough, I think they could definitely get a podium. The win is going to be, I think, a questionable thing because honestly,
Homewood pits from second. So there we go. So below quickly, and the Triple Eight back up to second then. 110 seconds the gap between below and Ruman, but I think Ruman hasn't stopped yet, so that's why he's out of sequence.
Mm-hmm. But that BMW is quick. I mean, it's been quick all day. It was quick in qualifying. It was quick here in the race at the start of the race, and now it's leading. It's going to be quite a gap to overcome to get up to the GT3 leader. Currently 110-second gap between first and second place.
And I think Homewood is going to be doing pretty well to stay on the lead lap here now. It is going to be pretty difficult. Have to back up to the Mugen cars because really his better chance was maintaining track position. So now Kovacs and Mayer have got by him as well through the pit stops. Staying out longer may not necessarily have worked out for Nick Homewood.
Nick Homewood back on the move again, making his way back out onto the track. Is going to hang on to that 6th place position in class, but definitely has some work to do if he's going to catch up to the Mugen drivers and get back out in front of them.
The leader in LM-P2, Roland Zux, enters the pits. So Sellers, once again, take the lead and then pit again a lap later, I'm assuming. Unless this is an unscheduled stop for Roland Zux.
Nope, this is right on schedule.
Yep, lap 110.
And I'll be kind of curious to see if they'll do a driver swap here.
Yeah, Zux has been in since the beginning. This is a monster stint from Roland Zux.
Yeah, he has done
3.5 hours.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stints.
Yeah,
that is.
But of course, if they change drivers, they will lose a crucial 20 seconds to Bradley Sellers. Zux had just like everyone apart from Sellers. So Bradley Sellers is like the fly in the ointment, the little thing that the EAC hackers can't quite get rid of in their battle to dominate this race, really.
Yep, that is going to be a driver swap for the number 95 car. Now Zoltan Hives at the wheel.
Yeah, Hive's not quite as quick as Roland Zux. Still a very capable driver. See how he goes.
I'm really questioning the decision to go 5 stints.
And when you've got a driver of the quality of Roland Zux,
true.
You've got to go, and of course, let's not forget, number 20 was sort of in a fight with Roland Zux up until it retired, even though it was starting to pull away. So they really wanted to hold on for as long as they could. Now with Messi out of the picture, long gone actually. Probably not a need to do that for Roland Zux if he didn't want to.
That McLaren in 7th place in class almost went right into the back of somebody.
That was Perez, the black and orange car.
I was about a little bit of a scare for.
Yeah, Perez has had his adventures today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In the race, still ahead of 35 in the 70.
And Daniel Meyer trying to, doesn't want to give up this position because he just lapped Perez right now. So looking over at the Ferrari, currently in 8th place on the grid. That's the 35 with Chris Tompkins. And there's the race leader in the GT field. That is Bernie Riemann. And he's driving very well. I've been very impressed by this BMW. He was able to keep up with the McLarens, especially through the corners, and just was able. And this is a beast of a car, I would say, compared to a lot of other cars like the McLaren. The McLaren is a much easier car to drive.
Yeah, and a victory for Iris would be incredibly well deserved after Going so close in other races this season. Ives has emerged 21 seconds down on Sellers, which I guess with the extra time, the driver change means they would be, if the race would end in between the two cars' pit stops, and it's surprising Sellers has not come in yet. So maybe the number 90 has found a way to save fuel that the number 95 has not, as Callison comes into the pits in fourth.
Well, Bradley Sellers has pitted already, hasn't he? He pitted a while ago.
Okay, so they've changed strategy completely then.
Yeah, so as I'm looking right here, Bradley Sellers' first stint was 22 laps, his second stint was 23 laps, and his last stint that he just did was a 22-lap stint. So he's getting the most out of the fuel and the tires, it seems like, with this car. Let's look over at the...
Because if he compete a lap later each time, that has a knock-on effect as the race goes on.
Yep. And for the DAEC team, those guys... Oh, we have a car in the wall. That is the LP.
Oh, Boros. Wedged it in there and just about got out in the 36. Yeah.
That is
the real Alpine running third. Boros running down in 7th and last in class, so not exactly doing the real team. Not covering it in glory. With Carlson having pit, has Carlson gone back in?
Callison is in the pits right now after completing 22
because
laps.
Piper's got by her. I wasn't sure quite how that happened.
And that is actually going to be a driver swap as well. And here comes Bradley Sellers again into the pits.
Yeah,
that is
so
going
Sellers,
to be...
sort of got a 2-lap delta now over 95 as the 86 leaves the pits in the hands of Kevin Weeches, taking over from Emily Callison. Callison getting a well-earned break there. And but lost track position there too, the 33, at least for the time being. Sellers now inevitably hands the lead back to Zoltan Hives. Marconi also pits in the 21. So not going to close too much on Kevin Weeches.
Is Sellers... Is this a driver swap? No, it couldn't be.
Sellers has not been in that long.
No, he's only done 3 stints.
Well, only 3, but that's still quite a lot, to be fair.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's done about 67 laps. And that is going to be a driver change. Martin Novak coming on in for Bradley Sellers, and that's going to give this DAEC Hackers team back the lead. That 20-second driver swap change really taking effect here. That, you know, even if you go two or 3 laps longer on the stints, it's proving not to be helping here.
Yeah, well, we're sort of back to square one, weren't we? Where it's like a 60-second gap between Hives and Novak now, 95 and 90. So it'll be interesting to see how Novak goes. I don't think he's the best driver in the 90s lineup, but every driver you got can make a difference. With them running so strongly, maybe Novak will be motivated to concentrate really hard and put in a great stint here. We'll have to see. Or he could drop further into the clutches of Chris Gitsov and the 87. Gitsov and the 87 really needing to make progress now with Pfeiffer. Now within 100 seconds of them. Don't have the rear gunner anymore. Kim reaches 25 seconds behind Pfeiffer. But Pfeiffer may have to come into the pits fairly soon anyway, but we'll have to see how things work out in the battle for fourth. While Triple 8 below pulled away to the tune of 8 seconds from Martin Malotai. Oh! Perez having a little pirouette. But he collects himself. It carries on without hitting anyone. So well done there from the Ring of Honor driver. A scary moment. You don't want to come across a black and orange car facing sideways across the track in the middle of the night at the last few corners, do you?
Yeah.
Going through the timing screen again. Excuse me. Daniel Meyer doing a good job, moves himself in the 11th overall and puts himself in 4th in class.
Oh,
We
Piper
have seen
coming into the pits. This is like predicted he would fairly soon. So this
Well,
one
that's-
and 86 4th position again.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
kind
a
of
little twitch.
It's kind of interesting to see how many drivers are going longer on their stints. Right now, we see. I think we do have a driver's.
Oh, Gitzov is coming in as well in 3rd place. So we've got 4th and 3rd in the pits.
And they
So-
just did 21 laps.
Yeah, the 87 crucially has pulled a really substantial gap on the 86 the last stint. So it should get out comfortably ahead.
But once again,
What's going to be
things-
very interesting is how close Varconi is to Piper. There's a gap 50 seconds or so as Ferdy Roman hits her in the lead in GT3. So,
Is this gonna? Yeah, and then Pfeiffer's not doing a driver swap, and it looks like our GT leader is coming into the pits.
yes, Butlow will probably come out about 40 seconds behind at the very most. At the very least, rather. And Novak's kept the gap to Hives fairly steady, 59 seconds, so he's cut a second out actually. It was about 60 before. So Novak doing a really solid job so far in the number 90. They're on for their second strongest result of the season, because they did win at Suzuka, of course. 95 and the 90 really linked to mount an unexpected title challenge, especially from the 90. That would be a real upset if they could steal the title with great performances at Laguna Seca next month and the finale, the 24 Hours of Spa, in October. I'm sure you guys will both be along for if you get the chance.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we certainly need Americans to do the night stint because we'll be asleep during that bit. Except for the drivers, of course. They'll be awake.
Oh, so you need the Americans to do the excitement.
Oh, yeah. The most exciting part of the race, yes, where all the camps have spread out.
Yes.
Although we do
night-
always have crazy finishes, though, so I'm
It
sure
was like nighttime at Spa. They can get pretty crazy.
they can, yes. Especially if it starts raining.
Especially if it does start raining. Let's see here. The gap between Zoltan Kovacs and Daniel Meyer, that's 6 seconds now and growing. Daniel Meyer just doing a good job putting in the laps in that McLaren 650S BH Racing team.
Yeah, we've not talked about BH Racing 3 and Maya. They've done a very solid job, actually, to stay in it. Not all that far behind Milotai. It's sort of turning into battle between the two Mugen cars for second, and then a big battle for fourth between the number 3 BH Racing car, Wall Street Boys 753 car, and then Nick Homewood in Ring of Honor 444. Sort of those three that are sort of fighting for that a chance at maybe snatching the final podium position if something happens still on the Mugens. But below is now about 35 seconds behind Roman. Roman on fresher tyres. I still think Iris are doing everything they need to do in GT3 at the moment. Boros pits from 7th in class in LM-P2. Two class leaders on track together there. And just let's Ives through. I guess we had the trivia about who set the fastest lap at Korea in Formula One. So I have a question for you guys. Are there any other tracks from Formula One that maybe aren't in use anymore that you would love to see multi-class endurance racing at?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Formula One has a pretty long history, by the way.
So obviously, Fuji.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think we may have
you-
even had a race at Fuji. Well, no, we had the Suzuka, of course, so we wouldn't have had Fuji, but this season. But maybe a previous season, I don't remember.
Fuji's just, I think, an overall great track. I've watched the Japanese GT racing series out there, the Super GT and the Super Formulas, and it's just a very nice track. It's fast. A lot of drivers, if you look back in early F1 history, you could just tell the track was very nice, very prepared. It seemed like probably one of the better tracks on the calendar. So, what can you think of, Matt?
Honestly, I think it's. Oh, that's a big hit.
Perez just reversing. He's lost it very early on. He's decided to sort of reverse almost back onto track and then get himself facing the right way. So Perez having another adventure with 446.
To answer your question, I don't think it's ever been even on the FIA's radar, but I would love to see more racing out at Road America here in the States. Nice big track, has a couple of technically challenging pieces of the track where it would be very interesting to see a couple of different class cars race around it at the same time.
And you see that here in the United States with IMSA. I know IMSA was just there a couple weeks ago, which was an awesome race. So yeah, Road America here in the United States, one of the better tracks. I agree. I was about to say that one too.
Yeah, either there. If we're keeping it to tracks in the States, either here or VIR.
VIR, Virginia International Raceway.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because we have had EERC compete at Road America last season.
There you go.
Literally just before I start commentating. So
it's a good track.
It's a good track. And I'm sorry for all you Laguna Seca fans.
Myself being one of them.
Well, we are going to Laguna next, so I'm sure the Laguna Seca fans will be.
Well, GT racing there has been, I think at every single GT race that we have commentated, Matt and I has been good.
Yeah.
We had
let's hope we're not the exception.
Small track, very, you have the corkscrew. I know Roman Grosjean, he is a big fan of Laguna Seca. Myself, I don't like the track. That track and I have a very poor relationship when it comes to racing. And no, there goes second place in the LM-P2s, who goes way wide.
Oh, yes, Novak has got the braking all wrong as he tries to go down the inside and lap one of the Iris cars. That's probably the 86 of Kevin Reaches. Or
no, actually,
it
is Gitsoff in third
so
place.
Gitsoff was on the outside. I think Novak just got on the marbles, braked a bit way too late, and a little bit of a clumsy error there. That's really going to help Hives pull away. Gap now 69 seconds.
Give you guys a Le Mans update. Currently, Toyota still 1-2. Brendan Hartley in the number 8 car in second place, and Kobayashi currently running in first place. The Alpine team running in third place overall, and then we have a long list of LMP2 cars currently separating the two Glickenhauses, who are currently sitting 14th and 15th.
Oh, Toff goes a long way off track there and rubs the barrier just a little bit. Okay, rejoins. So it's been a horrible race in the end with Dream Team number 70. Really not entirely through their own fault with that disconnection, but not really been able to recover because we've seen this happen before where Dream Team finds themselves in a situation where they just have to push to catch up, and we saw them nursing a lot of damage at Mugello when they were fighting for the lead. They were the fastest car on track, but they kept losing time. Mistakes. And that seems to be their Achilles heel, really. At least they're still in the race, though. Like poor Pascal Eggert in the 445.
Yeah.
As impressed as I've been with BH Racing number 3 and the Paul Street Boys 753 car, I think Nick Homewood and 444 are probably going to end up taking 4th place here. I just think Homewood, on his different strategy, will be able to get ahead by the end and hold them off. Pfeiffer trying to negotiate Roman's BMW. Slightly held up with the fast stuff.
Seems like we have somebody in
into
the
the pits.
Oh, good catch. I just heard the horns and I was like, pit lane. All right.
Yeah, so that's 753 is going to have to give position to Homewood. Okay, and Homewood was sort of slowly catching him. He's now about 26 seconds down on Mayer. Still a chance. Lotai has got a 32-second gap on Mayer though, but to below it's still about 10 seconds. So I think the 88 is the faster of the two. This depends how this medium car strategy works out. To see if 88 decides to stick with the mediums or goes for the soft tyres. There's only 2 compounds, I believe, for GT3, whereas LM-P2s have got a few different ones. Oh, and Toff going off again. Sultan just lose concentration as the night falls. Rear tyres starting to lose grip.
And we're also approaching the halfway mark, so fatigue is going to be setting in force.
Perhaps frustration too with them being so far behind.
Yeah, and it's tough. It's really hard to get yourself out of that headspace once you've had enough of the race go poorly for you. But the only advice I can give is just focus up, take it one lap at a time, and try and get the consistency back under control.
And the other Toff, Joseph Toff, gets on board the 753. So he'll be trying to chase down Nick Homewood then. Amazingly, 5 cars still in the lead lap in GT3.
Which is what you want to see. It would be good to see them a little bit more cinched up and fighting one another, but all in the same lap this deep into a race is pretty impressive out of all of the drivers involved.
Especially when there's only 9 left.
Yeah.
Only 4 that have sort of fallen out. Even Toff has only just fallen out in the 753 for his pit stop. Both Mayer and the Iris ahead of him are a little wide at turn 1.
Hopefully this BMW. Oh, yeah, I figured this might become a problem. Wasn't he just chasing the BMW, or is that somebody else?
It's Weechers who's just gone off track at the last corner, I think. That's Weechers in 4th place, of course. What is the gap between Pfeiffer and Weechers? It is 20 seconds, so Valley Esports number 33 is coming within range. It's taken a long time. The 86 is starting to look vulnerable. Of course, only 33 seconds behind Pfeiffer is the incredibly quick Zoltan Valconi. Look at the lap times. Weechers last lap, 1:58.0 with that mistake. Martin Pfeiffer, 1:55.6. Zoltan Valconi, 1:54.7.
Is there a chance we can get the intervals on the stream?
We can get we can have a versus thing, if you like. I'll show you. There's a 1v1 battle or an extended battle, which has last lap times as well.
Yeah, a couple of people on stream have asked for intervals, but sometimes...
There you go. How's that? We don't have the throttle trace anymore, but we do have a very clear gap between each driver carrying lap times. There you go, those are the 2 Mugen teammates. This is below, I think, in 2nd place. Going away to the tune of 10 seconds from Milotai. 43 seconds down on Ruman. So it doesn't look like the 888 quite has the pace to really make any inroads on 30 Ruman. At least not for the time being, anyway. But one mistake from Iris, all it will take. We saw it happen to the 445, didn't we?
Indeed, we did.
This BMW, though, is doing a great job just holding on to the lead as much as he can. Currently out in front by 43 seconds.
A lovely livery of the Iris cars. It's sort of purple and pink. Not
Yeah,
a
I'm
combination you
digging
see
it.
often on racing cars. Works really well on the BMW, actually, even though it looks fine on the Orica as well. Great variety of liveries in this championship, actually.
Yeah, the teams really did knock it out of the park. It's a good couple looking cars.
The Mugans, I think Mugen was sort of a mix of two teams that used to compete in the championship last season, which were Fancy Esports, Hungary, or as Reachers go off track and rejoin. With Piper now only 16 seconds down on him, so
Richards is having a very, very tough time coming to grips with the car, it seems like.
Yeah,
That's
he's
the third time he's
fatiguing.
been off track.
he's only been in the car about an hour as well.
It's just not, it doesn't seem like it's going well for him currently as he was off track, almost into the wall, not even a half a lap ago, like over a lap ago. Oh,
Ooh, missed a apex there a little bit.
Yeah, they need to bring in and change drivers here at the 86 because Reaches is hemorrhaging time right now.
It could be, it could be a setup that's just not really compatible with the driving style. It could be a lot of different things. Maybe they're having a force feedback bug as well. But yeah, like right there, just the car is unstable under braking. I wonder how much they're having to wrestle with the car and not necessarily focusing as much on driving good laps.
I do know that Iris had a driver drop out on them before the race. I think Che Hatch was put in to replace in the 87, so I think Iris may have shuffled their lineup because of that. But yeah, they've still got Akos Forgax and Emily Callison, who you can hand over to for the 86. Might be someone else in that team as well. I'll have a look at the entry list. That sheds some light. But yeah, certainly Kevin Reach is struggling.
his lap times, I mean, he put up a lap time of 153 his best lap time is a 153.019.
That might not necessarily be him if it's the
that's
car
right.
total.
But he just ran a 61.056, which is 3 seconds slower than what Martin Pfeiffer put in Sector 1. In Sector 2, Kevin Witchers put up a 33.634. So he is actually basically a
you
full
can see
second.
it on screen, 10 seconds between Pfeiffer and Veachers. Roger Pfeiffer going to get the 33 within striking distance very soon if he continues at this rate.
Currently, he's 6 seconds off the pace total through the first two sectors. Again, Pfeiffer just trying to do something with this car. The Alpine into the grass, it looks like.
Yeah,
Had a little bit of trouble as well.
So the 86 Iris Automation car, the manager of both cars is Jeff Close, a former driver. So the team consists of, I think they've gotten Veachers in as a fourth driver because the team has Emily Carson, Bence Horvath, who we've not seen in action yet, and Akos Forgax, of course, started the race. It's probably the quickest, I assume, with the 86's lineup, because why they qualified with him. So, really, Bence Horvath is about. Very soon might be a good time to get him in to that number 86 if they want to hold on to fourth position. Because what they really don't want is for the 33 really become a threat to Gitsov and Jay Hatch in the 87. Because it was Ronnie McKibben, by the way, who dropped out. He was one of the 87's drivers who had to drop out pre-race. And they've got Che Hatch, Ten Lure, not seen in action yet, and Chris Gitsov. Which is why I think Che Hatch had a fairly long stint as well, because they've only got 3 drivers.
That would make sense.
We've had Che Hatch had a brilliant stint, and they've sort of done pretty well to maintain it. So easy. When you hand out, you inherit a lead, then blow it. Simple mistake when You've just taken it easy, maybe lost a bit of time, maintain position, would have been all you needed to do. Gap between Beaches and Gitsov, 71 seconds now, 72 actually. Going to the 4 hours remaining mark. I'm probably going to have to leave fairly soon for dinner. I'll let you know when that is. Minutes or so. Oh! Beaches spins!
And that actually
That's
makes
first
that
corner.
gap 3 seconds.
Tires are dying, Beaches is fatiguing. Yeah, and Python, you can see him at the end of the straight. So, worrying times now for 86 and Iris. Sonneveld is going to be over him like a scolded cat. Oh! See that? Sonneveld getting the rear spinning there, pushing for all he's worth to catch up.
Yeah, that gap that was once 10 seconds was wiped out in a matter of one incident going off track, and now it is 2.490 seconds. The last lap for Kevin Wichers was 158.495. About 3 seconds off the leader's pace.
Oh, this isn't good for Piper, being held up a bit actually by the by Milotai.
Oh,
there
and
goes
Weechers
Wichers.
loops it again. That's unfortunate.
And he loses out on that position as
There
well.
we go. Yeah.
Poor man is just he is not having a good time in this car. That's the second or third time on this exact lap.
It feels to me like Veachers is not pitting for new tyres, so it's almost like he's crumbling and fatiguing, but he's got no one to hand over to. So he's sort of like, well, I just have to continue and hope I don't lose too much time.
Well, he's only 12 laps into the stint.
But he's done quite a few stints. It's different drivers at different levels of endurance is the thing. But perhaps he's just not used to being left out this long, Kevin Veachers. But there we go. 33 is through into 4th place for Martin and Pfeiffer.
No, this is Witcher's first stint.
Okay. Clearly, just the car not set up for him.
And the LM-P2 car, it's a beast to handle. You can't drive it like a GT car. And you can't drive it like an F1 car. You have to. There's a happy medium in these cars that you can really drive with really good precision, as we see with Zoltan Hives right now in the DEAC Hackers team, currently leading this race. It's a high downforce car. It's very easy to lose this, and you have to keep off the curves, as we see him right there. He bumps on a curve. It unstables the car, and the car just doesn't like it, and will turn
Kevin
that car
Beaches
around.
into turn 4. That left-hander hairpin took 2 goes to turn it in there. He did not have any confidence. So, real worrying times there. But,
Yeah, just seeing him squabble around like that. It seems like maybe the brake bias is just...
Could there be damage to that car, maybe? I'm not sure where they would have got the damage, but...
No, I believe it's going to be one of two things. I think it's either a setup problem or they're simply just missing force feedback, because a lot of these
we did see Emily
mistakes are.
Carson having a few spins as well.
Yeah, 'cause a lot of this is just watching the driving now for a little while is overcorrections and undercorrections. It's not necessarily having the wrong idea going into a corner or anything like that. It's just as if the car is not responding the way the driver is expecting to, which is why we're seeing those weird lift-off oversteers at the exit of corners and running wide and turning in too much. That inconsistency could be explained away by a bad setup or an incompatible setup with the driver's style, or just a lack of force feedback, giving them information about how the car is supposed to be handling.
Yeah, I'm watching along with you here, Matt. I'm just seeing what happens when he brakes. Because when I was watching, when he was coming down into a heavy braking zone, you could see the car just really oversteering.
Yeah, and you watch the back end snap out there.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
It could be that Akos Forgax has set it up to get a really good lap in qualifying, and the other two drivers are sort of trying to compensate for the fact that the car is so twitchy.
Yeah, twitchy's a good way to put it, because that car turns in a millisecond, but it looks like he's really struggling to keep it under control.
Oh, spin in the pit lane there for Zoltan. That must be Toff there, yeah. He just about collects it. Oh, quite dramatic. And Mayer's in there as well, just being serviced in 4th position. So Homewood will get back into the top 4 here, as I predicted earlier. There we go. Getting through. 62 seconds now behind Martin Malotai, though. So it's going to take quite something for the 444 to get onto the podium again. But it certainly feels like, after his win last out, Nick Homewood has the season seems to have turned a corner a bit, fingers crossed. He definitely seems like a much more competitive prospect than he did a couple of rounds ago. 444, where they were sort of also rounds. They're struggling just to get some points. The Mayor and Toff are going to put up quite a fight for number 3 and number 753.
Still looking through the field here, keeping our eye on. Well, let's see. I'm trying to see if
Barconi has cut the gap to Veaches to 11 seconds. It was 20 seconds not too long ago.
Looking at the sector times, Witcher's 2 seconds off in sector 1, 1 second off. Actually,
it's the first and last sectors, especially, where he's losing a lot of time.
Yeah, he's losing.
Actually, the first sector, especially.
Yeah, he lost over a second in the last sector, with a 25.851 for Witchers and a 24.616 for Zoltan Varconi. So yeah, there's something wrong with that car.
Right, well, I gotta go. Sorry about that, guys.
Enjoy. No, not at all. Enjoy your dinner.
Yeah, we'll do. And I'll probably be back soon after. But we'll see if we can get some interviews with any of the drivers, because I've not tried to do that yet. I've been so engrossed in the race. What usually happens. Just wait till the end to interview them. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'll see you in about half an hour or so.
We'll talk to you in a little bit.
And enjoy the action. You know if I miss anything good.
Well, this is when it's going to get really interesting now. Under 4 hours to go, 3 hours, 50 minutes on the clock. And you got to wonder, how many more stops do we got to think of here? If they're doing 150 lap times, 153 lap times, and they've done how many laps so far? 128 at the halfway mark here. They did, 120, you would say?
Yeah, I would say about so, yeah.
So we're looking about 240 laps here total, and 21 lap stints. Hold on. 112. Okay, so 112 laps, really realistic, somewhat of a shot in the dark estimate. So there's gonna be a rough estimate about 5 stops, 5 to 6 stops for these teams to go, depending on what their strategy is. We know that our leader likes to go long with 23, 24 laps, so that actually is going to be more in their favor. They could potentially only have to do 4 more stops. Martin Novak's team, they're on that 21-22 stint strategy. They will have to have 5 stops. So if you are able to increase, this is where fuel saving can really come into play right about now, is if you can fuel save a couple of laps and extend these stints, you can be able to make it with 4 stops for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and I mean, that extra pit stop is, it's a minute and 10 seconds just about, if the pit stop goes perfectly without a driver change, and that's a lot of time on track. So, being able to get the fuel saving under control, try and make your tires last a little bit longer and eliminate an entire pit stop, that's the difference between a position, maybe even 2.
We're seeing the gap close between Zoltan Varconi and Kevin Wichers, excuse me. It's now 3.6 seconds. Hopefully, we will be able to see that battle. In second place, lapping the Alpine car. Wow, that Valet Esports car has some frontline speed to it. I'm actually very impressed by it, with how fast it got by that Alpine, unless that Alpine was just holding up and just lifted a little bit. Currently in 7th place for the GT3 cars. That is Francisco Perez, and he is also, it was one of those races that he probably is going to look on this one and went, you know what, let's forget about it. Let's move on to the next one. So, Matt, looking at it here, as it currently stands, I think it's definitely going to come down to in the LM-P2 class, the top 2 of the DEAC Hackers number 95, and then the Valet Esports number 90. Those 2 have been fighting very hard. Now we're seeing this battle coming alive for 5th place overall. Here comes Zoltan Varconi. He's going to make the move into the inside. Does he get it done? He does. That's through turn 1, and now he is absolutely released to go on to Marin Pfeiffer, but that gap is quite large. 30 seconds between those 2, between 4th and 5th place. But Kevin Wichers right now, he's going to fall back. He is just losing so much time behind this car now. And as you see, gets a little oversteer coming out of the corner there. But
yeah, it's you gotta wonder what's going on with the car here, because the previous lap was almost 5 seconds off the pace.
I'm looking at his stint. He's only been out for 18 laps. This one stint, and this is his only stint that we currently have recorded. So, yeah, either something is really drastically wrong with the setup, there's a bug, or something. It's not going well for him right now, and hopefully they can figure this out before the next driver gets in. Looking at, we're still riding along with LM-P2 cars. This is Chris Gitzoff from the Giovanni Iris Automotion team, the 87. Doing a good job here as well. Currently 112 seconds away from P2 and 77 seconds ahead of Marin Pfeiffer. Update on the 24 hours of Le Mans. After a brief safety car period, they are back to green flag racing. Your top 3 still remains as it was on the last update, with Toyota in 1 and 2, number 17 out in front with Komi Kobayashi, and Brendan Hartley in second place in the number 8. And then the Alpine team currently running third. Good for the Alpine team.
No kidding.
They win in Hungary, and then they're winning. They're on the podium in the first ever hypercar class in WEC. So they are having a good. I think they're having fun. So looking here, third place coming in from the GT3s. That is going to be the McLaren of Martin Molotai, and this Nick Homewood right now, 54 seconds. He is going to try and look for this position here. Martin was on the soft tire on that stint, but went on the green mark tire. Excuse me. Went 32 laps on that tire. Nick
Which, as we've been
Homewood,
seeing, is a pretty long stint for most of these cars, so props
that
for being able
is-
to pull that off.
that is a very long stint. Probably did some fuel saving too to make that happen. Nick Homewood currently 16 seconds and dropping here, trying to catch up. Now we're looking to Blago, who in the McLaren, who is currently 45 seconds off of Ferde Rimon.
Nick Homewood going to gain a position on the pit stop from Martin Militai. And as we were predicting earlier, we do expect to see him finish podium. He's been consistently quick during his stints, and he does tend to stay out a little bit longer than the rest of his competition. So we're going to see if that pays off, meaning a one less pit stop for him and his team. But definitely putting on a good performance right now. Now we're going to be focused on trying to chase down the other Mugen Sim Racing
Hold
88
on.
car. Yep.
We got
we got
a
LM-P the
spun.
wrong way around.
We have Chris Gitzoff spinning in the final turn there, so he did not. That was not good for him. But that brings the gap to Marin Pfeiffer to 56 seconds. Hopefully, there's nothing wrong with that car with Chris there, but definitely something you did not want to do there. With all those GT cars also coming through at the same time.
Yeah, because now he's going to have to fight back through that traffic in order to get back out into clean air, which is going to mean lost time for a couple of laps here. And considering the difficult time the teammate sister car is having, not an accident that the Iris Automation team was looking to deal with there.
Trying to see if there's any sort of damage on this car on that 6th place, and now we will have a fight for position shortly. Actually, no, we will not. We will not have a fight for position because Bent Boros is currently 2 laps down on Kevin Weichers.
That was, I believe that's the team. Nope, it's not because they got DQ'd again. Never mind.
All right, then. Barconi coming on in. And no, there goes an LMP.
Oh!
Two LMPs. This is massive carnage. So
We got
many
a
cars
rear
going
wing off
track.
as well. Oh, what a
that
nightmare.
Nightmare after nightmare for this Alpine car, that 36. He's got to come in. He has no rear wing. Makes that car basically impossible to drive. If you ever trying to drive an LMP car, an LMP2 car without a rear wing, do not recommend it. It is not fun. You get no grip on the rear tires, so he is going to be coming in for a pit stop, but that might end their race. Not having that rear wing at all is where is he at, Matt?
It's not looking good right now. It's
It
not looking
is-
good. Let's see where on the track they are.
Coming
Attention
through.
all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
That is a full course yellow being called out by race control.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
And there we go. There comes the full course caution here as the that LMP1 car legitimately just passed. Did he pass the straight? Did he pass pit lane? He did.
Yeah, he's out. So I've got it highlighted on my screen. That is turn. What is that? Turn 5. Yeah, he's getting ready to approach turn 5. He's just past turn 4. Yeah. So he's got a long way to go until he's in the pits.
And that accident happened well prior to the pits. He was in turn 17 when he was slowing down, and oh boy, that's a question. Why would you not go in the pit lane, my friend?
May have been pushed out beyond it. I couldn't tell you. I'm gonna rewind the stream here and see if I can't see a little bit more what happens.
So our full course for our first full course yellow here at the 8 hours of Korea. How long did we make it? Well, we made it almost 4.5 hours without a full course caution. So, and we are going to see some guys actually take this opportunity to pit. The BMW in the GT3 class currently leading. That is Ferdy Rahman. He stays out. But we're seeing third place, Chris Gitstoff, come on in, as well as the second place runner, Martin Novak. He is coming in as well to make his pit change. Hopefully, well, right now, as it stands, Chris Gitstoff just got lapped in the pit lane by the second place runner of Martin Novak, who came in. Zoltan Hives currently still out on track. He actually decided to stay out as well, seeing how many guys it looks like Weichert is in. Go ahead.
They lost the rear wing in turn 1, so they were beyond the pit entrance. In fact, the second time they spun out and put it into the wall was at the pit exit, so they did not have an opportunity to put it into the pits, which they are going to take now and get another rear wing fitted to that car.
Hopefully.
Attention all drivers, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
There you go. Back to green flag racing here in 10 seconds. You'll hear the countdown from the race stewards. Here we go.
3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
And if you are Chris Gitstoff, you are so happy right now. You are able to get that pit stop under the yellow, able to get out of pit lane right as green flag racing was just starting. So he'll actually be pretty happy about that, considering that Martin Novak, he did not pit, I don't think he actually pitted. I think he
take a look here.
Because it shows that...
I don't believe so. No, still on the same tires.
From the way it looks, 22 laps on those tires. So Chris Gitstoff going to be very, very happy about this, because he was able to get on, well, he was able to pit. Now Marin Pfeiffer is in the pit lane as well. Kevin Weicher still in the pit lane.
Maybe doing a driver swap there for the Aris Automation car.
And then Benz Boros also into the pit lane for that Alpine. That was the man who caused the accident and caused our first code 80 of the day. So that makes this very interesting now. Let's see what happens here. I'm trying to see where else is maybe some fights or some battles that will be potentially coming back into play. 7 seconds from Martin Milota and Nick Homewood. Nick Homewood currently 10th overall on the podium, on the final podium position. So that gap is getting smaller. Currently watching, what is this? Switch to an LMP2 car. That is Martin Novak. Now we're
looking at the field right now. It is pretty well spaced out. I don't see any battles for position going on right now. I think the closest thing we've got is between the 15 and 16 car, but there is a laps difference between the two of them.
Well, now we're seeing a little bit of I'm not saying a battle, but the number 21, Zoltan Varconi, just got past Martin Novak and was able to take a lap off of second place. Currently, Zoltan Varconi, he's 2 laps off. He's 2 laps down on the leader. So he was able to find some pace in that car over Martin Novak. He ran a 152.433. Okay, Zoltan. With our leader only doing a 153.089. So over a half a second difference between P5 currently and the leader's pace.
Zoltan Varconi, someone we've been watching for most of the race. Very, very, very fast driver, but had an unfortunate disconnect early on in the race. But they are trying to get that Mugen sim racing car around the track as many times as they can before the end of the race, and it has been successful now, just 2 laps down from the leader and unlapping themselves at least once from our current second place car. Definitely putting out a strong performance, and they do have time to continue to move up that leaderboard with 3.5 hours left in this race. They have plenty of time if they are as consistent as they've been and keep driving as fast as they have. There's a good chance of a podium finish for this team.
Now we have some driver swaps in the GT field. We have Joseph Toff back in the number 753, as well as Mario Sequeira in the GT3 McLaren for the Geode Morgan Motorsports team. Trying to see if anybody else has done a driver swap. That seems to be about it. Actually, in the Orica 07 team, the number 37, that Alpine. Yeah. Matt, I'm gonna let you try.
Last name's Erdelli.
Erdelli. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna go with Erdelli for now. Currently 7 laps off the pace. Well, off the lead lap now, but it's gonna continue. He is back out on track. Hopefully that car is in working condition after losing the rear wing.
It does put them 3 laps down on the rest of the competition, though, so an unfortunate mishap for them. It did appear as though they got collected in the accident, not something they caused, so unfortunate circumstance, but they are back out on the track. They did not DNF the car, and they're headed back into the pits. Okay.
Well, that is probably going to be a DNF for those guys. I don't think they enjoyed it. They liked that car at all in the way that it's handling right now. And I thought that would have been a pretty strong car here today. It looked strong at the start, but
yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That is sim racing. That is endurance racing. It does happen. But it looks like they got the car up on the jacks, so maybe they just dropped back down off the jacks. Not sure what's going on. Right now on camera, our GT3 leader, Ferdi Rahman, has been putting on quite the performance for us. Currently, let's see, what is the gap to second place in class there? 28 seconds, almost 29 seconds out in front of the next GT3 car, putting on an excellent performance. Them and the teammate pushing their way up from 14th, currently up into 8th, first in class. We'll see if they continue to put on that strong of a performance. The Orca 07 number 36 car making their way back out on the track after that unscheduled pit stop. Aradelli behind the wheel, going to get out there and start pushing. That extra pit stop definitely did not hurt, or definitely hurt their chances of a podium finish, but they are continuing to drive the car around. And we got Martin Novak on TV right now, I believe. And as I say that, it pans over to the 6th place in class, Joseph Toth, the McLaren 650S. Looking around the track, not a whole lot going on right now. Track's nice and spaced out. We're in between pit schedules right now. Let's see, 10th and 11th. You know, actually, we may have a battle unfolding for 10th place between Nick Homewood and Martin Militai. Hopefully the camera will pan over to that because they are pretty close to one another right now, just 2.5 seconds separating the two cars. And we may actually see a battle between the two of these here pretty soon. Last lap out of Homewood was a 2:08.9. Previous lap for Militai was a 2:07.5. Those two cars are going to run into each other eventually. We might see a little bit of excitement here out of these two teams if they catch one another.
Just looking, seeing if anybody, just people lapping each other. And actually, we will have a battle here between two McLarens, Nick Homewood and Martin Militai. Actually, never mind. Yeah, 1 second separates the both of them. And then 8th and 9th are all. That's not even a battle for position, is it? No. Now, my timing screen is going all over the place. Just trying to figure out where I am at. 3rd place amongst the GT3, Nick Homewood. I'm going to see with this McLaren just trying just to hold on to 4th place. He's trying to actually close the gap. Well, hopefully can try and close this gap, but on the podium position, Martin Militai, he's not even... Why are they not showing us this battle that's going on?
Not entirely certain.
Are they a second apart?
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it's proximity based. I couldn't tell you, but that is where the next battle is going to unfold right now. Two McLarens chasing each other down, a 720S in front, a 650S behind. And based on previous laps right now, Nick Homewood is a little bit slower, so we should see the McLaren or the Mugen Sim Racing team's number 88 car catch up to Homewood, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of action here. But right now, the stream is just keeping an eye on our current race leader, Zoltan Hives, in the Eureka Diak Hackers number 95 car. Been putting on a strong performance this entire race, and we'll see if that continues to be the case. Although now it looks like the camera team has woken up, and we're now looking at Martin Militai in the 650S behind Nick Homewood. These two cars will be for position. They are on the same lap, so hopefully we get a little bit of racing going on here as they come around the bend and get ready to enter turn 1. Well, actually, excuse me, not quite yet. We're getting there.
Getting closer and closer each and every second here. To a battle for the top 10. So, lap 140, here at the Korea International Circuit.
And not even
Ooh,
just the top 10, actually. It's even a battle for podium in class as well. So actually, there's a lot riding on this position that Nick Homewood is holding on to right now.
Might want to strap up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a fun couple last few hours here as we are approaching now 3 hours, 25 minutes, actually 24 minutes now to go.
That second and a half gap is not getting smaller as quickly as we would like to see up here in the commentary booth, but these two drivers now putting down about the same lap time.
Nick Homewood, I think, well, Nick Homewood was a little bit slower on that lap by 0.4 of a second. Martin Milotai was 208.212. Nick Homewood with a 208.689. So, you know, these guys, they're giving a little bit. I'm trying to see where the difference is in these two drivers. It looks like it's definitely Sector 1.
Sector 1, yeah.
By 0.6. And then in Sector 2, 0.2 separating the two. But in the last sector, Nick Homewood is a little bit faster by a few milliseconds.
Yeah, so first sector timing for this lap right now, Martin Milotai is a half second faster than his competitor Nick Homewood. So we may actually see these two cars converge here in the next couple of laps.
Very, very tight GT racing here between Nick Homewood and Martin Milotai. Looking at the LMPs, the LMPs have pretty much spread themselves out. Wouldn't surprise, you know, those guys are in kind of a weird pit strategy lull in between pit stops. So they're, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see when pit stops start here for those guys, which will be here in the next lap or so. Yeah, everyone's hitting that 21, 22 lap stint times. Kevin Witcher's 22 laps. Berdelli, 21 laps. Hives at 22 laps. Novak has done 22 laps. And Gitzoff has done 22 laps. So I'll be very curious to see what happens here in the next couple of laps. Lap 142. Are we still feeling four more stops, four more pit stops, or are we thinking it's going to be a 5?
You know, unless we see another full course yellow, I think in 4 stops is probably realistic at this point. That said, Nick Homewood starting to lose his lead to Martin Milotai now, who has gone from some lights in the rearview mirror to a car that's probably occupying the entire camera at this point. The lights are going to be blinding the driver out in front. Martin Milotai doing a fantastic job of staying consistent, as brought a gap of almost 2 seconds down to less than half a second now. Nick Homewood is going to start feeling the pressure here pretty soon, and not to be forgotten, an LM-P2 car is getting ready to pass him, and I believe that's our race leader, Zoltan Hives. It is.
Well, looks like I've rejoined at the right point, guys.
Yeah.
With Milotai putting pressure on Nick Homewood. Been very impressed by Nick Homewood, actually, with the 445 dropping out of contention for the lead. Homewood has really stepped up and been able to use this different strategy to split the Muggins, as we see. Oh, there we go. Milotai having to let the race leader through, actually.
That could be really big for Homewood right now. Every 10th counts, as Milotai has been reeling in Homewood. We might get extra laps of reprieve here.
I wonder why Mugen has split the strategy with the 88 going for the mediums. Is it just a case of the drivers there prefer the medium tire, or is it working better in this night stint?
it is working better in this night stint if we watch the lap times between Homewood and Militai. Granted, they're different cars, different drivers. However, Militai has been consistently faster than Homewood.
Yeah, I do wonder though if it's only a matter of time with the 88 being the championship leader, one of the fastest GT3 cars out there. Whether Nick Homewood, the best he can hope for, maybe is fourth in his real races with Maya, not really with Militai. But we'll have to see. He'll hold on for as long as he can. I would love to see Nick Homewood on the podium again for a second consecutive race. I think he would really deserve it.
He's certainly fighting for it, and just because you have a faster car behind you does not mean that it is inevitable that that car is going to pass you. All you need to be is
the valet.
Yep, through goes the LM-P2, nice
That's
and drama
Novak,
free.
isn't it? Who's fighting for the lead? Still 40 seconds, just 40 seconds behind Hives.
It is,
Right.
and you did miss a code 80 for whatever it's worth.
Okay, the only code 80 of the race, no doubt.
Yeah, there was a rear wing off of the current. Is I believe the last place in split car. Yeah, the number 36 car currently has Aradelli at the wheel.
Okay, well, it's been pretty wretched afternoon for the 36. 36, you mean? Not the 37.
Yes.
I don't think there is
Yeah,
a 37 in
36.
this. But yeah, the Aradelli not having a great time at the moment, 7 laps down. But still in the race, will still get points, which is the key thing with these drivers that are not doing the whole season. Getting every little point can really make a big difference.
Yep.
Yeah, Homewood now under pressure once again. The gap closes in. Of course, those mediums are going to be in better nick for a bit longer, aren't they? Better condition due to the nature of them being medium tyres. So,
I mean, especially if you've got a driver who you know has faster pace, give them the extra tire life, give them a full tank of gas, and send them out there for as long as you can get them out there for. And as you can see, it is paying off because he is reeling in that car in front. The McLaren of Nick Homewood has gone from having a healthy gap to any car behind to having another McLaren right up his chuff.
yeah, of course, with the different fuel strategy that Homewood's doing, could this pay off later in the race?
Yeah, it's hard to tell right now with just shy of 3.5 hours left in this race. Really, anything could happen.
Oh, and the second place in GT3's pit below. But I don't think it's going to be enough for Homewood to get him 85 seconds down.
Oh,
Almost the way Homewood
car.
holding up.
Ooh, almost causing an accident there.
Oh, the 36, yeah, really struggling to turn 4. Oof.
Cut in on the inside of the apex, and as we've been talking about, those LM-P2 cars only like the tarmac.
This is
so as soon as
really
they get
holding
off,
up
it's
Militai
dangerous.
as well.
Yeah, which is good for Homewood.
It's almost like with Homewood in between, it's really dented the progress that the 88 was making up until about an hour or two ago. They were just consistently gaining. They were about 10 seconds behind the AAA. And now it feels like they're falling out of touch.
Either falling out of touch or getting pushed back in the pack because, yeah, looking at the line graph here, tracking their progress, it has been steady improvement up until about 45 minutes to an hour ago. Nick Homewood doing an excellent job on defense then.
That's what we should expect that now after his heroics last time out. If you haven't listened to that commentary, by the way, I should send it to you maybe during a dull's part of this race when this battle ends. But me and Joshua went kind of ballistic at the end of the GT3 race yesterday.
Oh,
not
Nick
yesterday,
Homewood into the pits. Militai is going to stay out. That is going to be a position for Militai. But that is also dependent on pit stops here, as we could see him come into the pits here shortly and Homewood take that position right
Below
back.
is still being serviced. This is quite a long stop for Below, isn't it?
Could be a driver swap.
Could well be. Below has been in a while.
Well,
Yep, and
gentlemen,
we're going to see Bentz back in the car.
Frederick Benson retakes the AAA. They're just in third in the race behind his teammate. Back to a situation where they've only got one car in the lead lap, and that's the leader in GT3, Freddie Riemann. But of course, he's yet to make his stop. And Mugen have gone for the same strategy, both on the mediums now.
After seeing it work so well for Militai, you gotta, as a team, you kind of gotta look at that and think, okay, is this going to be the strategy when we've got a course that's as cold as it is?
Yeah, and those 29
softs
degrees consistently. I don't think it changes too much, depending on the night.
No, it is stayed. That's properly warm too, which is going to reduce the life of those soft tires. So you gotta wonder if those mediums are the better call.
It's odd that. Well, to be fair, Mario Sequeira, 446, and Stan Gorbat, 35, they're also on the medium, so they've sort of seen what Mugen are doing and copying it in GT3, but nobody else has, especially not 30 Roman in the lead, so could it be that Iris have missed the trick here? Or are they in a position where they can just do quick stints on the soft tyres and sort of come out ahead? The track position, they've already got that, so they don't need to stay out as long as the mediums do.
Yeah. The number 444 car does have a driver swap. Mario Valencia now behind the wheel.
There we go. So they emerge back in 6th position. Seem to be the only one that sort of bumps up and down the field is the 444, and it's between being 3rd and being in 6th after their stop. So they sort of have to wait for the 753, the number 3, and the 888 to stop in front of them. But every time they do that, the 888 seems to get closer and closer, doesn't it? That does indicate that the 888 strategy is the 88. Sorry, the 88 strategy is working. So the 888 having made their stop, they're sort of the first in sequence, if that makes sense.
Right.
Although they're second, basically, in the net order in GT3. Well, that's confusing. I'll have to see how this all works out. If there's any more Code 80s, that could really play into the hands of those who are staying out longer. Well, the person making the most progress at the moment seems to be Varconi on Pyther. He's cut a 30-second gap to about 22 seconds.
Yeah,
Pyther himself
Varconi,
chasing Chris Kitsov. 89 seconds the gap there. So I think Pyther could be in trouble. I'm not sure that Varconi, even at his pace, can catch and pass Chris Kitsov before the end, or especially Jay Hatch if Jay Hatch takes over.
Yeah, a podium finish is going to be tough, but we have seen Varconi go incredibly quick, still having the fastest lap, and has been holding that for at least 2 hours now, without any response from the race leaders. So we might see Varconi pull off some magic here and pass Pfeiffer. But I think a podium is going to be out of reach, being 2 laps down. But with still 3 hours to go, there is always a chance. Anything could happen.
Indeed, a lot could happen. What could go wrong for other people could go right for you as well. And as we see, Zoltan High is being held up a little bit by looks like the 753 of Toff. Got to think, the Varconi and the 21 squad are favourites for the championship at this phase, even with them down in 5th. Even if they scored no points today, probably would still be favourites. I don't think even winning that the 95 can pull ahead, because they were about something like 40 behind going into this one. They're getting 25 points. Would bring them right back into it.
True.
And it's definitely really costly, as I said earlier, for the number 20 of Gaba Hivesi. That wheel failure could be the thing that loses them the championship, because losing those 25 points, I don't think they would have been in a great position later in the race to win it.
Well, gentlemen, I am going to have to step away for the rest of the day.
That wedding isn't going to DJ itself.
No, it does not. It will not DJ itself, but I want to thank both of you for letting me be a part of this. Thank you to the EERC crew and team, and to Gridfinder, and what was the other one?
Sadler.
Sadler, thank you.
Even I remember it now. You've rubbed that off on me.
There we go. There we go. All right. Well, thank you guys. Hope the rest of the race goes well. Will be an exciting finish for sure.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
Take it easy, man.
Right, well, there we go. And then there were two.
And then there were two.
Yeah, so Dan Gulvad in the 35, incidentally, while we were just saying goodbye there, has got himself a penalty. I'm not sure what that's for.
Let's see if the stewards have... Yeah, they did rule on it. Let's see here. To be investigated after the race.
Yeah, so there was some kind of incident with Dream Team about 6 minutes ago. Possibly where they held each other and ran into one another. Apparently an incident between Wall Street Boys and Iris 86 where the report was discarded because they in the report they indicated the wrong lap, and apparently they did that twice.
Yeah, it's yikes. Could be hard to keep track of, though.
Dude, with how many laps elapsed? Laps elapsed. Try saying that 3 times as fast.
What were we? We were speculating a little bit ago. I forgot the number we came up with, but it was also long enough ago that I don't recall. But I think we had about 45 minutes ago. I think we were guessing like another 140 or so
Apparently,
laps.
Stan. I've just been told by Chris Hopkins that Stan's penalty was for cutting the track. Not easy to do at the last sector, especially.
Yeah, no kidding.
Tight corners you can cut. Yeah. So inclined, you will get penalties for it, of course. That we saw it's exactly 20 seconds now between Varconi and Pythos. That is really the big battle to watch out for. But the other real big battle, I think, is the strategy battle in GT3 between two moving cars. Maya Toff and Mario Valencia in the triple forward machine.
I'm surprised at how far back Mario Valencia's team has fallen, where they were in pretty close contention with Martin Militai to be almost a lap down now. I'm very confused.
Well, they're 9 seconds behind Toff. It's because of their alternate strategy, of course. They've had to pick before everyone else. So them and the 888 car are sort of the only ones who are kind of pit in this sequence. But I think they've either on a really early pit strategy or a really late one. We'll have to see how it plays out in the end.
Yeah. Fair.
We should see Mayer and Toff in fairly soon. And then, I think, Milotai and Riman. Was Riman... I think 30 came in not too long ago, if I remember correctly. Okay. I think 30's on 10-lap-old tyres, if I remember correctly, yeah?
Let's see here.
Milotai's on 33-lap-old mediums. Bence is... Oh no, that's the... I've got the stint lengths every way around. So Bence is on 5-lap-old mediums. Milotai's on 16-lap-old mediums.
And Fede Roman is on
32
lap-old softs, so he's going to be feeling that.
Yeah, so that really shows the job that Iris are doing, aren't they?
Well, I mean, yeah, considering the fact that they put in not the fastest lap in class, but they were only 0.3 off on those old of tires, when I think that Benz is on fairly new ones. And on mediums. Yeah, he's on brand new mediums, and still just barely outpacing the GT3 leader, Fede Roman.
Yeah, with Valencia, though, on these fresh tyres, he should stand a decent chance of catching Joseph Toff. If Joseph doesn't just pit in front of him. Also, having to get rid out of the way for the valet penalty too probably won't help there. change the graphics because no real battles on. It's more interesting to see the throttle traces and get what gear everyone is in.
Fair enough.
Say that now, there'll probably be a battle in a minute. Yeah, I do have a mid-race results thing, but the thing is, with so few drivers left in the race, or teams rather, there's no real point because you could almost fit all of these on one page. So
Yeah.
it's only really worth showing at the very end, to be honest. Freddie Roman, of the Iris number 7, I have to say, are probably the team of the race for me, because they've really done the best job. And although I do think Novak and number 90 and the number 95 have been really strong in LMP2, I think with Hevesi having to retire so early on and the pace of Arconi as well, makes me wonder whether the best drivers are kind of be unlucky in LMP2, whereas GT3 I feel like it's a more accurate kind of order, apart from obviously Milotai being disconnected, the 88 being disconnected earlier. It would have been interesting to see where they would have filtered out with the Iris battle.
Yeah, very true.
But still, the 88 in a dominant position in GT3 standings, so if they can get on the podium here in third, you agree to limit the damage here of Iris winning. Got a bunch of cars within sort of touching distance if they can get the strategy working, like the 444. Alright, Valencia is close to in 5 seconds actually of Joseph Top. Closing.
Putting in some very quick laps, too. I don't know if you're watching the timings, but the previous lap being a 207.8, Joseph Toth's was a 210.4. In fact, Mario Valencia outpacing all but Ferdi Rahman in first place.
So certainly those fresh tyres being used to full advantage. Oh, Kevin Reaches! Oh, it's almost carbon copy of what we saw Emily Callison do early in the race. Just about avoiding. And Reaches also getting a penalty to add insult to injury. So, Reaches, who we saw earlier being passed by Varconi, and of course the 33 of Pfeiffer, could now, it's not going to drop behind Delhi, but it's going to well and truly lose touch, isn't he? He almost certainly locks them into a 6th place finish, doesn't it?
Effectively, yeah, unless some magic happens. I do think that is kind of the fate they were just given.
Unless Emily Callison can get back on board and do a brilliant job. There's someone facing the wrong way there. Sultan Highs, incidentally, has got the gap up to 47 seconds to Novak, so it's been a bit nip and tuck between the two. I think Novak's been doing a really good job, actually, just to keep it steady and not make too many mistakes. That's been a bit of an Achilles heel for him in the past, as Viches goes into pits to serve his penalty.
Yeah, Viches really been struggling with the with controlling the car. To Adam and I, it looked as though there's just an incompatible setup. The car's real twitchy under braking, and we saw a lot of spins out of the car. So hopefully they've gotten that ironed out.
In the pits now as well. The Milotai gets that back on the lead lap. First time in a long while. Beaches, look at that, weaving down the straight. Did you see that?
I did, yeah. Trying to get some temperature in the tires, maybe.
Possibly. Oh! Look at your drift there through turn 3. Full opposite lock. Well, good save actually by Kevin Beaches there. That indicates to me a driver trying to keep himself awake.
Yeah, and I just keep an eye. It really does look like I don't even know if I can assign the blame to the driver. Just really struggling to keep that car under control.
That car looks a bit evil.
It looks very twitchy, which screams I was set up to drive fast in quali and not necessarily be stable for a race.
So Sven Gielhead gets back on board the number 7. Gap between himself and Molotai. About 60 seconds now. But Gielhead, I think, yet to come out. As we can hit the 3 hours remaining mark. Going to the end game now.
Oh no!
Oh. Picks Amara Sequeira. Oh, loses the rear wing. So that could be a code 80 here as Gielhead still getting out of the pits here. 39 seconds to himself in Molotai. Jorvad has also just entered the pit lane as well. But that was near the final sector, wasn't it? So hopefully, Amara Sequeira, who that's behind his teammate Mario Valencia, can the pits without any incident.
Yeah, I don't know if this game simulates damage from debris, but Zoltan Hives, the race leader, drives right over the broken off wing from the GT3 car.
Cool. I think should be okay doing that, but I don't know for sure. Pytho also comes in pole position for the pits. That allows Valconi through to 4th, of course. They're on a slightly different strategy. Pits to Pytho. So, yeah, surely Valconi now, his objective is put the hammer down and hopefully trying to overcut the 33.
It has some driving to do, but him and his teammate are both very quick, so...
Sequeira did make it back to the pits, by the way, we just saw.
Yep.
So, 446 out of danger.
And if you'll excuse me for just a moment, I'm going to go take a quick break.
Alright, see us. And the race leader pits. Kevin reaches. So could Zoltan Hives be changing driver here? Valconi also coming into the pits, that'll drop in behind Pytha. Jorvad gets past Sequeira. At the pits behind. Oh, right behind actually, Stan Jorvad. Yeah. Ian is 3 seconds ahead. There he is. You can just see him getting into turn 3 there. But the going through. I think. Novak. The race now. Valley number 90. Hives continues to be serviced. So Zoltan Hives re-emerge is about just under 30 seconds behind Novak. So it really depends how long can the number 90 stretch the stint out. Now it's 55 minutes remaining. Because if I was 95, I might be a little bit concerned. He is still in touch. He's not having a great exit from the pits here on this lap. Yeah, ballooning up to 34 seconds. Surely 95 will warm up its tyres, get back on pace. Beaches re-enters the pits. Real trouble for the 86. There's your current race leader for the time being, as Hives takes the 2 seconds out actually of Novak. Fresh tyres. Bounce the curve there. Not holding back here. The 90. Or against the odds drive. This is much like Suzuka, where they did end up winning here. Except here they're in contention. It's been a pretty impressive season by Valet actually. Actually the second half. They're in there or thereabouts on the podium now and again. Do they have an answer for the EAC hackers? Situation with the Triple Eight, 10 seconds now behind the 88. Well clear. 4th, 3rd, 5th and 6th. They are 3rd, of course, so yeah, they wouldn't be clear of 3rd because they are the car in 3rd. Oh, this looks a bit tetchy. Jorvad being passed. Lapped it. Oh, Kevin Beecher's in more trouble. Good for Kevin. But, well, he's got Secrera on the same lap as him. Oh, purple final sector for Zoltan Varconi. Continues to chase Martin Partner for the gap. 22 seconds. Varconi really feels like the fastest driver out there. So much bad luck for Mugen's LM-P2 team in this race. P3 team recovered very well. Yitzov enters the pit lane. Could he be there to hand over his teammates? Seems to just have a constant appointment in the pit lane. The leader Novak pits. Will hand over the lead to Hives once more. Maybe 2 or 3 laps there. Valley Esports number 90. Really got to hope that the race ends at a sequence. There's a code 80 that could completely strategy around against them. Or alternatively, it could play for them if they're ahead when the code 80 is called. Very narrow window. Through goes Hives. 2nd and 3rd in LMP2 in the pits. That Toff, stationary. Yeah, after retiring from the race there. That's not good. Yeah, Varconi goes a bit off track there, pushing a bit too hard. We got down to 18 seconds to Pfeiffer. 10 Lure steps aboard the RS Automation 87. Great driver, 10 Lure. Let's see what he can do. The Kenyas is back on board the number 90, so 90 and 87 bring out the big guns. See if we can make a difference. Camper Kenyas snatched the win away from Zoltan Hives as Mario Valencia misses the first corner and rejoins the pit lane and it's a bit clumsy, and he's about to be lapped by the class leader. So Valencia just pushing a bit too hard to catch up to Myers. Toff enters the pit lane. The personal best lap times. Kenya's and Lua, green in all sectors. Feels now the pace is going to be up. Last 2 hours, 50 minutes. Who do you think the Kenyas could be a genuine threat? Close down that 51-second gap, or at least halve it. Really puts the pressure on the 95. Such an important win for them. They've got to secure it. As Mazzario steps on board the 735 car, and Mayer pits in the number 3. Going to put the 444 of Valencia into 4th position. Now 60-second gap between Mario Valencia and Cedric Bentz in Triple Eight. So Mugen seemed to have swapped the positions around fairly naturally, actually, to put the leading car front due to its better pace. So not done yet in either class, really. Lotai and the 88 squad definitely fast enough to potentially close on Geelhead near the end, but the Iris number 7 got everything they need to maintain the gap. Off re-emerges. They re-emerge behind. Oh, well behind actually. The frozen, so let's see if we can refresh it. Someone coming in the pits there is Reaches again. Oh, there he is. Just about making the entry. This has cut about 2 seconds out of Hives' lead. It's now 49 seconds. 49 seconds in both classes, actually. Well poised. Final phase of the race. 159 laps completed. I definitely exceed 200 laps for this Korean international circuit.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, hey, Matt.
I missed anything good?
753 is pit.
Ooh, looks like we have a DNF as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Off in the Dream Team number 70. They just came to a halt. So I wonder if either the fact they were so far down or maybe some other issue there with the boats or a technical side. But yeah, they decided to call it a night. Have them do the last 2 hours, 50 minutes or so. But it's a shame, really, because we did see such a great fight between Dream Team, Iris number 7, and the 88 near the beginning of the race.
Right.
So yeah, it's definitely sad to lose. Dream Team's finishing record the last couple of races was really strong in second places, so sad to see them have another retirement. Feels like they're
sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
That's just sim racing.
Yeah, they got disconnected and their race never really recovered from that, unfortunately, whereas the 88 was a bit luckier. They sort of disconnected and got back in much quicker, only lost a lap or 2, and were able to sort of recover that.
Yeah.
For Delhi, service. It feels like Kevin Beechers is pitting every other lap for some reason. Perhaps to put on fresh tyres. I don't know, but they lost a lot of ground now to Balcony. Inexorably coasting up to the back of Pfeiffer, 14 seconds behind now.
It's it's an interesting trend. We've seen the LMP cars kind of tighten up the pack a little bit now, with the majority of them being on the same lap. And we've seen the opposite happen with the GT3 cars, whereas for a very long time we had them all on the same lap, and they've spaced out quite a bit now.
Yeah, Valencia's got back up to 4th with the pit stops. It definitely feels like it's a fuel battle with EH Racing number 3 and Paul Street Boys number 753.
Yeah, it looks like they have the pace to catch Benz. The question is time, really, is how long it's going to take them to get there.
Yeah. It's hard to see which way it's going to go, really. I think it could well come to the last couple of laps with Valencia leading one of the Mugen cars and just having to hold on to that 3rd place. Where I see it panning out. I can't see anyone catching Geelhead, though. Although, having said that, Militao has cut the gap to 2 seconds, so the 88 has been pushing, as we see Pfeiffer made a little mistake coming out of turn 3 just a couple of seconds ago. About able to recover without losing too much time, but only got the gap to 12 seconds now. Got to feel like when we get to 15 minutes time from now, 21's going to be a hell of a lot closer.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the 95 DAC hackers will be hoping that the 21 makes as little progress as possible, basically.
Well, their success kind of depends on that, so...
So really, the 33, a Pfeiffer, going to be the best friend then to the 95 team, even though they were batting with them earlier. But
So you had mentioned, not to sidetrack us too far from the race, but you had mentioned you used to drive and you started commentating recently. What did you used to drive?
I used to drive in Trackmania mainly.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's completely different. But
Yo, I know.
But the main thing I used to do actually was a Grand Prix series in Trackmania. Oh, was that 10 Lure? It was way off track there. Sorry, the auto director just cut away.
Yep.
Someone in the pits. But Lure, who had just gotten on board the 87, running for 3rd place. I was saying a few moments ago, when the Kenyas and Lure got on board, they pit at the same time that the 1987 bring out the big guns, but Lure only 64 seconds ahead of Martin Piper now.
Yeah, and Veacher's back in the pits.
Yeah, he's been continually doing that. Every 4 or 5 laps or so, he's coming back in. Makes you think that he's just really tired. He's had a long stint now, and he's suffered throughout all of it. Poor guy. But even with all that happening, he's still running in 6th, which would be a great result for the 86.
Yeah.
With everything that's happened in the race so far.
Yeah, no kidding.
But 2 laps to Adeli, they can just about manage this for the last 2.5 hours or so. Really got to hope that Beaches is going to be relieved of GD soon, because he must be fatiguing. We don't see anything. It's not just the setup problem, which I agree. It's not
driver
his
fatigue
fault,
at this point.
but the driver is also fatiguing. He's having to drive around a really tricky setup, and it's almost like that's making him tire out a lot more quickly.
Oh, absolutely, because not only are you dealing with having to think much more than you normally so I mean, if you have a good setup and you're synergizing with it and it feels good, you're not thinking about how to handle the car. You're thinking about pushing it and driving as fast.
Yeah, you're getting into a rhythm, you're getting into a flow where it's sort of second nature.
Right, and when you have a setup that makes the car incompatible with your driving style, then 100% of your focus is on just keeping the car on the track, and it leads to poor lap times, it leads to overexertion, you get tired more quickly, it's just not good. And I've suffered from that personally, that's why I know this. I've driven on an endurance team with drivers that were much quicker than myself, and the setup was tuned to them, not me, and it was unstable, and it was not fun. So
It's like being the bronze driver at Le Mans, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then sort of is it GTM that's that where they have to have at least one bronze driver?
I believe
think it
so.
might be other classes as well, like LM-P2.
And Veacher's back into the pits.
Yes, again. I hate to count how
You
many
know,
stops he's
I
done.
wonder if they're trying to swap him out and they're just having technical difficulties. So they
It
just
could
keep
be,
sending
yes.
him into the pits. Be like, okay, they'll be ready this time. But no, he's just driving through.
Feels like someone who's
Oh
pushing
wait,
for the
maybe a
eject
stop.
button.
Okay, let's see if there's a driver swap here. I hope for Kevin's sake that there is.
Poor Kevin. Delhi, by the way, must be licking his lips and seeing this.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because going for a big...
This is only shot
8 laps down on him to...
Yeah.
6 or 8 laps down on him to maybe 2 or 3 laps and closing each time. Because going in the pits, you lose so much time each lap. That's how many sets of
and
tires
Vance
Beatrice
Horvath's
has
in the
got
car
through.
now.
There we go, finally. So Horvath makes an appearance. Probably about half an hour too late to save the 86's race.
In chat, Valestra, what is the gap between P5 and P4 LMP2? Between P5 and P4 right now, there is currently a 62-second gap.
Is that in LMP2? I'm seeing a 13-second gap between Barconi and Pfeiffer.
Isn't that 5 to 6, or is that...
Oh, 5 to 6. I thought you said 4 to 5. 5 to 6.
Well, so yeah,
much quicker. It's 4
Yeah,
laps,
no,
yeah.
4... Well, 4 to 5, I thought it was 60 seconds, but I guess I might be misreading the split.
40, yeah, that's 3rd to 4th, I think.
Okay.
And the gap between Lure and Pfeiffer. The gap between Pfeiffer and
Take a look at the
Barconi,
map,
4th
see if
and
that makes
5th,
sense.
is 11 seconds now, actually. So Pfeiffer's lost a couple of seconds as we watch him. And he continues his charge as Pfeiffer kind of misses the apex at turn 3.
Yeah,
I
12
really
seconds
think
is closer.
Barconi's surely going to catch him very, very soon. Don't miss that, folks. You start for the championship. Both championships, of course. There's Horvath. Board the 86, so Adeli. Yeah, he's still a couple of laps down, so he'll be a bit annoyed that the 86 has got stuff under control now. Yeah, 2 green, final 2 sectors for Horvath, actually. So that really shows the impact that a new driver can make through one's fatiguing, because it was hilarious when the Kenyas and Lua got on board the number 90 and number 87, instantly green in all sectors,
Right.
both drivers, which really showed that the tyres had gone away and the drivers had kind of gone away from the previous stint. They needed refreshing. The Rotai has fallen away a bit, actually, from the back of Geelhead. Geelhead has really extended the gap to 55 seconds now. But the same can't really be said for Hives and Bekenyas. Bekenyas has gradually been closing microtenths by microtenths, thousandths and thousandths of a second. Gap's now about 46.9, 46.5 actually. So I really think the number 90 is going to be the thorn in the side of DEAC hackers. And DEAC, by the way, they are a Hungarian sports team in like real sports as well, but they have an esports team. That's who these
Learn
guys
something
are.
new every day.
They compete in like basketball, I believe, the DEAC team. I'm not sure if they're called DEAC hackers. I think that might
Right.
be their specific esports team. But I'm not sure they just do sim racing, but sim racing is definitely one of the bigger things they do. Yeah, I know they've competed in other series like VSC and one or two others. DEAC have been actually pretty successful. They've won in other categories, but not in EERC, which makes me think that I can turn that around and say, well, that's because EERC is so competitive at these other series. But actually, I think it might be because Mugen have been so dominant this season in places. Also, 95 has been a bit unlucky till today. I think retiring last time out in Magello really cost the 95 because they were really in the fight for like 4th and 5th in that race, even with some bad luck, and those points could really have made a big difference in the championship, but could have been they just got disconnected. I don't think it was their fault on that occasion. Oh, you were asking about my sim racing career, weren't you?
That's right, yeah.
Always we see Lua having another off. Okay, well, I drove in a team called Ultimate F1 Racing, which did these Grand Prix sort of style events, Australian kind of league / championship, and what would happen is you'd be assigned. There'd be a custom sort of calendar of about like 22 races, and they'd sort of built them all in Trackmania using the sort of track editor, which is a grid-based thing. You'd have this forced in-car cam. We'd all be given like these F1 skins, given a team. And so you're one of the less experienced drivers, you'd be combined with one of the... Like, they divide everyone into pools. So if you were a new driver, you'd be in like pool C or pool D, depending on how quick you were. And you'd be pooled with a pool A or pool B driver. Basically spend the season playing for the championship. Sometimes you would get teams that were full of like 2 pool C drivers or something, if there like weren't enough pool A or B drivers. But yeah, I actually won the Constructors' Championship once with Toro Rosso, I think.
Oh, there you go.
But I never actually won the drivers, unfortunately. Although I think I finished runner-up one year. We did do one time where we did a handicap championship, which was quite fun, where everyone started the race at intervals, and it was sort of calculated from practice times for the results across the season. It was a bit complicated, but I would start near the back, and I won actually a race in that season, but mainly because there were like loads of all the people from Australia got disconnected. I think a lot of people got disconnected in that particular race because of a serial issue. But I did
a win,
and I won, and narrowly.
You were the first one to finish the race.
But it was a bit scary because it was Bahrain, and in Trackmania, the track editor, the way we used it was using pieces where there was like always a wall at either side of the circuit. So Monaco felt about right, but then you get somewhere like Bahrain where the last corner was really high speed and the inside wall just sort of jets out at you. So it was like, if we want to hit it, we want to hit the outside wall. Another thing about Trackmania is you'd get these things, I think they were called Bramstein bugs, or we just call them curb bugs, where if you sort of go to the edge of it, there's a sort of physics engine thing where you might get randomly flicked up and have like this huge crash, basically, where you get flipped over and sometimes out of the track, and it'd be really hard to get back in. There was no real damage in Trackmania. There was some like cosmetic damage, but it didn't really affect the performance. Yeah, a lot of. I remember some great individual races. I remember in one of my first seasons, I think, in like 2012, we were doing French Grand Prix at Magny Cours. I was in this fight for. I thought I was initially like 4th place with another driver, a guy called Gray from Portugal, who was very good. And me and him had some great fights, and we were fighting this whole race, doing this basically the same pit strategy and always coming out next to each other.
Right.
I think towards the end, I kind of made a mistake, and Gray just narrowly got ahead of me. But then ahead of both of us, the 3rd place guy from Belgium, a guy called Iron, he had a curb bug, like I mentioned, a Bramstein bug, where he almost flipped over, but just about got it under control, but lost a lot of time. And so basically the final lap of this race was all 3 of us in a line next to each other, and I sort of kind of realised halfway through the lap that, hey, 3rd place is up for grabs here. But I was in 5th and behind them, sort of trailing. At the very last corner, Gray ahead of me sort of goes a little bit wide, takes it safe to avoid the inside, and I just went, right, I'm going to send it. And I went right through him, because in Trackmania, all the cars are ghosts, you can go through each other. I went right through the inside of him, and just took 4th place at the last corner, which was really satisfying, and he was really pissed off about that. So, yeah, some good times there. He did get his own back on me at a race later in the season at Spa, where he overtook me at the beginning of the last lap. But I like the Lassal's hairpin. It's it's a little bit wide into turn 2, but all 4 wheels off track there, but no real advantage. Kenya's gets the gap below 40 seconds actually, just for a brief second there.
I was gonna say, yeah, we've seen some of these battles get a little bit closer while we've been talking, and also we've got our boy Kevin out in chat after that crazy long stint in the car.
Oh, I have to see what Kevin's saying. I was just looking at Marius Secqueira. He's only about 3.4 seconds behind Stan Gilbad, and he's one of the guys who's gone for the mediums, like Mugen have. So Gilbad in a Ferrari could be, for the final time in this race, under pressure from a faster car behind.
Oh, and right as we say that, actually, we got a car looped around there. I missed the car number. Who is that?
Oh, I missed that too. I was trying to look up the stuff because you were talking about the track.
I believe it was... Oh, it's already gone. It was one of the 2 Iris automation cars.
One of the LM-P2s.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, probably the 86 then, although Lura had his a few spins as well. The gap between Lura and Pfeiffer is 69 seconds, so Lura's got it sort of under control again. That's I think that may have been Ben Horvath. The Milotai pits from 2nd in GT3. But Marconi now only 6 seconds behind Pfeiffer actually. As you look on board with Pfeiffer. It looks like Pfeiffer sort of... you can just see the Mugen in the background as Milotai drops behind Bentz. Willie dropped behind Valencia. That's the key thing here. How's this battle for podium going to shape up? Valencia about 40 seconds down. I don't think they've done enough here as Milotai switches back to the soft tyres, actually, for the final 2.5 hours.
I really think that the mediums are the call. I'll be completely honest. Watching the performance out of the teams that are running them, they've been consistently good, and with the track this warm, this late into the night, those softs are not going to have as much life as you'd want out of them.
Maybe they feel like they've not been fast enough.
That could be.
On the mediums. They're saying, all right, forget about stint length. We'll do a lap or 2 shorter, but we'll be so much faster on these softer tyres because everyone else seems to be running the softs and keeping them alive. So I think Mugen have sort of taken a gamble on the mediums.
Ooh, Mario Valencia does take away podium from Martin Milotai after a pit stop there.
Oh, only 1 second between them, though.
Yep, and he's back at race speed now, so now they're both racing. Yeah, and we do know that the number 444 car is on a...
pits as well.
Oh, I see that, yeah. Yep, Pfeiffer in the pits. That means Varconi is going to take that position away. And now is going to be trying to track down a podium finish after a pretty incredible recovery race for this team.
Certainly has, but that tends to be the speciality of the 444 car lately, isn't it?
Yeah.
If your race is in trouble, just dial 444. It's like in the UK, we dial 999. But you guys dial 911, of course. Although incidentally, 999 was a number that was being used by Abstinent Force Polonia, but they quit mid-season. Unlike the emergency services. Although, to be fair, we may see them again, who knows. But it was disappointing to see him leave. I was a big fan of those guys. As Pfeiffer gets a penalty, maybe for speeding in the pit lane. But that almost certainly hands forth to Varconi without a fight then.
Yep, Sonnefeld back in the car. Horvath is going to pass him while they're sitting in pit.
No, he isn't. He's Horvath is several laps down.
Wait, what just happened?
Oh. Sonnefeld could be in big trouble then.
Yeah, they just lost a lap.
Oh, potentially, yeah. There's something wrong with the time. They might have to get their laps added back to them there. Hopefully race control picks up on this. I don't think 33 had that long a stop, though, for them to drop behind the 86. Just getting in the pits everywhere. They're saying 2 laps now. behind the 86, which can't be right. They've fallen into a space-time dimensional hole that was right next to their picks.
Hate it when that happens.
That has sent them into. It would have sent them into the future from earlier, but it raised their laps retrospectively. If we're trying to make some kind of logic out of this, I don't know. But maybe I'll refresh the timing screen, see if that fixes this, or maybe Kevin Weecher is saying that his stint was about 2 hours or something.
Yeah,
6 penalties for one track cases. The most pain I've ever endured in the span of less than a day. Yeah, well, I think Kevin's had some well-earned rest there, and apparently his teammates earned a place, so it was worth all the punishment. But I do feel a bit for 33 team if they've just lost laps through no fault of their own.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Well, and there's being disconnected, but then there's this being a race and some. It could be that race controllers done that for some reason or other. But there was maybe laps they lost earlier that the timing screen hadn't updated, but it does seem unlikely. The positions gained and lost now. Probably not quite so helpful. Maybe the intervals will probably be the more gap to leader at least. There you go. I think you should be able to see the intervals now on the live timing.
Yep.
Again, because there we go. I couldn't see anything. Yeah, either way, I think Varconi definitely with or maybe the penalty was 2 laps being taken away or something. Or
perhaps.
I'll look if it's been explained anywhere, but that does seem highly irregular, to put it mildly. Good decision. Okay. 7:54 p.m. Incident involving Ultra Motorsports number 35 and Valley Sports 33. Drive-through penalty for Valley Sports 33 for dangerous driving while lapping other cars and causing major damage. So this is from Nick Homewood. Of course, doesn't drive for the 35, but some of the other stewards do, like Chris Tompkins. So I imagine Chris Tompkins not impressed by the 33 driving into them somewhere.
Gotcha.
Yeah, refresh the page. Still showing Horvath ahead of Sonneveld. That then, I guess. Alright, well, the one battle we were looking forward to is sort of over before it really began. Fortunately.
That is how it goes.
It usually is, yes. There's Milotai. Is this him right behind Valencia, though? Yeah, and up the inside.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
and they're on the same lap, so here we go.
Leader in LM-P2. Oh, but Milotai not quite able to get alongside. Oh, and he's going to try a better run around the outside. They approach turn 3.
Yeah, the inside line is just going to be better, but is he able to get the cut over though? Oh, it's going to be a drag race down the straight now.
Yeah, here we go. Milotai pulls ahead, but he's still got to turn in. Oh, and Valencia tucks in behind him. So Mario got nothing really to fight with there. Milotai now back on the soft tyres, taking advantage. Remember, you saw him get stuck behind on the mediums. So now is the moment to attack then for Mugen, number 88. Milotai chases after his teammate, but he's 56 seconds behind. Going to take some clever strategy really here to get back into play. Sonneveld is showing as retired on my screen. That is bitterly disappointing for Valley number 33 if that's the case. They were in the fight for fourth there with Barconi. And not only if they crash into someone and be penalized, it could be that there's some accident damage. This is proved to be terminal there.
Yeah, not sure, but that is a DNF out of Valet Esports.
Alright, so I believe that's just 15 cars left in the race then. 7 in LMP2 and 8
That's
in GT3. Sequeira, less than a second actually behind Gjorvad. So I think that's the real next battle, isn't it?
It's going to be unless Toth reels in Valencia or Valencia catches up to Milotai again.
I wonder if
Which is
Valencia's
not looking likely because Milotai has got about a 2-second lead per lap on Valencia.
Here we go. This is Mary Sequeira. Going to drop behind the 35, but now he's caught back up, although the leaders are going through the lap them. Or there's someone further up in the order going through the lap them. Iris. Oh! Do you see Mario almost bump him in the rear there? Mario Sequeira. That looks like second place in GT3 coming to lap them as well. Iris trying to thread between them. A bit dodgy, isn't it? The gap in the lead in LMP2, 37 seconds between Hayes and Bekenius. Bekenius on a real charge here. Although he's dropped back to 38 seconds, so this lap not doing quite so well. Mario stuck behind Bentz. Oh! Bentz just getting the rear stuck out there. Little reprieve actually for the 35. Bentz, incidentally, the only driver apart from Sequeira on the medium tyres now. The 36 of Erdely, by the way, CS Bullocks Erdely, they've not had a particularly outstanding race, but they've held on. 2 laps down on Horvath. And they're now running 6th, which would be a brilliant result. No matter, you might not be impressed by their lap times, but they've certainly held in there when others have hit trouble. It's encouraging for them. Sure, they'll be thrilled with that if they can get to the end here. Now, the Mugen has cleared the 2 lapped cars. They're free to battle once more. Valencia's dropped to 3 seconds now behind Milotai. Thing is now, even if 444's hit strategy works, they're going to come out behind the 88 car.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to avoid it at this point.
So it's really a battle to not drop behind the number 3. Might be able to beat, will certainly be able to beat the 753, unless the pits are out of favour for them. But yeah, Sequeira now coasting up to the back. The 35.
Really applying the pressure and doing it well. It's going to be a battle of attrition here. Sequeira's doing an excellent job of just staying right within striking distance and waiting for his moment, but you can see is carrying much more speed in the corners than the Ferrari ahead. So it really just is a question of when Mario wants to attempt the overtake, really.
Yes, Stankiewicz really does not want to fall to the back here, and that Ferrari wasn't the car to go with. They've done really well despite the handicap. I have to wonder what the 35 could do if they were given a... Oh! Mary Sequeira had to avoid at the last minute there. That was a bit frightening on board the nose there. He didn't lose too much, actually, taking a wider line. But I'm sure Mario Sakura will try again. Falcone pits now. But will comfortably re-emerge in fourth now. Fourth has 4 laps behind him. To find out exactly what happened to the 33 Ballet car. The 90 that is fighting for the championship here. Sakura actually gets a really good run out of turn 3 and looks for the inside. What can the 35 do here? Is it just going to turn in as normal? Yes, it is. Mario Sakura must wait his turn. Real pride at stake here, isn't it, for the 35?
It is, but we need to be. It needs to be very careful. For the number 44
he didn't
car.
get a great exit there at all.
No, he didn't, and that is going to let that McLaren get the run on him. But it's just the wrong part of the track to be able to try and pass the car.
Coney's now a lap down, actually, on Ben Lure. I don't quite see him making that up after his pit stop. He might drop to. He might unlap himself onto Lure pits, but. Where do you think the really interesting battle is going to be in the last 2 hours then, Matt? I think lead in LM-P2, still under 40 seconds between Hives and Pequeñas. I really think if the 90 can keep pitting later, then there might be a chance for them. Pequeñas is quick enough. Hives may be starting to fatigue slightly as we see Sakura still right on the gearbox of Dan Gorbad. Valencia actually doing a really solid job to stay 4 seconds behind the low tie. Hoffa's not really closed in. In fact, he's dropped back slightly as another lap put on GT3 field by Sultan Hives. Yeah, it's going into turn 4 there. It looked like Gorbad almost completely missed the apex, but there was nowhere really for Mario Sakura to go. He lost a little bit of time there. Feels like the 35 continuing its defensive driving from earlier, especially with Gorbad back at the wheel. It's the battle for last in the race, by the way.
Yep. But it is a battle nonetheless, and it is going to continue to rage on. I think that Sakura does have the better pace here, but just unable to pass the Ferrari, so he's going to be sitting back there wasting time while that happens. Really need to make that move happen, and it's going to have to happen soon. Otherwise, he's going to run out of race.
Massive gap in GT3 between Keelhead and Bentz, 80 seconds. Oh, this looks like a good run once again. Heading towards the start-finish straight by Mario Sakura. But the 35 actually got a decent run.
Yeah, that Ferrari just has crazy long legs in a straight line. Runs a little bit wide there and wrestles it back under control. But
it's a sole advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, the Ferrari goes very fast in a straight line. Oh, and they make contact there on the straight as they try to filter in behind one another.
Yeah, that was
They're very, very lucky that that wasn't a spin on both cars there.
Yeah, well, it looked like the Ferrari thought it was clear, but it wasn't quite, and Sakura had to back out there. I don't think there was any malice intended. It wasn't like he was trying to squeeze Sakura into the wall there, Gorbad.
No. Yeah. That's a racing incident at worst.
Ives is pit now, by the way, in the lead. So Pequeñas takes the lead. They're going to hold on for like 3 or 4 laps, tops. Pequeñas needs to make hay here. I do have a worry once Mario Sakura gets by. It's going to be quite a while between the next interesting event that happens with 2 hours left in the race. You never know how the strategy of the 444 car is going to work out. Seconds now
Yeah, it's
behind
definitely
Milito.
going to be. It's going to go one of 2 ways. It all comes down to timing. It's either going to work out beautifully for them because they will be on a staggered pit stop, or they're going to be the only one that has to pit with like 30 minutes left in the race. It's going to be one of those 2.
You see
Ooh,
that,
kind of ate the curb there, yeah.
Yeah, Sakura sort of had to go off track because the car was going so slow in the technical section. Does also eat the curve.
At a certain point, this McLaren does need to decide they have to get aggressive. I mean, you only can sit behind a slower car for so long before you just need to dive bomb them.
Well, Pequeñas and Lua pit at the same time. Both cars on the same strategy. Yeah, Valconi now on the same lap as Turnlure. I don't think third's out of the question for Valconi. It's been an amazing comeback, actually, all things considered.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what the updated lap times. Okay, the McLaren just got the better run, has the outside line, and is going to have more speed leaving the corner, but is it going to be enough with these corners stacked back to back? And there it is, contact to the rear. The McLaren hits the Ferrari that is going real slow on the apex.
Oh.
And now they're going to be 1 and 2 again, going around
Almost like,
these
come on, get on with
tricky
it,
mid-speed
he's saying.
corners.
You want him to be more aggressive? Well, there you
I mean,
go.
that's at a certain point, that's what you need to start doing. And risk the penalties. There we go. Gets the inside line there, but just could not hang on to it. The Ferrari is in the exact right position to defend that line.
Do you think there's an element of Stan Gilvad knows that he can just defend really aggressively and Mario Sakura won't push past him because Mario Sakura's, let's face it, made a few mistakes, been a little bit tentative in places, and that's why he's last in the race at the moment.
That's exactly what's going on. And if I were driving that Ferrari, that's exactly what I would be doing. I would be hugging every apex and then leave my car in the middle of the road everywhere that's not a corner.
Yeah, because you never know. This 7th place could be the thing that keeps the 35 in contention, narrow championship contention in GT3. A couple of races, but I have a feeling I can big results at Spa and at Laguna Seca to stay in it. The Sakura once again puts the pressure on.
Yeah, but there's just nothing you can do against that Ferrari straight line speed. Even with the draft, you can see that McLaren's falling behind.
And is that maybe the way that the 446 is set up?
That could absolutely be set up.
As Bent in the 888 hits. The Magic Bent's going to drop behind the low tie. And potentially Valencia as well. It was a 50-second gap, actually, between the low tie and Bent. 52 seconds, actually, I think.
What's it at right now? Oh, well, that
But
answers
because
that
he's
question.
Because
Yeah, he pit.
It's nothing now. Here they go.
Valencia in the pits as well.
Ah, so Valencia will not jump the 888 car then. Valencia is gonna, it might be able to come out ahead of Mizaros, but Toff is going to go through into 4th now. Oh, Sakura almost had a think about the inside, but that corner was always going to close. Here we go. Oh, Once again, backed out quite late, and now he's trying to get in. Oh, he's almost going to bump him in the rear. But he gets on the brakes just about in time. And now here comes the Alpine, the Orica, sponsored by Alpine, apparently. The way through. Very top gets by Valencia. And Tim Lure sets the best first sector of the race on this lap for Iris 87. Balcony has close to 74 seconds of turn lure. Go. Sequeira. Once again. Trying to run, but he's got the Alpine. Trying to get by the both of them. Even the Alpine. Looks like it's almost only slightly faster than Ferrari.
The Ferrari misses the braking zone, almost goes right into the back of that LMP2 that passed him on the straight, and that is going to allow the McLaren to get around in turn 1, and now that McLaren is in front of the Ferrari.
There we go. But he's
Ferrari knows he has the speed, tries to get around him, clips the backside of the McLaren during the overtake. I would be reporting that to the stewards if I were the driver of the McLaren, and now they're going to go into turn 3. Too wide. Ferrari runs it wide off of the track and is going to get back on the track and continue to compete for this position.
Oh, he's really going balls out here, but I'm not sure that's within the rules. Going off track and maintaining position.
No, it definitely was not. On the inside, and the McLaren can do nothing about it. But the stewards should be taking a look at the driving of the Ferrari just now.
It's not because Valencia, because he's trying to lap these two guys, and they're just fighting each other ahead of him.
Valencia can't do anything about that, but that Ferrari absolutely abused track limits in order to maintain a position, at least for my eyes.
Well, we will see how will the stewards make of that, but there's certainly some exciting action with 2 hours to go. At least it keeps me awake. That last lap by Tim Lure, 1:54.0. Second off the car's best lap of the race. Marconi still with the best lap of the race, 1:52.433.
Oh, Ferrari's off the track.
Oh.
And almost joins back into the McLaren.
Yeah, did you see that? It almost hit the side of the McLaren twice
Yes,
there.
I did.
So, not sure what on earth's going on here. But it doesn't look the most legit. It looks a little bit dodgy. Yeah, I think I was trying to let Valencia through, but he was also trying to scare Mario Sequeira. Sequeira goes wide again.
And the Ferrari's going into the pits.
And Sonneveld, who is, I guess, being overtaken by the leaders in GT3 now. See if there's any stewards chat that we can. Incident involving Wall Street Boys 758 and Mugen 88888. No further action. Incorrect lap reported. There seems to be a habit of that. People forget what lap we're on, don't they? I'll show a reminder.
It's an important detail. Stewards got to know where to look.
Don't waste my time, guys. It was like, if you don't report the correct lap, it didn't happen. Lap
I've just been in
182.
enough endurance races to know that it's a pain in the ass to steward endurance races.
It's a timed race. Well, there was about 2 hours left. Lap 182 then. Alex leading, but only by 35 seconds. McKennies continues to cut the gap. If you were the EOC hackers, would you be worried about that number 90?
Ooh, I don't know if worried is the right way to put it. I would definitely be thinking about them, though.
Because it's a sense of everything the 95 does is to cover off the 90, isn't it?
Just about.
Still 75 seconds between Lure and Varconi, so Lure's got it under control again. Lure 98 seconds behind Pequena, so he's not really in the fight for the victory.
Yeah, and right there we saw Ben Horvath a little bit sideways on the track there, but able to get the car going the right way around the track again.
And it would be so great to see the 86 car finish the race in 5th position. Especially after they've not already had the best of seasons.
It would definitely be a hard-fought race for him.
Yeah. We've seen so many problems for two of the drivers spinning around and Horvath really having to save the bacon here. So he's 3 laps down. It's really just about bringing it home from his point of view, because catching Varconi is unlikely, to say the least.
Right.
Lutai now a whole lap behind Sven Gielhed. That might just be because the triple fleet is sort of out of sequence here. Whoa! All that, another off. Queens of hits. The gap to Daly is big enough. Can afford survives things like that. Right, well, with 2 hours of the race left to go, I'm going to have a very quick bathroom break. Back fairly shortly. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Matt. Later.
All right, so right now we got Christoph Toth on camera right now in the 650S McLaren number 3 car of B&H Racing. Not too much going on the track around them. As a matter of fact, actually, they are pretty much on their own. They might make up a position or two here coming down the pit straight, although, well, no, they won't, because none of the cars in front of them are in the pits. So they're just going to keep on doing their thing. But we're also taking a look now at the car of Trent Lure out in 3rd place. Well, right now, Auto Camera's just giving us a tour of the top 3. Right now, Ben Horvath and Irdelli are in the pits getting their cars taken care of. Right now, nothing too exciting going on in the GT3s. Mario Sakura out doing his own thing after getting out from behind that battle with the Ferrari. Ferrari is also back out on track after a pit stop, and they're doing their thing. But looking around the track, let's see if there are any other battles about to unfold. Not that I see. In fact, they're all pretty staggered right now. Currently on camera, we got our 3rd place in class GT3 car. And the camera changed again.
Hello again.
Welcome back. Didn't miss anything.
So apparently, I've got a few interesting messages from Chris Tompkins, who also drives the 35.
Okay.
Right, he says, so we found the softs were 2 seconds a lap faster, approximately. So we're doing 80 lap stints, or 80L stints on soft. Is that 80 liters or 80 laps?
80 liters, yeah.
And gaining about 30 seconds a stint instead of 110 liters on mediums.
Interesting.
So it definitely sounds like Mugen maybe made the wrong call, but their pace has been enough to sort of make up for the fact that they've been doing mediums, because one of the cars has switched off mediums, whereas the Triple Eight still on them. About GT3 specifically, but Horvath back in the pits now. Also, Stan Gjorvad wants an interview when he's out of the car in about 20 minutes. This is from
Sounds good.
8:24.
And who was that again?
Gjorvad was the driver of the Ferrari who we saw
Got it.
defending very aggressively from Maris Sequeira. Mario Valencia, 444 car. 5th place at the moment. 33 seconds behind Christoph Toff, yes, in BH Racing number 3. But with, we think, the better pit strategy. So 444, looking good for 4th class. A pretty good job covering their race. Well, Bequeñez has cut the gap down to 35 seconds again. And nip and tuck, really. But about 3 tenths faster on that last lap, Bequeñez.
Ben Swarvath still in the pits. Must be doing a driver swap.
Orlov's not been in that long, especially compared to Kevin Reaches. It's such
And
a
no,
monster stint.
they're moving again. That was the long pit stop. It seemed like.
The 86 suffering serious issues here. 6 laps down on Varconi. They're only 53 seconds ahead of the 36 car of Boros. We could see a battle to not finish last in LMP2 after the battle we just saw in GT3. Gorbad has now dropped 168 seconds now behind Segura, so that really shows. If you're ahead of them, you can maybe get by on the straight line and use that to defend position, but once they're ahead of you through the twisty stuff, they just pull away, don't they? There's Mario Segura coasting to a halt at the exit of the pit lane. What's going on there, Matthew?
I couldn't tell you. Not good things though.
Oh no, certainly that could be a serious terminal issue for the 446.
Right now they just got the brakes held down. Looking at the telemetry right now. Got 0 RPM, the engine's not running.
Yeah.
I think that's another dead engine.
Oh dear. So they pushed too hard to get by Gorvad, and Gorvad gets revenge in the form of engine destruction. Reminds me of 2010 Korean Grand Prix where Vettel's engine blew in the closing stages of the race. Alonso won.
Yeah, I'm on board with them now. Nothing's happening.
Gotta be disappointing though for Mario Segura. Go. Gorvad takes position. Mario Segura goes back to the garage to retire.
That is going to be another DNF.
13 cars remaining. Korea is a real car killer. But yeah, Stan Gorvad will be a little cheer maybe, but probably not celebrating too much given he's... Oh! Someone else slowing. Is that Bequeñez? Who was pushing so hard.
It certainly is.
And now he coasts to a halt. Oh dear. It's Valley
0
number 90.
RPMs there either.
And that could be the end of Valley number 90's title hopes. Oh, so disappointing for Boton Bequeñez, who's driven brilliantly this season. Not going to get the podium that he so richly deserves. It's going to go to second place. Will go to Lura instead. And Varconi will finish on the podium in the end. It looks like.
Yeah, Bequeñez finally brings it to a stop with 0 RPM. The engine is not running.
And no code
I don't know
80
if they'll be able to get that started again.
I'm assuming there's no recovery to the pits in either instance. Yeah, the timing of both of those was a bit unfortunate. Throw it together. Only 12 cars remaining then.
They're dropping like flies with less than 2 hours to go now.
But that's
Martin
so
Milasai
disappointing.
into the pits.
Both valets now out of the race. Had such a great start and had maintained it so well. Number 90 was well in the fight for the win. Now that really takes the pressure off number 95, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Below
Yeah,
type pits now from
confirmation in
second
chat that it was a
GT3.
dead engine for Mario Sekera in the number 446 car.
We should
I
get
imagine
Segura
it's going to be the same for Bequeñez.
we should get Segura and Stan Jorvad on to fight about that incident. That would be interesting. big controversy of the fight for 7th place. You made me blow my engine. Oh, well, you bumped into the back of me.
Well, there's an hour and 50 minutes remaining. Still plenty can happen here, as we're even seeing race leaders have engines fail the final stages of the race. Certainly not the kind of excitement we want to see, but excitement nonetheless. Positions changing. People are making up points. All sorts of things are going on right now.
Whoa! Ben Sporos has a real oversteer moment, but just about saves it for the long corner. Great there. More like an Alpine rally car than a Alpine LM-P2 car, but Ben Sporos doing brilliant car control there, if nothing else. And going to be rewarded once he makes up the laps with 5th place.
Oh, no, Bradley. That is the worst way for the engine to die. Said in chat, good old RF2 double downshift finished the engine. That is super unfortunate.
Oh, poor Boton Pequeños. He did not deserve to go out like that. Double downshift. So I'm assuming that's he accidentally double clicked the downshift.
No, it's not even an accident double click. It's when the game either glitches or the engine control unit fails to give you over rev protection. It's not supposed to happen, but it does. I've lost cars in Assetto Corsa that way, and it's very frustrating because the devs swear up and down that it can't happen.
Oh, got to feel for Boton Pequeños.
Yeah, that's
really outstanding performances this season where he probably should have walked away with 2nd place in Sebring, and here in Korea, yeah, it didn't work out either time.
Yeah, that is massively unfortunate.
In Sebring, Martin Novak took over and made a few mistakes, and basically they lost. They retired that way because he's got damaged the car too much. Here, glitch, which the double downshift, which was not his fault. In either case, basically not his fault, basically, but how it goes sometimes. If you didn't, if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all. For Boton Pequeños. Still can hold his head higher though after this, and there's still 2 more races to go where number 90 can get some brilliant results, even if they can't win the championship now. Certainly with cars dropping out left and right, looking good for the 21 of Zoltan Varconi, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Minimizing the damage that the 95 is going to do. Certainly hurts the number 20 more and more. The more cars drop out here that aren't the 21. So, let's keep an eye on Weinstein Gilbert's stint finishes. Maybe have a word with him about Mario Sakura. And also just the difficulties of driving that Ferrari. Be interesting to hear. There was a big debate and chat, by the way, between Peter Chum and Chris Tompkins about who was in the wrong in that battle between Mario Sakura and Stan Gilbert. Christoph Toff service, so Valencia goes through into 4th place again. Only 15 seconds down on the 88 car, but the 88's got much fresher tyres now. Gradually cut the gap on the 888. So, Daros also emerging from the pits, only a second behind Toff. That is the real battle to watch out for then, I guess, with field sparsing out. Cars dropping like flies. The engines being tested to the absolute maximum and beyond.
Yeah, but we are about to have the battle of the Christophs. Christoph Toth is going to be focused on holding off Christoph Mazzaros here pretty soon.
Pretty soon by being... well, I think Mazzaros won't have the pace on the slightly older tyres, though. But we'll have to see if he can pull something out here.
Maybe it was a bad lap out of Toth there, but...
Well, Toth had just pit, so...
Oh, that's right.
Always dropped behind Valencia as well. I don't think Pequeñas will get any point. The 990 will get any points from this. They didn't make 90% distance at the 8 hours with 2 hours left. That's still 20% left to go, isn't it? Get to like the final hour and you drop out. That's when you get into, we might give you a few points anyway, sort of territory. As the leader in GT3 pits, Sven Gielhed. Starts to drop to about 3 seconds behind, actually. So, off, making hay. While the sun doesn't shine, it's actually pitch black darkness. But is Iris number 7 on to brilliant victory. The title hunt very much alive. Or there'll be a sting in the tail. Will Mugen do the usual trick of dominating with either the 888 or the 88? Or can 444 make it 2 wins in a row? Seems unlikely. Never know. Only 18 seconds down on M. Sureji. Get a code 80 at the right time. Could really make up a lot of time here. Had many of those. They've been pretty sparse. Right. Lap 191. Just beginning. Hives leads Lure by a lap. There's 75 seconds to Barconi. Barconi could catch Lure before the end, but the gap's been pretty stable, hasn't it? Of course, we've got Horvath, who's still trying to catch up to 3 laps to Pequeñas. He's going to be 4th for the 86. Be a very good day for Iris, couldn't it, Matt?
Yeah.
2nd, 4th in LM-P2. And victory in GT3. Doesn't get much better than that. Well, I guess I love
it'd be a very good day for
classes.
their team. Yeah, and that BMW and the GT3 split has just been driving the pants off of that car. Every single driver in there has done a phenomenal job.
Boris doing well to hang in there. Only 68 seconds actually behind Horvath. So if the 86 runs into more trouble, 36 could take a shock 4th place. I think if attrition is this bad here, South Korea, what's it going to be like at Laguna Seca, the 12 hours there? What's it going to be like at Spa for the 24 hours?
Spa has a better chance of being somewhat tame. Laguna Seca is going to be nightmare fuel.
And the 25 points on offer for the winner here, but 32 on offer at Laguna Seca. Spa is going to be 38 for the winner. So, amateur is almost certainly going to go down to the wire. One of the classes. 95 winning today. Looking like potentially a 2-way fight, really, in LM-P2 between 21 and 95. And maybe a 3-way fight in GT3 between though the 88's got the bigger lead. If the number 7 can keep closing, take advantage of its consistency. They've shown all season, not got the win just yet. Very similar to 95, actually. Would be quite the upset, if to be honest, if Mugen lost either title. But it could happen. Not today, haven't we?
Yeah, no, if today has told us anything, it is literally that anything can happen with almost, actually, I think now half the field either disqualified or DNFing.
Well, 2 drivers disqualified, but quite a lot of DNFs, yes.
Right.
And because Pequeñas was so far ahead of quite a lot of the LM-P2 field, I wonder if he'll be classified if we get to... Well, I think he's about to be put on the same lap as Horvath, but
Oh, there's zero chance that every car is going to end up passing him eventually. There's more than 25 laps left in this race, I think.
Yeah, that's true. I just think even if he drops to like 6th.
Right.
I was wondering if there's like a certain distance you have to cover, or it's relative to everyone else, or something like that.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I doesn't look too strong for the number 90 there. They've just went too early. Well, actually, no, it's never good for the engine to go at all, but yeah. Anyway, all the cars, apart from Tompkins in the 35, I think Jordan may want to talk now, but everyone down to 6th, still in the lead lap in GT3 after number 7's pit stop to change driver. See if we can get Gilrad in.
Bring him in.
Gotta find him first. We just switched in. Stan Gilbert. Alright, let's send a message. Alright, I'll just send him a little question. I'll add him as a friend, just so more likely to open up. Well, no, actually, not because it's just a nice thing to do. Just talk to some of these drivers after the race.
Yeah.
Stan says, "Yep, just want to see what you guys said about the incident first," and then a smiley face. Want to make sure you're on my side. That's it. Okay.
Like it.
Well, he'll probably be on your side then, I guess. Oh, weren't you the one who criticised him, Matt? I was sort of more neutral. You said you said he defended aggressively or something like that, didn't you?
I said that he was playing a very strong or a very aggressive defensive game. I didn't necessarily assign fault or have a problem with it, just that he was defending very well.
Okay. Well, let's hope he's heard that. Adam Siroje has cut the gap to 35 seconds to his teammate, Benz. Ben's still on the medium, still persisting with the mediums. He's the only driver left on them, with Sequeira having blown the engine. Valencia dropped about 20 seconds now behind Siroje, so he was about 15 behind earlier, wasn't he? Horvath is about to go up into full position now. He's finally caught up to the Troy car of Pequeñas. Go. Six laps between Horvath and Varconi. Really shows the pace of the 21 as well. Still 77 seconds behind Lua though. On board with Lua through the S's. Fantastic high-speed section of the circuit.
That's got to be fun in those LM-P2 cars with all that extra downforce.
It is. Yeah, it looks fun. That's for sure. Even more fun when you're like this man, Zoltan Hayes, in the lead by an entire lap. No reason to completely back off and lose interest in the race, but surely just a case of the last 90 minutes, 95 minutes, coasting at home, counting the laps down, inevitably 5 points coming your way, but it will mean so much to the 95 crew. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, Stan says all good. Oh, there it is. Under the waiting room, of course. Okay, we've just been joined by Evo Automotorsports 35 driver Stian Gorvad. Hi, Stan.
Thank you. Hello.
Is it Stan or Stian? Or Stian?
Stian.
Stian. Okay.
Stian, got
So
it.
Stian, the number 35 Ferrari, very good in the straight line.
Yeah.
In the corners, not so much.
Well, I felt like it in dirty air. It wasn't the worst actually.
Oh, okay.
However, it could be better.
So the reason you've just wanted to come on is because of the incident with the 446 of Mario Sequeira, which you were in
Yeah.
a battle with.
Yeah.
About 20-25 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of
No.
course. Yeah, it was a little
hard
bit
racing.
over. Well, it was a little bit close, wasn't it? Can you talk
Yeah,
us through
to
your
be-
perspective?
To be fair, it was really close. I think I had about 20% left on the tires, so I thought, why the hell not just go all out and defend like you should, yeah, bit over the top. But I tried my best, and I think I did quite well. There were some close points at some time, but it became a bit hot at the end, especially with he punting me one or twice and cutting me off in the straight. I saw that you said that I should get a penalty for moving, but I saw no other option than go on the left side because he was pushing me into the wall.
And
I saw that I did some sort of the same thing a few laps before, and then I thought, because my radar and crew chief didn't say anything, I thought I was all clear, but apparently I wasn't.
As a driver in endurance races, I 100% can sympathize with that, because the sometimes your spotters aren't paying attention, and sometimes the radar is either just not visible enough or just doesn't do its job. So yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm using a screen shaping that lags horribly, so I was sort of trying to react sort of when I was getting little bits here and there of what happened, so I sort of saw you off track and just assumed you'd gone off track to maintain position at turn 3. But that may not have been the full picture.
I went off track because in between where I was and the track, there's a grass patch, and if I would have accelerated on that, I would spun right and crashed him out. So when I went a bit wide, I thought I won't go in front of him, which I let off the throttle a bit.
Okay.
But I let him have half a wheel maybe in front, and I said to myself, I will at least defend this corner. If you get past, I'll see the position. But
that's fair.
I held the position quite well, I think. But
absolutely.
I saw also that I almost crashed him out a few corners after. And you were talking about some sort of scare tactic. It was not that. I had a bit weird of FOV, so I didn't see him on the left side. So I tried my best to don't crash into anyone. And I decided that lap to go in either way. So it wasn't any need to race hard against anyone. And
Sure.
I think my tires were down at 15%. So and I have never been in a race where they have been below 50, so it was a different experience to be
I'll
fair.
just ignore it. It's like the AWS F1 tire graphic. It's always like saying these tires are going to explode, and then they get.
So this is your first endurance race, then, huh?
No, it's.
Oh, this is not his first rodeo.
It's my fourth, but.
See, there you go.
Just the farthest you've pushed tires before.
Yeah, it's the farthest I've pushed tires and the most battling I've done. And it's a really nice race to end on. Especially I'm going away, so no sim racing for a year. It's going to be a hard year. But
okay. Are you going away somewhere then?
exchange, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
so
best of luck with that.
Yeah, I thought. Oh, thank you. I thought I'll just go 100% this race.
Yeah, it was difficult.
And you certainly
obviously,
did. Yeah,
because
and allow me to
on the
be
defensive
perfectly clear. those one or two criticisms were minor at most. The battle between you and that McLaren was very, very well fought on both sides. It just so happened that you were the car in front, and that Ferrari is unbeatable in a straight, so that McLaren couldn't get around you regardless of how hard he tried. And you did an excellent job of defending in the corners by getting right on the apex and then getting right back in the middle of the road so he couldn't line up another move. So honestly, excellent driving. The criticisms were minor. I hope you don't feel as though I was going on the attack there.
No problem.
But yeah, no, it was a great battle. It was fun to watch.
Thank you.
By the way, final question. How did you feel when you saw Mario smoking by the side of the road and you gained that 7th position anyway?
To be totally honest, I was glad and a bit disappointed because I was in the pits and I was 1 minute and 10 seconds behind, I think. And I was catching 4 seconds each lap. So I think around 2 or 4 seconds. So, but it was a mixed feeling.
Yeah, anyway. But for your last race, that was a great performance. So hopefully we'll see you again someday, Stan. But if that's the last we see you, then... like you say, that's a great way to end and a great memory to have. So best of luck on your exchange.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
hopefully you can watch a few more of these in the future and listen to our wonderful commentary. Not that we're praising ourselves, of course.
I most probably will be looking at some of the races, yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, great driving. Thanks for coming in and answering our questions.
Yeah, no problem. Goodbye.
Yep, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Cheers.
Yeah, thanks.
Fingers crossed Chris can get it to the end.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, goodbye.
Bye then. Right, well, that was Stan Gilvert's view on things. If I'm Mary Sakura now to get the opposing view. Actually, he was dirty driving. Mary Sakura may have gone already. Find him anyway.
Who knows? It was definitely
He probably doesn't feel too
close
upset
racing.
about it, to be fair. Yeah, I'd certainly like to talk to some of the other drivers, probably after the race is gone, because they're all... I imagine the 86 team is really excited about finishing, trying to hold on to 4th place, because they're the only ones with another car in the same lap as them in LM-P2. So the 36 is still a threat. So, thinking about that. As Hives pits from the lead, but this time he won't lose it, because 90 is out of the equation. LM-P2 is pretty much settled, isn't it?
It would take quite an upset. It would take quite an upset.
Delay, yes. Quite a long stop. Taylor, 131. Actually, he's just about on the same lap now, and until he makes his own stop a couple of laps later. Certainly a strong race by the 87. What's the gap between them and David Kolokcha? It's about 2 laps, actually. They have improved the gap. Lichten has gotten on board the number 7, by the way. Because Lichten, great driver as well. One of Iris's many great drivers. Ahead of Bejic Bentz, 82 seconds. Bentz still on the mediums. And Surajay is about 30 seconds down on Bentz. Mario Valencia is about 23 seconds behind Surajay. Christoph Topp is about 51 seconds. Beatrice number 3. Kovacs is about 95 seconds down, so PSB, number 753. Really lost a lot of pace recently. Just about on the same line. Well, no, actually they're not, are they? That's the intervals between drivers, because I changed it, of course. Of course, you've got Tompkins about 2 laps down on Kovacs. Yeah, with Maguli getting on board the number 95. Gap between 95 and 87 is 50 seconds. Of course, maybe at 95 is just managing the lead that they have. That'll be a kind of damage or terminal issue that they're managing. Nearly into the final hour, Matthew. Can you believe it?
Yeah, an hour and a half left. Every time I do an endurance race that's longer than 4 hours, I I tell myself, you've done 24. This is nothing. And then you get to like the last 2 hours of any length of time. It's like, God, this stream has been going for a week. This is ridiculous.
It's even worse when you're driving because the wheels get
trust
so
me,
heavy.
I know.
At least when you're driving, you don't have to speak that much. Come on, Daddy, you gotta do what's going on, or what you're thinking, or just something interesting most of the time. I leave a gap here and there, but hey, words, man. Valencia, 24 seconds behind Serege, and I think that is the closest battle on the track at the moment. It's really a battle because he's been constantly falling behind, just about holding on to 4th place. So top 50 seconds down, he's done well to manage that. So I think overall a pretty solid day for the 444 squad with some good attacking and some good defensive driving too.
Absolutely.
And even the 35, though it's at the very back of the field, given its disadvantage, they've driven quite hard just to stay in this race. And I think even 2 laps down, they can feel pretty happy with points they'll take for 7th.
Right.
I think Ring of Honor as a whole will feel disappointed because they were controlling that race with Pascal Eggert though earlier on. So with a 4th place finish, great result. The standards have kind of changed after winning last time out, so I guess that does happen. Lua now pits second. So he's going to drop to a lap behind now, isn't he? Because he was 54 seconds behind McGilly. Probably 87 will change drivers here. They hatch in for the final phase of the race.
Yeah, and then that should be their last driver for this race. So they're probably going to sit down on the car and finish the race.
Unless they'll put Che Hatch in with maybe 40 minutes, half an hour to go. Or
Yeah, maybe.
Tompkins really taking a very wide apex into 3 there. Biscuit's going again.
Nope. Lure is going to stay in the car.
Yeah, makes sense, I guess.
So yeah, they'll pit again at like the 45-minute mark.
Like that. I get 2 stints from whoever the finishing driver will be. Just coming out, just a lap behind. That was me getting an email or someone else.
I'm on push to talk, so I don't know.
Okay, I'll have a little check. Oh, I think it may have been me. I got one like 5 minutes ago. There's nothing interesting. Had a pretty busy weekend last weekend. Formula E in Berlin, and I worked for a website called Formula E Zone, the Formula E news website. My friend and colleague Jack Giovanna was on site in Berlin covering the race, and he shot a bunch of interviews and a bunch of vlogs. Yeah, I at home sort of edit most of them. Well, I did have a bit of help for the vlogs because they were kind of annoying. Because it was just sort of random bits of footage and stuff here and there. Not a lot of tying it together, apart from a few pieces to camera. Yeah, quite creative, quite fun to do. But the interviews are more just sort of churn this out really quickly. But we did get an interview with the world champion of the Breeze. For a couple of hours, actually. No, it would have been maybe about an hour after he got the interview that we got it up. So yeah, that was quite good. As Spence Wallace also misses the apex at turn 3. Seems like they're having more trouble spotting that apex as the night closes in, aren't they, Matthew? Is it just getting to the end? They sort of don't want to lose the car and then settle it over the curb. So in GT3s and LM-P2s, just braking quite late and turning in quite late into the corner. We reached, yeah, lap 203 now. We're going to get to about 220, 230 by the end.
Let's see. We got about a minute and 20 seconds left. We're averaging about
A minute and
2 minutes
1
a
hour
lap.
and 20 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Late, isn't it?
So yeah, I'd guess another 30 or so laps.
Is Tenler going to try and unlap himself, I wonder? That's the thing that I'm thinking about at the moment, but Lockshy in 21 has cut the gap. Well, no, it's about the same as it's been for the last couple of hours. It's like 80, 75 seconds between himself and Lure. Like LM-P2s are all in coast at home mode, but I wonder if Lure might fancy unlapping himself from the leader and just putting a little bit of something to think about. There he is. There's GT3 in between them. Lure, having stopped more recently, has got the better tyres. He could put up a challenge if he wants to, but he needs to get that Racing number 3 car out of the way. He does so. In the 444 car of Valencia, it's going to have to pit soon. Valencia's been in a while, so I wonder if they might go for a driver change. Final hour of the race. The thing is, at least with the stream, we've had relatively few problems. The race started.
True.
I had a little bit of an issue with this sort of moving things for the overlay, really. But other than that, really plain sailing. We didn't have the issue we had in Magello, where right before the race started, we had the game crash on our end. So we'll fix that in like 20 minutes or so. So we missed the very start, which was a bit annoying. But we did see quite a lot of the action at Magello. We could the finish, which was probably the best part of the GT3 finish. I think GT3s have been generally the highlight of the season, although we have had some great LMP2 fights as well.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some good LMP2 fights, but I'm heavily biased. So it's I'll vote for the GT3 cars every time.
I don't blame you. I do think this tends to always be fairly close with the GT3. It's hard to break away in GT3 as well. LMP2.
At least, yeah, it's harder than the LMP2s.
Once you get some clean air in LMP2, you're just away.
Yeah, that's why I like GT4 racing so much, is none of the cars are fast. It's all about who's...
Like shopping carts on wheels, yeah. Oh, no, they are on wheels. Shopping carts are shopping carts on wheels. They move propulsion, I mean.
I like to compare them to cinder blocks with wheels, because you can just bounce them off each other and nothing happens to them. That, and because the pace of the car is so much slower, it's pretty difficult to actually meaningfully pull away from somebody in a long race. So you usually have a lot closer racing for longer. More fun as a driver and more fun to commentate.
Horvath in 86 has nearly pulled a 100-second gap on Boris, so he's covered the threat from behind very well. There, the 36 has done well to stay in this one. Lucas Lichten has just climbed the number 7 to 6th overall in the order. Rarely do we see a GT3 car running so highly in the overall order. This with Botan Bekenya's retirement for 90. Open up.
Yeah, but with seven LMP2 cars retired, I mean it's gonna happen.
It is, yeah, inevitably. I do still start to worry when a car goes wide and throws up a bunch of black dust that maybe the brakes or the engine's starting to go. But, yes, it's just the trick of the light, or the lack thereof.
I've caught that a couple of times and thought, oh, is there another engine about to blow up? But yeah, it's usually just...
Well, because we had 2 going in quick succession earlier. So
Uh-huh.
everybody is safe. Oh, still think Kovacs really over the curbs there. Looks like Kovacs given up at the least. They're trying to catch Christoph Toff for 5th place. For 8 seconds might be a surmountable gap even for him. Triple 8 have cut the gap to 82 seconds. It was nearly 100 earlier. Might be number 7 having hit or something. Adam Sereje is 26 seconds now behind Ben Spedjic, which is still the closest battle on track for position. So we could see Mugen fight each other near the end. Isn't really too big a threat from behind from Mario Valencia, 444.
Yeah, 30 seconds to Mario Valencia. That's not out of the running. They give a good solid performance for the rest of this. We might see them competing.
Mugen have really managed this quite well, despite a horrible start, to get 3 cars on the podium. The 2 classes. That really shows why they're such a strong team at the moment. They don't lose their head after a bad start. They get their heads down and work on making up the ground.
Yeah, honestly, as just a team,
this is a bad
remarkable
day for them.
well.
This is a bad day for them, and they're
Is that right?
still getting a decent result. Because usually, on a typical Mugen race, we had it a couple of times over this season where I'm pretty sure Daytona, they finished 1-2 in LMP2, 1-3 in GT3. Sebring, similar story. And as we see Boris diving for the pits. Then we've had a couple other races where they've won pretty dominantly in one or both classes. Reggie still pushing. He's got to get down to 24 seconds now. I don't think we're quite done yet, actually. This last hour, you might see one little contest for second. I can't see more than that happening, to be honest.
Let's just hope they're not taking any notes from the Ferrari book of teamwork, and they keep things nice and clean when they catch each other.
Oh, I wouldn't mind a little fireworks, but I'm sure Mario Valencia and Ring of Honor 414 wouldn't mind it either, but the way they're pulling away, have been pulling away across the stint, like Magic Bents on the mediums. I haven't been able to make them last, but I do think, potentially, if they had stuck with the softs, might be a lot closer to Lucas Lichten right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a different pitch
Sereje
strategy.
has been a lot quicker since switching to the softs. I don't think they've been able to cover enough distance on the mediums without pitting or to offset the advantage of the softs. I think Mugen sort of, after a bad start, took a bit of a gamble to stay out, gain track position, and pit later. And it sort of worked at the beginning of the race, or the midpoint rather. And now in this latter stage, the 88 switch strategy that the 888 is not, and so they've sort of converged slightly. That's my reading of things anyway. Maybe they have a complete.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you.
You were saying earlier that you thought the more teams should go than mediums, but maybe it was the right call at that time. I don't know, but I think when you're one of the quickest teams out there, you can sort of afford to, if you're really fast but you can't take it on through that track position, you say, right, we go on the harder tires, we stay out.
Right, yeah.
Got the pace to sort of make that work without being overtaken. Horvath now pits. Boris will go back onto the same lap as him, I'm assuming. Of course, we've almost 1 hour left. The Korean 8 hours. We've got 2 races left this season. The 12 hours of Laguna Seca, 18th of September. And the 24 hours of Spa, our season-ending event. Big points on offer, 38. So if you're within 38 points of championship leader after Spa, then you've still got a chance. If you win 70 points after this race to be within a chance winning overall. And the 24 hours of Spa is 16th of October. So just a reminder of the prize money. Total winning prize pot is 1,000 euros, 500 per class. First gets 325 euros. Second gets 125 euros. Third gets 50 euros. The top 3 in the championship in each class.
It's pretty nice.
If you're Mugen, you've got to be feeling pretty confident about that, with 2 cars well in the hunt for the top 3. With 90 out, the Valley number 90 out, then number 20 is only going to lose out to 95 here. Lose out to as well. Potentially, this keeps 87. Their hopes alive. They'll move up to 5th or 6th. Second place. Of course, GT3, Iris number 7 will be hoping that 888 finishes second, because the 88 is the one leading. Definitely want to beat 88 overall and gain as most points as they can on the leader. Because Iris number 7 are already ahead of 888 after Mugello, where they finished 4th. Neither of the Mugen cars scored in a rare off day. Ooh. Well, Sergio has cut the gap to 23 seconds now. So got another second out of Pence. Lua still sticking quite close to the back of McGeely. Thinking about unlapping him, that's for sure, but 95 will not give too many opportunities, the pace they've been showing. Even if he does unlap him, more for pride than anything else. And how to go. Take something catastrophic for number 95 to lose this race. And I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Famous last words.
Let's see. Is Bent's getting any closer to Lichten? 80 seconds right now, so not really.
Yeah. Iris number 7, like you said, managed this race to perfection, really. And you have to say, even with 445 issue for the 88, I think Iris probably have this one in the bag in GT3. They've been exceptional and use all the strengths of their car to get in front. Stay there.
Yeah, that BMW just chewed up the rest of the field. It was some pretty.
The only one that could
pretty
really
good
hold the
driving.
candle to them after the disconnection for the 88, which has recovered really well. Honorable mention to Sergio and the 88 team. But the 445 really, it's hard to say, but I think Pascalega probably just couldn't match what Stin Prins did. Stin Prins, sorry, did when he qualified so strongly and put the car into a leading position. I think Eggert sort of struggled to maintain that lead, and that led to that mistake, which unraveled their race.
Right.
Of course, they lost the feedback, so it wasn't really their fault either.
Yeah, that's rough.
Plenty of hard luck stories here in Korea. Seems to be the way, isn't it? But well, there's bad luck. There's good for those on the receiving end. Well, on the other end, but watching someone else receive bad luck. In the beneficiaries. We go to lap 212. Alright, let's have a look at the chat, see if there's anything they want us to do for the final hour. Maybe a kind of entertaining game we can play to keep ourselves awake.
I've got energy drinks in my future, because once I'm done with this one, I have another race to commentate.
Oh
So-
my goodness. Oh,
Not this long, though.
Not like
It's
poor
just-
Joshua, who is commentating on 24 Hours of Le Mans every couple of hours. He does a sort of live commentary for about an hour, and then also does a sort of update on previous hours as well. But it's a sort of weird kind of effectively an extended highlights whenever he feels like it, basically.
Gotcha, yeah.
Span 13L says the Triple Eight switched when they changed drivers and switched back to mediums when they changed again. Ah, so it's a driver preference, maybe. Like some drivers wanted mediums, others didn't.
Yeah.
That's fair enough, right? But clearly, I think the softs were the better tyres. Although perhaps, as far as the Mugen team are concerned, it's sort of quite the difference is pretty negligible. Because they can only go as far as the fuel tank lets them anyway, so...
True.
Difference 21 seconds. So it definitely feels like 88 are making better use of their softs than Triple Eight are of their mediums. Mediums should be better at this late phase. Oh! There's someone in the wall there.
Did I miss it?
It might have been a connection issue on my end because it showed someone static and it looked like they were in the wall, but it may have been Connection not being great.
Oh well, Chris Tompkins was off track. I don't know if they're in the wall though.
Yeah, I think he's continued. He's only one lap down actually on Kovacs. Actually, the 35 was had a pretty good stint in the hands of Tompkins. There he is.
Yep.
Final hour remaining though. Anyone's gonna close to someone and start challenging. Make up your mind, time.
There's still a lot that can happen between in the GT3 split. We got 3 cars all in the same lap with Benz, Serege, and Valencia. Might see some action there. And then up in the Le Mans prototypes, I think it's pretty set in stone at this point, although Luar and Kalashi are on the same lap as well.
We've not been given updates on the real Le Mans 24 hours, have we? We should do that. Do a rest of boredom.
I don't have any of that information ready.
Well, I'll look it up very quickly. You can find. Usually we'll just get for those 4 headlines, I'm assuming. The 124 hours, number 7 Toyota lead, holds lead over number 8 after 4 hours. That was 2 hours ago. Recently. See if the website gives us a bit of information. 17 hours, 33 minutes remaining. The lie. They're under safety car at the moment. Jose Maria Lopez leads for Toyota Gazoo Racing. I think that would be the number 7 car. Because I'm pretty sure the 8 is Bohemian Nakajima. Another dude. Here we go, yeah. So Jose Maria Lopez, number 7. Brendan Hartley, number 8. Ooh. The Maxibier Alpine. It says out, but I think that might be just out the pits. Yeah, I think it is. It doesn't mean out the race. WRT are leading. Louis Delatraz at the wheel. LM-P2. Oh, didn't do that. Information. Amis Racing, a second LM-P2. You mean come out the wheel? Yes, we've got. Also, the Glickenhaus is still in the race. Middle of the LM-P2s. 2 Glickenhauses, actually. GDs. AF course. GD and GDs. Oh, the position. AF course. Leading Corvette Racing. Then Porsche GT with Neo Yanni at the wheel. And AF Corsa for Miguel Molina. Very close then. On. Friendly cars there, of course. Hence pits. There we go. Something happened. Adam Sergio takes second place then. With 56 minutes left to go. Valencia is also going to get through onto the... Oh no, he's going in as well, because that's the strategy. I forgot about that. Me. Area below takes over. Triple A. Mario Valencia going to stay in? Surely they're going to change as well. 5 now. That's not good. Fresh again. So 54 seconds then between Below and Serege, but Serege surely got to pit again before the end.
Yeah, we got Valencia in the pits right now.
Once
The entire field right now is out on softs now.
The Valencia's emerged about 12 seconds behind Christoph Toff. Yeah, Triple H saw the light and returned to Below. Wanted the softs. Want to stick with the mediums. Yeah, is that any better? Can we see more of the field now? I know it's still only top 5.
Oh no! And we just
big crash
second
to
place
Trent
car. Yeah, Trent Lure.
Run around there. It looks like he's able to continue at least, but 70 seconds seeing himself and David Kalokshai. It'd be cruel to lose that second place in the dying hour of the race. Lewis just got to stay out and hold on. Hold that 70-second gap.
Definitely keep an eye on the lap times and see if they taper off. That last one was not particularly good, but there was also a collision there, so here's to hoping this next one's quick.
Looked like he just lost it on his own there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He lost it and put it in the wall.
Gap now 69 seconds, and if Kalokshai smells blood, then he will chase after it. He's got that title to get. Well on his way. I think strong favourite contention, really, when we go to Spa. We will start to worry if the 95 beats them again. We're going to Seca.
I love Laguna Seca, but this is, it's going to be a pretty nuts race.
It will, but we've had some pretty nutty races as well. Like Mugello, not really a place for multi-class endurance racing.
Yeah.
Portimao was a little bit tight in places, but sort of made more sense. Suzuka was pretty crazy. Raced at Hockenheim before. Pretty nuts on the new Hockenheim.
Man. I miss Hockenheim Ring. What a fun circuit.
Both versions already, actually.
Yeah.
Other crazy circuits have we taken EERC to. Really makes sense for endurance racing in real life. I went to Road America earlier.
Right.
Yeah, we had this season finale. Last season at Road America, yeah. Raced at NOLA in New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
Did a 4-hour race there, which opened the season. Pretty interesting. Bit like racing around a go-kart track, I think they said.
Yeah, it'd be the same thing if you raced at Portland International Raceway. It's just a little go-kart track compared to this.
Alright, so Adam Serege pits. Give up. Taking position to his teammate, Gergo Below. Mario Valencia, only 12 seconds behind Christoph Toff. His pit stop, so he will have to potentially either wait for Toff to pit or overtake him on track. More likely that Toff will pit first, isn't it? It's a matter of freeing up on to making sure the fuel tank lasts, isn't it?
It's kind of the name of the game. And yeah, just a little update on Lure's pace. Looks fine. Doesn't look like there was any meaningful damage to the car.
67 seconds. So Lure, a very lucky boy. He was the one driving. You haven't seen it, of course, when the engine blew from the lead at Suzuka. And it was apparently a pretty damaged car, and he did a brilliant job up to that point where it was just like with 2 hours, 1 hour or 2 hours to go in that 8-hour race at Suzuka. Was it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was either 8 or 12 hours.
And then, not to interrupt you, but Mario Securia, or I just butchered that because I'm tired, but
no, you got
the other person that was involved in that incident earlier we were discussing with the previous interviewee has offered to hop in and give their side of the incident if you're willing to drag him in.
Okay. I'll ask him who's ready. Well, I may as well drag him in, actually, because ready or not, he'll find back in.
He just DM'd me. So
Yeah,
let me
oh, he
see
said
it.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, golden.
We're just joined by
All right.
Mario Sequeira,
Hi.
driver of the 446. Is
Hello.
it Fringavon? Do you drive for Mario?
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So this is a specific,
Usually on P2, but
Yeah.
trying new things today.
yeah, the Goad Morgan Motorsport
Yeah.
Fringavon offshoot. We've got Ballet with their VMS Sun edits and all their different offshoots, and it's only fair that Fringavon get through the same, the free GD for entries in this race. So you had a very entertaining battle with the 35, the Ferrari.
Yeah.
You were struggling to get by. You did eventually get by after they defended very aggressively. And then, of course, the engine blew. So, could you take it through? Was it frustration, just about getting through, feeling satisfied with that, and then suddenly the engine let go?
I don't know, maybe. He just had way too much top speed. I think we had like a lot of rear wing, so car was very stable on the corners, but really lacking on top speed. I think I was too patient because I didn't want to like crash him. He did quite a lot of mistakes because I heard that he had his tires were gone, I think. So I was always catching him.
Yeah, he said his tyres got down to about
Yeah.
15%
Yeah.
by the end of his stint, I think.
I was always catching him because he was sliding quite a lot, but I didn't really wanted to push him. I think I clipped him 2 times because I was really surprised because he was braking way too earlier than me. So sorry for that. Then we had 2 moments on the straights. One time I was on the side of him and he clipped me. Then I was a little frustrated with that, but then I did the exact same thing because I didn't really saw him. I thought that
He said similar, actually, when we
Yeah.
talked to him. He said he didn't
Yeah.
see you at one
Yeah,
point.
I
when
thought
you
I
were-
was way
because of his field
ahead
of
of
view
him.
wasn't great.
Yeah. And then he made a mistake and I passed him, but he went on the outside. I didn't really wanted to like block him. I could have, but I didn't really done that. Maybe I should have. So he passed me again, and then he made a mistake and we almost crashed. But it was okay. It was hard, but I guess fair.
Yeah, the way I reflect on it is it was intense, really tight,
Yeah.
very well fought racing between both of you. And yeah, it really did just come down to that Ferrari having the legs on the straights. You just couldn't get around them. Even when you had the draft, he was pulling away from you.
Yeah.
And being a Ferrari driver in another game, it's basically impossible unless you run no downforce. That car just gets away from you. But that you were able to keep up with him everywhere else was what was so impressive about that. Is even though he had the legs to gain a couple tenths on you in the straights, you were right back on his bumper as soon as you were back in the twisty
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
And,
because he was sliding a lot, and I had the mediums, so they were holding really well, and I was always catching him. Like in 2-3 corners, I would get him.
So, sorry to cut you off there, Mario, but your teammates just moved up to 4th place in the 444 car as Christoph Top has just hit. So
Yeah, the other
the triple-
Mario is running really well. Yeah,
Yeah, Mario Valencia. It's just in a scenario where they've got to last the 46 minutes left and make sure they come out ahead in 4th position. They're about 45 seconds down on Serege, who's just set the fastest lap, 2 minutes 05, 0.5. So they're really trying to close up on his teammate. 11 seconds the gap there.
Yeah.
So we'll keep posted on
I
that.
hope he can get a podium.
Oh, that
Yeah.
would be something to get 2 podiums in a row, especially after winning last time. It's great to see Fringavon so competitive now at this late stage of the season. Because, like you say, Fringavon historically was an LM-P2 team. It would fight for points, did a respectable job, but it's great to see them running where they belong, isn't it? And I know you were basically fighting with the 35 not to finish last, but it's great to be part of a team that's on the
Yeah,
up, right?
Yeah. we were fighting last, but it was fun.
It was, certainly. And I know Stian is going to be leaving for a while because he's going on exchange, foreign exchange somewhere.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we won't be seeing more from him. But it was a great battle the two of you put on.
Yeah.
And it kept us entertained.
And both of you handling it like class acts. Neither one of you really coming in and saying, "Well, I can't believe that other guy. He was ruining my race." Both of you, both being exactly as courteous as you need to be and respecting each other, and it showed on the track, and it showed in the interview.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
I wish
very
him-
honest too.
I wish him well in the exchange, and I hope he gets home quick so that we can fight again.
Yeah, he said it'll be about
Exactly.
a year, I think. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see. But I'm sure
We
we'll
got
still
time
be
to
around.
practice. Make sure you beat him when he gets back.
I will take off that rear wing next time.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. That was a totally unveiled threat there. Anyway, great to chat with you, Mario,
Thanks.
and I hope you enjoyed the final 40 minutes of the race.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, see you in Sebring.
Alright.
No, not Sebring, Laguna Seca.
Laguna. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Sorry. Right, so put Mario back in his not moving to a different channel, like only moving to the channel I'm in.
Sure.
Alright,
That'll
Mr.
be
Friend.
fine. So let's see here. Ooh, green lap out of Belloc in the Mugen car.
Go below, yeah, he's set a personal best to trying to respond to the 88, which is pushing like crazy right now. I just got a message from Stan Gjorvad telling me that Mario is trying to contact me from the YouTube comment section. Yes, we just had a very lengthy discussion with him in this call. Anyway, Sergio continuing to put pressure on his teammate. This could be very interesting because this potentially could decide if the Triple Eight stays in the championship hunt or not. 42 minutes. It's just below 9 seconds now. Triple Eight have already got to pull out all the stops here, haven't they? Lap down on Lichton. Nothing really to gain up front. Not real big threat from Valencia behind. He's got his own real battle with Toff to worry about. Lua. After Magoody's pit stop, the gap's down to 52 seconds again. Lua, despite that spin, still on the same lap as the leader. You wonder if for the last half hour they're going to put Che Hatch back in or not. I think
Yeah, that is a good question.
I think a 50-second gap would be too much even for Che, really. And a 9-second gap between Valera and Sergio, I think that's surmountable.
I mean, honestly, Lure left the pits with less than an hour and a half. Just barely, but less than an hour and a half. And that should be doable on a single tank of gas, maybe? I don't know the LM-P2 cars well enough. In a GT3, it could be done.
I think
only barely.
I think most of the MPTs will have to stop again.
Yeah, okay.
Or they might, because there's such big gaps between most of them, they might take an insurance stop. It's only Lure who's close enough to maybe get McGillian. I'm pretty sure E7 has got to make another stop. And if you look at it in this stint, they've pulled away from just over. They're about 55 seconds now, aren't they?
Yep.
And McGurley's got this one under control. Lichton pits, speaking of it. So, we got technically 2 cars in the lead lap in both classes.
$40 minutes remaining here at Korea. We've got Lichten is in the pits right now in the GT3. Our leader there. Nobody else right now. And not really a lot of potential for close battles. We see Mario Valencia trying to make a charge up on Adam Sergey here.
That's 46
But-
seconds, though, isn't it?
That's a lot of time to try to make up in 40 minutes. But
Mario Valencia has done a great job, though. 69 seconds to Hoff, who's just pit.
well, yeah, and
Very
starting in
recently.
18th, now currently sitting in 9th overall. A very, very strong drive.
444, not the strongest car in qualifying, but certainly in the race. They come alive, they take advantage, they get themselves into great positions, especially recently. I think first and fourth, the last two races, that'll be something they can walk away with saying, wow, look how much we've improved. And they'll be absolutely justified and true. And Maguli stretches the gap to 57 seconds now. Kalokshai's also pitted as well, which is why he's a lap down on Lua. But the fact that he was within about 75 seconds, didn't he? Well, no, it got down to 68, 69, wasn't it, with the spin?
Yeah, I believe so.
The Red J, you to close up. Only a little bit. Time's starting to run out now. Gogo below may be able to do enough here. Look, the gap down to 7.6. But it starts to stretch out again over the straight. Got the 35 in between the two. Redry may get a little bit of a slipstream off the 35, but it's not going to help him too much, really. I think there's another car in between the both of them as well. It's BH Racing number 3. I never understood what BH stood for. BH Racing number 3. Funny to me, really. I'm assuming because a lot of these teams come from countries like Hungary and sort of in and around Eastern Europe.
I'm sure that's got something to do with it.
Yeah. I think Reading Game Studios was one of the few British teams on Dylan's squad. Always good. They've actually had a pretty solid season all in all. It's just a shame that they weren't really able to start this one. As Adeli takes over the 36 for the final 36 minutes. What's 37, but you know, I was going for the number. Kovacs is also pitting down in 6th. 753. In the end, I think they'll be relatively satisfied, but especially beating the 35. But they would have hoped for more of it earlier on when they were fighting for the podium.
Sure, but I mean, still a great finish nonetheless. It's going to earn their team plenty of points, a lot of points compared to some of the other teams today that were unfortunate and didn't finish. But yeah.
I really think we've seen the end of Dream Team, despite their amazing pace. I think we've really seen the end of their challenge. They've just been a bit too inconsistent this season. The 3 or 4 second places in a row came almost too late, really, because the first 3 or 4 races they didn't finish at all. So 10 race championship, you really got to be the most consistent endurance racing. The 87 are really stretching out this stint, aren't they?
They kind of don't have a choice.
Oh, there we go. As I say that, they show up as going into the pit lane. I've done that a lot in this race. Wow, why hasn't this person done this thing yet? And then they do it.
I call that being ahead of the curve.
Oh, exactly, yeah. Well, possibly it's happening exactly as I'm saying it, but because I'm on a delay, I don't realise. A few seconds later. Oh, Sir AJ trying to flash the traffic out of the way. He's kind of lost momentum, really, behind Tompkins and Toff. Not really fighting for position either. As Lua going to come out about where he was before, about 60 seconds ahead of Kalokshai. Yeah, there we go. 55 seconds the gap. It's to my timing.
Okay.
put the auto director on because Sergio's not catching at the rate I thought he would. Chris Tompkins is trying to get a lap back here. Looked a bit tight there with Maguli. I got through there. At the end of a race like this, I sort of start to realize how tired I am.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding, right?
There's a really, really close, exciting battle I tend to not realize until afterwards. As, oh, this isn't good for Mario Valencia, having two LM-P2s either side of him. Feel real clear of that. There are two lapping maneuvers going on simultaneously there.
No, not much you can do, though. You just got to kind of keep your wheels straight and hope to God they don't hit you.
Yeah, the 444 has done pretty well at keeping his wheels straight and clean this whole race. Really got to hope they can just make the field strategy work for them, get to the end. It'd be a bit touch and go, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
just a little bit. I mean, especially with...
they've lost.
Yeah. And this late into the race, no, I was just gonna say that this late into the race, that matters because they don't have time to make up that time lost. You know, just like Adam was saying towards the beginning of the race, everything leads up to the last half hour of time, and that is probably going to end up being the case in a couple of these battles.
Yeah, Toff has done really well actually to keep BH Racing number 3 in play here. Battle for 4th. Battle for 2nd. It's about the same, isn't it? 8 seconds, the gap. Below's just responded really well. And managed the traffic a bit better. Do you think Mugen will use team orders here? Yeah. The 88 ahead of the 888? Is they're ahead in the championship? Or they've got such a big lead
maybe.
as well. And with number 7 still a threat, an option, but I suspect the 888 and Go Below, they've got their own self-interest. They want to win the championship too. If they stay ahead, it keeps that alive. Also, it's more fun for us if the 888 stays ahead.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. It's an 8.5 second gap. That's, I mean, unless, as you put it, teams' orders are called. I don't think there's a. Well, I shouldn't say there's no chance that they catch, but.
Well, there's also a
definitely
chance that
an uphill
Go
battle.
Below bins it in the last half hour of the race, but
Right.
that wouldn't. I hope he doesn't do that deliberately. Well, actually, there's no reason to do that because that would lose the team both points. So. I guess because there isn't
Exactly.
really because it's the car that scores the points. There's no like combined cars team championship. It's sort of
Exactly.
individual out for themselves. As Ben Horvath gets out of the way of his teammate and another LMP2. Oh, that's Adeli unlapping himself from Ben Horvath, isn't it? Well, trying.
That's what it looked like, yeah.
Because Horvath was letting his teammate through. Because Lure is trying to. It's got Kolokshai within 60 seconds of him. So completely understandable there, but Horvath getting a thing from nearly the case of Adeli being just 1 lap behind rather than 2. Or was he lapping Adeli as well? And that just happened at the same time. I'm not sure about the sequence of events there. But anyway, affect the order.
All right, and in 5 seconds, we will have 30 minutes remaining in this race. The final stretch here, there it is.
This is sort of the last strategically convenient point to pit, isn't it? I think you're not going to make it to the end. But I think
Guys are
most of these
definitely on
remaining
the
teams are
triple
going to
four
take.
car.
I think most of these remaining teams are going to take the gamble, aren't they, and stay out.
If you've got gas in the tank enough to do it, you absolutely have to. And if that means fuel saving a little bit on the straights, so be it.
Because it's a what? 21-second gap between Valencia and Toth. As long as he's not losing more than a certain amount per lap. Oh yeah, so. Alright, with half an hour ago, should we give an update on Real Le Mans?
Yeah, we might as well.
But Sergio cuts the gaps to 6 seconds, so it's not over yet. Right, so number 7, Toyota still leads in class. A minute ahead. With the Alpine a lap behind the 2 Toyotas. Wickenhouse. Felipe Durrani. Gotten back up to 4th overall. Number 2, it's the 2 Team WRT cars leading ahead of United Autosports USA. Louis Daltraz and Ferdinand Habsburg.
Corvette Racing is leading out the GTE Pro split.
Yeah, instead of AF Course and James Collado. About a second, 2 seconds actually, second and a half behind of the Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette. The Monza is going to be great in LMH when new manufacturers join us. Tompkins gets a penalty, I think, for corner cutting there. Right? He's given out a few penalties for that in the past. Reggie is now 5 seconds behind. So now, all of a sudden, things get slightly more exciting. Closing stages.
Cars number 87 and 95 both pick up warnings.
2 leaders in LM-P2, yes. They're pushing like crazy.
Or excuse me, just a warning for car number 87.
Alright. We hope the 95 wouldn't be pushing like crazy and not with a lap over the 87. Who's done the more impressive comeback drive for you? Would it be Blockshire in the 21 or Sergio in the 88?
Ooh.
Sergio, I think, could take second here. Whereas
I think Sergio could take second. However, Koloski was at one point, I mean, as near as makes no difference, in last place.
he was 3 laps down, wasn't he, on the lead
Yeah.
of Blockshire? And now he's just like a lap and a half, 2 laps.
Yeah, I mean, unlapped himself from the entire field in front of him and is now competing for second place.
Whereas Sergio, I think, lost.
Still had a monstrous drive. I mean, both of
He
them,
did, yeah.
honestly, both have great drives.
Well, it's great to see Sergio so close to his teammate as well. We didn't see what would happen if Essi had stayed in the race.
Right, right.
Maybe some other mistake or misfortune would have befallen them, but we can't know that for sure. There's Horvath pits in the 86. The 86 didn't quite have enough fuel to make it to the end. Tompkins serves his penalty. With Horvath, he's still got a lap to a daily. What was so important, he didn't let Alpine unlap him. Wouldn't have had the same buffer.
Yeah, so Kloshkai went from first to technically DNF to re-entering the race to now in third place.
Yeah, the thing is, it's very similar between the 21 and the 88, their races.
True.
It's kind of hard to judge, isn't it? I wasn't sure who was out for longer. I'd have to check the.
I'd have to watch the VOD back.
Oh! Did you see that?
Ooh, yes, I did.
Was that one of the LM-P2s? It must have been. What that I thought? Oh. I think that might have actually been. Ooh, it definitely wasn't Kolokshai, the other. Yeah, it was one of the Iris cars. It was either Lua or Horvath. But just Sorecki sort of squeezed them in the wall and they spun there.
It was Horvath.
Oh, it was Horvath. 7 laps down and only a lap ahead of O'Dell. He can't afford to lose that 4th place, Horvath. Flashing his lights at him. He's not happy. Yeah, Sorecki. That's also sort of hurt his charge very slightly. We go below at the end of this straight, or at least the lights coming out the front of his car.
Yeah, at this stage of the race, if I can't see the car in front of me, or if I don't have any chance of pushing to catch them and pass them, at this point, I'm settling in. I'm just finding a comfortable pace that's going to keep me in the position I'm in, and I'm bringing the car back.
I don't think Adam Sorecki has got that message.
No, he's got to keep pushing.
Yeah, there's a title to win here. The 88 does have a sizable lead, but 7 is going to cut into it no matter what, don't they? So they need to protect that. But the enemy within, right? The Blake squad is going to get in the way. The 88 possibly having damage here. It's lost a little bit of time. A couple of attempts on this lap to their teammate.
Yeah, let's hope it's not too bad.
So they're not investigated for pushing an MP2 in the wall.
Yeah. But yeah, Sorecki can't relax here. You know, there's 20 minutes. He's only got a 6-second gap to the car in front. You got to be pushing. Even if it is a teammate. Considering that...
That might as well be a team enemy.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, Ballo is only 1 turn ahead of Sorecki.
I suppose it becomes a problem if they both take each other out.
That would be worst case scenario, is that they catch each other, they start battling for position, and then they take each other out. Which is why I said I hope that they haven't been reading the Ferrari handbook on teamwork. So,
but even then, they've got 60 seconds to Valencia, so if it's like final lap, they might go through. Get very interesting. Rockshai, similarly, got the gap to 44 seconds, but they're only 20 minutes to catch Lua before the end, unless Lua gets squeezed in the wall by a naughty GT3 car. Pins on his own. I feel like Sorecki is going to catch before the end, but he won't be able to get through. Because the tyre life is a bit too similar, isn't it?
That's kind of what I'm thinking too. But I've been wrong. I will continue to be wrong.
So Sorecki's done 14 laps. Ballo's done 17 laps on this set of soft tyres. Wait, have I got that right? I'm pretty sure I do. Minutes remaining then. certainly not the most exciting finish of the season, it looks like, but this race has had its moments.
It's had its moments, and I mean, we're 20 minutes until we put this to bed, but you know, we've had a lot to watch. We're 234 laps into this race, and half the field isn't on the track anymore. Can't really ask for too much.
Yeah. It's a shame the attrition rate's so high, to be honest. I always love seeing a lot more cars making the finish. Although GT3, I think the attrition's been a little bit better. More people have kept it in at the end here.
I think that's just a result of the GT3s being able to sustain a bit more damage.
Possibly.
And fewer disconnects, so luck.
How many are at the end of Laguna Seca, though? I agree with you that Spa, even over 24 hours, shouldn't be quite as attritional as or it should be similar at the very worst.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, because at Spa, you have Arouge and Radillion, or Radion, that can really end races and do it without even blinking. And then at Laguna Seca, you've just got such a tight track, and the corkscrew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mostly the corkscrew that's just going to end races.
Or maybe the first corner as well. That's quite a long one.
Yeah,
Not quite
it's
the same as La Source.
Yeah.
Now back up to 7 seconds between Sergio and below, so like below is doing enough, but one little mistake, Sergio will be all over him. Oh, well, there we go. Squeezing Horvath into the wall, Sergio's been given the penalty. Just as he gets the gap below 5 seconds, so. Well,
That is unfortunate.
well,
Question is, how much closer is Mario Valencia going to be after this drive-through is served?
and he pits immediately, so maybe his fuel is running out anyway, because no way would he have got the message for the penalty in time. Valencia goes very wide off track there. Oh no, that was him serving the penalty, so he knew he was going to get the penalty, he was waiting for it, wasn't he? Now we got 20 seconds, 17 minutes remaining. So below is probably safe here. Better for the championship, admittedly, but for our entertainment, I would have loved to see below having to defend from his teammate. Never mind. Kind of Sergio's fault there. A needless squeeze. He could have been really looking in his mirrors a bit more. Potter didn't stop the LM-P2 early enough. Well, I guess after this is over, I can get back to my normally stop-motion animation once we've done the interviews.
There we go.
Forward to that. How did all that work? I should have sent you that, actually, rather than the thing that I did send you, which was something awful I did early when I was at university. It was the refolied Die Hard 5 trailer or something.
I liked it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun to do, to be fair. I like some of the silly stings, horrible accents I got to do. Doing that to like hiring a voice actor, paying them like £5 or whatever just to do a project that's like,
Sure.
like one very small uni assignment. When it's more about my editing rather than making like a Hollywood standard or something.
Right. All right. Well, we are at the 15-minute mark now. The final stages of this race. I think we have a pretty good idea of what our finishing lineup could be, but 15 minutes is enough time for another person to blow up their engine or disconnect, so...
We'll find the wall.
Or find a wall, yeah.
Yeah. Even with that penalty, Serege and below is still the closest battle on track by some margin. Lentius got the gap just under 40 seconds to Serege. If Serege makes more mistakes, he'll be in trouble. It's unlikely now after that one. He'll probably back off, I'd imagine. That's 25 seconds to below. Real question is the 444 on its fuel, isn't it? Because it's the one on the most aggressive fuel strategy. Could really do with a code 80, to be honest. That would really save its bacon.
Yeah. And I
That
wish
was
that we
actually
could.
what happened at Le Mans.
Oh,
That's how
really?
the 21 beat the number 95. It was able to pit under a late code 80, even though the number 95 had managed to fuel better. It basically was able to pit later each time. Because while the number 21 was leading, the code 80 came out. It was like the most unlucky moment. So I remember talking to 95 crew afterwards, and they were so annoyed. They felt they had that one in the bag otherwise, but 21's pace was also slightly better as well, and they knew it. But this time, all gone exactly the plan. But the 21, only 38 seconds behind Lure. I think I do have to agree with you that the 21 has done an immense job to recover as much as it has. But I think we saw that little mistake from the 88 that's made me change my mind.
Sure, yeah.
I do think the 21 will be very, very deserving LM-P2 champions, but the 95 made a great case for themselves today. Oh, Lua just holding on to that one. Oh, it's starting to go with 12 minutes left, aren't they? Oh, yellow in sector 1. Not sure what that was about. I guess I'll send you that stop motion I was talking about, Matthew, while we're waiting for the race to get to near the end. Okay, here we go. Alright, afterwards, I guess. At any point, really. Yeah, Serege, the gap's now 26 seconds, so not really close as much as he would have hoped. Valencia, the gap's back up to 41 seconds, so.
Yeah, nothing is going to happen there unless there is an act of God at this point.
Yeah, the big, yeah, it's still the fuel, but Valencia's even pulled a 79-second gap on Toff. So he might just be okay for a splashing dash. Comes to that. Fourth is in the bag. Yeah, 80 seconds now. Pretty sure a pit stop here is about 80 seconds, or 75 seconds, or something like that. Sorry.
Yeah, me too, man.
30.
No, I'm there with you.
Yeah. 35
Right on.
seconds, the gap between Lure and Kolokshai. but enough. 10 minutes remaining, less than 10 minutes actually. Well, I guess they do get the extra lap, but well, not an extra lap, but they'll keep going if the race leader crosses the line, it hits 0, and they haven't finished the last lap then. Oh, Sergio really cutting the track as he tries desperately in vain to cut the gap. But it's up to 28 seconds now. Could even get another penalty for corner cutting if he's not careful.
Yeah, I really think that, you know, at this point, the time for pushing is past after getting that one penalty. At this point, you just take the advice of just bring the car back in one piece.
Probably with so few cars on track, he was able to make contact with someone while chasing.
I mean, that's what happens. I mean, we're talking, you know, we're having a hard time just trying to talk about the race with 8 minutes left. Imagine how much more stress these drivers are under.
Oh, yeah. Was when you get to the very, very end, where you can't afford to make any mistakes at all, that's where they start to creep in inevitably.
Exactly.
We should give more of a shout out to the 36 Alpine crew. They're deadly at the wheel at the moment. Only a lap behind Horvath.
Yeah, after a pretty catastrophic race themselves, honestly. Oh, and actually, David Koloski is in the pits
So he couldn't
with
quite
7
make the
minutes
fuel
and
last.
30 seconds left.
I think he was doing his best to sort of keep on the same lap as Lua, but wasn't quite enough in the end.
I mean, at the end of the day, this isn't going to cost him anything. Exactly. So yeah, he's already got fastest lap. So he put as little fuel in as he can and soft tires and just get fastest even
the
more.
86 had that horrible stint for Kevin Reaches that lost him so many laps because he just kept having to come into the pits.
Yeah.
But that is really what has enabled Kolokshai not only to get up into third place, but also to at least have a free stop near the end, rather than risk running out of fuel in the last couple of minutes. Gap now 76 seconds.
Well, let's see if they're able to pull off another faster lap. That 152.4 has gone untouched for the better part of 5 hours, if not longer than that.
Yeah, you got to feel without that disconnection, this was probably going to be Kolokshai's race to lose, wasn't it? As it's been so often the case this year. Well, Kolokshai and, of course, Varconi, his teammate. I always keep forgetting it's a team sport, this, where there's other drivers.
Oh, absolutely. I've done many an endurance race, and
Especially
a lot of them with the same group of guys, and it's absolutely a team effort.
The problem is when the lineups change, and they've got like 4 cars in the race, 2 in each class, and they shuffle them around as needs be. You sort of forget who's in which car sometimes. But the 21 crew has been pretty constant throughout the whole season. Wednesday's got the gap down to 36, 35 seconds. It's impressive. Late charge. Or is this him trying to make it to the end with the fuel by going faster so that he finishes the race sooner? I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
It's either you lift off and get to the end, or you just go faster.
Well, I mean, going faster doesn't net you anything unless you're like trying to get on the same spot of the track as P1 when they wave the white flag to try and reduce the number of laps you're responsible for. But I would just Yeah, I would. If I'm really that desperate to fuel save, I'm worried less about that and more about coasting going into corners.
Or it could be he's trying to coast for the last couple of laps and make sure he's got a big enough gap to Toff to get away with that.
Sure, yeah.
But it's certainly going to be touch and go. I think they may have timed this just right, the Triple Four squad. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, we knew that they were going to be the ones to watch, being that they're on a different pit schedule than the rest of the teams. So
They're the first
moment
to
of
pit,
truth is going to come up here shortly.
and the 88s had to serve that drive-through, so they'll be fine on fuel.
Yeah.
Okay, in about 4 minutes' time, going to be your race winner, Martin Maguli, and the number 95 DEAC Hackers crew. So often denied this season, but on their way to their first victory of the season, going to put them right back into title contention. As Mario Valencia kisses the curb at the final corner. The top going well wide. Turn 3.
Yeah, Mario Valencia not doing any fuel saving. I just hopped on board with him. So
Well,
I'm sure
that
they'll be
sounds like
fine.
a very confident man then.
Yeah. Yep, he's ringing every gear out to red line, and he's not coasting.
Only a couple of laps left then.
Yep, 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Pretty soon here we'll see the white flag waved for final lap. Probably got 2 or 3 laps left in this race. And sure enough, David Kolaski comes in, or Kolaski, comes in and shaves 2/10 off the previous best lap. Just shaved another 10th off the first sector of the lap they're on right now. So
On a roll.
yeah,
Cut the gap down to 72 seconds from what, 78, 76?
correct.
It's such a gap that Lua can really afford to coast at home these last couple of laps. '69, 68. Wow, Quadtrack flying. Maybe he wasn't sure on fuel. He just
Oh
really
no,
wanted it.
Mario Valencia's in the wall right now.
Oh no! Disaster.
And gets it back out on the track. Does not cost him a position, but a pretty firm contact there with the wall.
The pressure getting to him. Was he trying to catch Sergio maybe? Because he had got it down to like 32 seconds or so. Yeah,
I couldn't tell you.
10 seconds there. He's still got 40. It's tough. So he just has to make it home.
now.
How much pressure was he under there? Thankfully, Mario Valencia. Oh, is that serious damage to that car? Too
I'm
comfortable
watching the
down
replay right now.
I'll have a look at
Ran
Mario.
wide. Oh, and then coming back on track, just got a tank slapper and put it right into the wall.
Oh, front end would have taken a horrible whack there then.
Yeah.
But only
That
a
was-
minute
that was
left in
pretty
the
rough
race.
collision.
He's just got to survive one lap. This lap, maybe one more. Coming to the final 40 seconds. Where is the race leader? Here he is. He's just coming into turn 3 now, so this is going to be the last lap then for him. Watch him. Keep an eye on that gap between Valencia and Toff. Toff will know that Valencia's nursing a wounded car. 4th place. Vulnerable here. 75 seconds between Valencia and Toff. Even with a wounded car, it's like Lewis Hamilton at the British Grand Prix last year.
Yeah.
But they had that puncher. But Verstappen was so far behind, even on the fresher tyres, that he was a few seconds short by the end.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Valencia is definitely dealing with some severe front end damage. because that car is understeering badly.
A heroic drive nonetheless, though.
Absolutely.
Surely he's going to make it. Yeah, well deserved. Oh, but he's right in front of the race leader. Does he let him through?
Which, if he's smart, yes.
Yeah.
You let that car through, let them end the race, and
Here
then
we go. Just a couple of corners now separate Martin Maguli and DAC Hackers number 95
there we
from
go.
a
You let him
well-earned
pass.
victory. There we go. Mario Valencia steps aside. Nothing is going to stop DAC Hackers now. They've had to wait so long for this, but it is richly, richly deserved. As the Hungarian car comes in through the final few corners. Been a difficult, bruising 8 hours of career, but the victors are going to be DAC Hackers number 95, Martin Maguli, Roland Zirks. Here they go, towards the timing line. They slow down, and it's victory for Martin Maguli and DAC Hackers. They're first in EERC. And look, he knows it. Celebrating it, absolutely. Fully well deserved. It's going to be Lure a lap down in second. He would have been just behind on the road. Let's see if we can pick up the GT3 winner as Maguli continues to celebrate. There we go. There's 10 Lure. He crosses the line in second place. A great result for the 87 crew. Where is Ben Gilhead and Iris? It's going to be another great day for Iris. Second in LM-P2, but they crossed the line in GT3 as the winners. There they are, just finishing the final lap, I think. There you go, just lets Kolokshai through. He will finish third. His title hopes very much. Prime position, despite Maguli winning. Number 95. Here comes Lichton. Another team that's had to wait a long time for their first win. In GT3, I don't think Iris have won in either class until now. But that bad luck streak ends today. He powers towards the line, and Lucas Lichton, Iris number 7, wins 8 hours of career in GT3. Across the line, they go into the runoff area, and surely there's going to be donuts here. Beating both Mugans. A superb drive, a well-deserved victory. Look, there we go. The donuts reign over the Korea International Circuit. All over the pit lane exit as well. More rings than the Olympic logo. But Serege got very close in the end. Was there a problem for below? Valencia, I think, crossed the line about 40 seconds ahead of Toff, so there was no real threat after he let Maguli through. But, go. That is pretty much a lot from Korea. Shall we set the results? Starting order. I want the race results, don't I? Let's go through LM-P2 and you can go through GT3, Matthew. There's not many. So, victory for Martin Maguli, DAC Hackers, finally! A whole lap ahead of Turn Lure and Iris 87. David Kolokshai was third in the number 21, during that podium streak of late. Vince Horvath was fourth in the number 86. Great day for Iris. 2 cars in the top 4. And then finally, Gasbolik Erdeli for Signatech Alpine was 5th in the number 36. A brilliant result for the new underdog team. But failing to finish, cruelly denied, was Boton Bukenes in the number 90 Valet. Keith Sonneveld also didn't finish. Gabby Vessi cruelly had the wheel failure. Tobias Bunshine out very early on. Lachlan Andrews in the number 6 didn't really get going. Do we have other results here? Here we go. 2 disqualifications. Will Kenwright and Luis Paulo Abreu. Pretty unlucky, you have to say. But Matthew, here are the GT3 runners.
Yes, I am.
Take us through them, please.
Yeah, and in first place in the Giovanna Iris Automation, number 7 BMW, Lucas Lichten brings it home for first place in GT3. followed by the Mugen Sim Racing 888 McLaren 650S. Giorgio, I'm going to butcher all these names, but Balo brings it home for their team, followed by, in third place, Adam Serege in the other Mugen 88 Sim Racing McLaren 650S. Just behind, after a pretty good recovery drive and a not traditional pit strategy, we've got Mario Valencia bringing it home for the Finji Avant Motorsport 444 car. We've got Christoph Tooth in Toth Tooth. Wow, I'm tired. Christoph Toth in the McLaren 650S for B&H Racing. Zoltan Kovacs for PSB in the number 753 car, and in seventh place, Chris Tompkins in the Ferrari Elton Motorsports number 35. Have a couple of DNFs for the GT3s as well. We've got Mario Sequeira. I bet I'm tired, man. In the McLaren 720S for Good Morgan Motorsport, Zoltan Toth for Dream Team Endurance, and Pascal Eggert in the number 445 McLaren.
Yeah, I'm just furiously messaging everyone, asking if they want to do any interviews. See if we can get an interview with Pascal Eggert, because I'm sure he's had a bit of time to recover. Annoying, because I sent one of the DEAC hackers guys a request, and they didn't get back to me. they left. Okay, Lucas says they're up for an interview in GT3, so he says, yes, take Sven with me. So, right, let's take him in.
Cool.
So, we've just been joined by the class-winning GT3 team of Giovanni Iris Automation number 7, Lucas Lichten, and Sven Gielhed. Lucas, Sven, well done. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
It's been a long time coming, but well deserved. Lucas, you sound very happy about that.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming for this. We were multiple times this season able to fight at the front for Pepsi and fight for wins, and it's just we've had so much bad luck. I mean, the Mugen cars would most of the time anyway win. It's we the car odds-out favorite, but we were on a couple of races actually. They're running. Giving them a good fight, and then just a disconnect, an accident, something, and it just all unraveled always. And today it finally worked out, so that's positive for once.
Ah, well, definitely seemed like Mugen had the bad luck today with the 88 car being disconnected early on, and also. Fringer Bond were a big threat earlier on with the 445 car, and Pascal Eggert ended up, unfortunately, getting into a big incident and dropping down the order. Did you feel like 445 were going to be a really big threat in this race, or did you feel like you had them covered even when they jumped you in that pit stop?
You have to ask Sven, because I wasn't around at that time.
Okay, fair enough.
I came in with 3 hours to go. I was in the afternoon busy with family and stuff, so came in to drive my stints later.
Yeah, so it was just consolidation for you, wasn't it? You already had the big lead, and it was just a matter of extending it, really. And of course, Mugen, they've had the upper hand of you so many times this season, but this time it worked out in your favour, and also it really puts you back in the title hunt. It gets you ahead of the 888 team, I believe. Oh, you were already ahead of them, I think, in the standings. So it really helps you close in on 88, who had a bit of misfortune near the end that stopped them catching up to 888. So, do you think title's on?
The 88 has basically won this. This is what I'm concerned.
But that's a big fight for second still, surely.
That's what we have focused on, that fight for seconds. The 88 has been. There's an outdated team standing to look at. Coming into this race, they had 51 points lead. So Yeah, because there's on the final race, I think that's not even mathematically catchable. The 888, the double eight. I think we can't
Oh,
even
so they're mathematically champions already after this then. So they've, I've missed the world champions being crowned because I was so excited about you guys winning.
Because there's 38 points up for grabs for the final race. They've scored today. Let me grab a calculator briefly. They scored today 15 points for finishing third. If I know that correctly, I think if that was the the double eight car that finished third out of them. And so they are then after this run at 161, and we came into this with 95 plus 25 points, and that's 120. There is 38 potential points up for grabs.
Well, there's 38 and then 30. There's 32 from Laguna Seca and then 38 from Spa.
Oh yeah, right. There's 2 races still to go. I forgot. I thought there was only one.
You're still within 70 points of them, so it's still mathematically on.
Yeah, okay. I forgot there was a race still in between.
Oh, let's hope you turn up.
I
Or
thought it
will
was
be
only
over.
Spa the last one remaining. No. There's still like Demolition Derby, Laguna Seca. That 12-hour race is still on the schedule. Right, I forgot about it.
But anyway, congrats, Lucas. I think Sven is still always celebrating, and rightfully so. But we're going to invite some other guys in who are patiently waiting in the waiting room, if that's all right, Lucas.
Yeah.
But absolutely well done, and best of luck for the rest of the season. I was really glad to see you do it, because I know I'm sort of cheering you guys on for a lot of this season, even I'm not supposed to, as an impartial commentator. Matthew, do you have any questions for Lucas before we move on?
No, not at all. Fantastic driving out of both of you, and it was a pleasure to watch. Thank you for making our job easy.
The pleasure was all ours. Don't ask me to talk.
That's okay. It's been 8 hours, don't worry.
It's been more than 8 hours for me.
Right, okay, I'm going to invite some more people in.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Right, we've just been joined by Chris Skitsov from Iris Automation number 87, and also Pascal Eggert from the 445 squad. So, first off, Chris, you've just finished second in LM-P2. It's been a great day for Iris, winning in GT3. We've just been talking to the winning team there. But also really good in LM-P2, finishing second and fourth. Are you guys satisfied with that?
Yes and no, because we did our best. Obviously, both Che and Ton were godly today. They were aliens. I was just trying to bring the car alive. But we were very quick in the race. The setup was incredible. Everything was really good. We prepared pretty well, I think. At least Ton and Che prepared very well. We sadly were involved in a couple of incidents, which...
Yeah, Che got squeezed in the wall by a GD car quite early on, and they had to sort of recover from that, but did brilliantly.
Yeah.
And it was really a race of recovery from you, Valet 33, and also the 21 of Mugen, of course. Were you worried about the 21 near the end? Because they were really, really quick.
Yeah, they were very quick. We've always kept that in mind. They drove insanely well. Congrats to Zoltan, and I seem to always forget who was his teammate, but congrats to both of them.
It's Zoltan Balconi and David Kalopsha. So
Kaloche,
yeah.
They were incredible today. It's very sad that they got disconnected like that, but it happens to the...
Well, they're leading the championship, so I don't think they'll be too upset.
Yeah, but you always want to have equal opportunity to fight and have fair fight for the win, and it's never really the same as when you are able to actually beat the person, and when you have to recover and the others have to recover, it's also not as satisfying as it is when you just go from like P1, P2, P3, P4, whatever, and just have equal opportunity to fight for the win and not be affected by any hardware or software issues. But like it is in the game, it's in the real world as well. So you cannot really predict what's going to happen, which is sad, but we're very happy for the
We do have a
result.
message from the winners in LMP2. We have not agreed to do an interview. I did ask them. This is a conversation I had. Congratulations. This is with Martin McGooley. Congratulations. Would you like to come on for an interview? And Martin said, I'm scared because of my English, so I don't believe it. Your chat partner has disconnected. So
They were very consistent today.
To be fair, they can drive. If they can drive really well, nobody cares about their English being not great. To be honest, I don't mind. They can. It's their victory. They earned it, so they don't owe me anything. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for them too, because I know how disappointed they were after the near miss at Le Mans. We've just been joined by Nick Homewood as well. So sorry, Chris, this is about to turn into a Ring of On call, I think. But anything else to add, Chris? At the end of this, 2 races left. Are you guys excited about what the 87 can do?
Yeah, obviously, we believe that we are pretty sure that our lineup is incredibly good, and we hope that we'll be able to challenge the front runners once again. We've been able to get a couple of podium finishes the last races. We've been consistently on the podiums when we had maybe more luck, more pace. So we hope that we'll be able to keep that pace into Laguna Seca and Spa for the end of the championship. So we're very excited for that.
Yeah, I'll have to see if you guys are still in title contention, but you're definitely in with a shout for 3rd at the very least, with the number 20 having an unfortunate wheel failure today, which forced them out from the lead, very sadly. But it does mean that you guys are still in with a chance of those €500 for 3rd place in LMP2. So best of luck for that. Matt, any questions for Chris before we move on to Ring of On, who have been waiting very patiently?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, thanks very much, Chris, and enjoy the
Excellent
second
performance,
place.
gentlemen.
Thank you very much. See you.
Yeah. So joining us now are Nick Homewood, Mario Valencia, and Pascal Eggert from the Ring of On cast, from the Nick and Mario from the 444 team, and of course Pascal from the 445 that led so well early in the race, and unfortunately had an incident that took them out. So let's talk to the 4th place finishers, Nick and Mario. Mario, you were driving at the end, a little off in the wall, heavy damage, frightening final lap of the race for you, with BH Racing number 3 closing, but had a big enough gap to hold, and you just let EAC Hackers, the LMP2 leaders, go ahead of you, so you didn't have to do another lap. Do you think you would have survived another lap, Mario?
Yes, I think. I mean, the steering was really bent, like 90 degrees bent or something like that. But I didn't expect to spin like that. It's true that the tires were going off a lot, but I still felt some grip, and then it just went to the wall, and it was like, no, please, no. So, I did have a lot of steering damage, but most of the turns were to the left, and the worst turns were to the right, so it wasn't a very big problem.
Oh, it's good that the track was designed that way, with right-hand turns. It wasn't anti-clockwise track. You would have been clockwise track.
On the right-hand corners, it was really unstable, the car. I would easily spin. But yeah, with just 2 people in the car, it was really hard.
It's just as well you built up such a big gap beforehand, Mario. You did a great job there. And Nick, that must have been frightening for you, because obviously you're out of the car, you see Mario go in the wall, you have the same reaction as us. It's oh no.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I hope
there
you
was
can hear
2
me.
races in a row with a heart in mouth finish, wasn't it? Except that this time, just off the podium, unfortunately. Mugen were a bit too strong today, but you did your best. You defended extremely well when you were ahead of them in the earlier stages.
Yeah, can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, no, it was a crazy race. We were disconnected on the first lap.
Are you asking Pascal or me?
Asking Nick, actually.
Oh, yeah, mate. I think he's muted or something.
No, it's fine. It's TeamSpeak. I can hear it.
Yeah, Nick is coming through loud and clear on my end, so don't worry.
No, yeah, we were 80 seconds down after the first lap. We had a disconnect.
Ah, that was what happened. Wow. Okay.
So to come
brilliant
back,
recovery, all things considered, to fourth.
we were running third. We just couldn't get the Mugans.
Just a little bit too quick. We
Yeah.
needed another Mugello thing where they took themselves out, basically.
Yeah, so that's what we were praying for. But in the last,
They were getting quite close. It was quite close. The 88 nearly took itself out there in the end.
yeah, well, we had a penalty as well for the
So that might have
88.
been why Mario was pushing so much in the end.
But no, it was the last few laps I was late because I drove for 6.5 hours because we had someone drop out at the last minute.
Oh, wow.
So I did quali and then the first 5 hours of the race. So I was very tired. I was just willing to get to the end.
All things considered, a monster couple of stints then for Munich.
Yeah,
and
I'm very happy
Mario
with it.
too, to be fair.
Yeah,
He
Mario
really made
did.
the backbone of.
Mario had amazing pace.
I think that's a very well-deserved fourth place, and
Yes.
I think you may not be in mathematical contention anymore, but certainly you've had a really strong last two races, and you've really. It's amazing. We're disappointed with a fourth place, whereas
Yeah.
before I think you guys would have happily taken that a few races ago.
It's probably the hardest we worked for a fourth place, but
Well,
good
let's
result, all
hope.
things considered.
Let's hope when these longer races comes into play, that Triple Four are there to take advantage. But finally, Pascal, are you there, Pascal? Could you tell us a little bit about your race? I know you'd be disappointed, but such an amazing start for the 445 squad, leading the race ahead of Iris, and you inherited that leading position. It must have been an amazing feeling, right? For those that it was like a long time that you were in the lead, actually.
Yeah, I was quite looking forward to doing a defensive drive because I wasn't that fast on the track, but I think I would have been able to keep them behind for quite a while, but then I got into the car and have no force feedback at all. So that made it quite
That was
hard
the
to
moment
keep
you
the
were
car
in
on
the
track as
car,
well.
because you had that incident
Yep.
with the LM-P2. Was that because you didn't have the
No,
force
no,
feedback?
Yeah, a little bit because I went off track before that. And like he tried it around the outside where it didn't work, and suddenly he censored at me what shouldn't work either. And yeah, I had my hands full with the force feedback, so I wasn't aware that he gonna send it there.
I should apologise because I saw you go side by side and bump into an LMP2 car, and I was very critical. I was like, "Why are you doing that when you're fighting for the lead in GT3?" But I didn't know about the force feedback issue until a bit later, so I apologise for being so critical
Yeah,
of your
it's
driving.
fine.
I should have known better. Matt, do you have any questions
Yeah,
for
but-
Bring of On before we move on? Because I know obviously Pascal a bit disappointed, but still a brilliant performance up to that point. So Matthew, do you have any questions?
No questions for me. Just a strong race given the conditions for each team, and glad to have made it to the end of 8 hours.
Yes, and a shout out as well for Stin Prinz. Is it Stin? Is his name?
Stein.
Yeah,
Stein. So Stein did a brilliant job actually to qualify
Yeah,
4x5
he always
car
is.
so well and get it into the lead. Was it a short pit stop, by the way, that got you guys into the lead?
Nope. No, I think the Iris had some contact before that, and then they had some damage that they had to repair.
They had to pit for repairs, of course.
You weren't able to double stack the tires on here. Like, our tires were at 15 at the end of a stint, 15% of 100.
Oh, we've heard that before, actually, from the 35 car, who I think also won another interview.
Yep.
Jan wants another one. I think we haven't heard from Chris and Lewis yet, but we'll let them in. But well done on your fourth place, guys, and bad luck to Pascal. I'm sure we'll see the 445 once again fighting for victory in Laguna and in Spa.
Thanks for commentating as well, guys.
No worries. If everyone join us in the comments about Pascal, you're very welcome. I'm sorry I've been
Yeah,
rude to you in this
we'll see.
case without you knowing.
No, you're
Because you
right.
didn't deserve more punishment after that. But anyway, thanks very much, guys, for talking to us, and well done on your recent success as well, because it was great to see you guys winning in Magello, and I'm sure we'll see you do it again before the season's out.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. We'll be cheering you on. No worries. Anyway, let's let
Thank you, guys.
35
Good
go in,
night.
I think, because it's getting late, so we'll let them do one more interview and then we'll stop.
Oh, no. Hello.
All right, it's very busy in here now, isn't it? We've just
Oh,
been joined
double.
by the 35 crew, Christine Lewis, Chris Tompkins, and Stian Gorvad.
That was a really butchering of my name. Sorry, I just had to say it.
Stian Gorvad.
Almost. It's okay.
Okay, well, you're leaving soon, so I won't have to say it again. I'm sorry. I'm sure I'll memorize it for when you come back, don't worry.
It's not problem. I'll probably have a year of people butchering my name, so it's fine.
Okay. So, Chris and Christian, we haven't heard your perspectives on the race. Mistake to go for the Ferrari for this one? Or did you not change it in time?
Well, there's no real choice because that's the car of the champion.
You're locked in, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't
you
do like... Can't really
you-
do what the 444 squad did, but they
Yeah,
switched the McLaren
me
halfway through the
and
season.
Stuart were meant to drive the 720S and the 45, but Wesley couldn't make it, so we had to take charge of the 35 just to make sure he got something this race.
Right, you didn't have Wesley, but you did have Stian.
Yeah, we didn't have Wesley.
A brilliant fight.
Like, the Ferrari was a couple seconds a lap slower than the McLaren this round, so I think we can take solace in saying that we weren't that far off the pace, really.
And you still finished in 7th when the
Yeah, I
did
mean,
not.
7th is still a fair whack of points. That was our main goal coming in, because we got told 3 or 4 days before the race that we need to drive the 35 in the Ferrari while we've done all the practice in the 720S.
Oh no!
So we had 3 days to learn the Ferrari. So the fact that we finished with
And the track was up for so long, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah. We had I'd been practicing loads in the 720S and was having good pace, and then we got told, oh no, you have to do the Ferrari.
Oh well, it's always the way, isn't it?
But yeah, we can't complain too much. The pace was good. I mean, especially the final stint from both of us. We both had pace. Once we clicked that the mediums were not the tyre to go on the Ferrari, it really struggled on those.
So,
Yeah, that was horrible.
Christine, do you have any thoughts on the race? Did you do... I'm not sure if I remember seeing Christine in the car that much.
I was supposed to drive the prototype.
Ah, that would be the why. Did it not start then? Was it the number 6 that was the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lackey had some sort of problem with his paddles or his shifter or something, where our factor just wouldn't recognise it half the time.
Lackey?
Despite it being
Was that what you
tame.
call Lachlan Andrews?
Lackey.
Okay, I'm sure he loves being called that. Oh, that's a shame about his pedals. He wasn't the only one. We had the number 20 had a wheel failure as well from the lead, so at least that didn't happen. But,
I have a Thrustmaster, so I think it will probably happen at some point to me as well. I've already had the wheel fall off once, so...
We had an issue in the 35 as well. In the first driver swap, about 2 hours in, my wheel decided that it only wanted about 45 degrees of rotation, which was interesting. So full lock was barely moving the wheel, so I had to jump out, and we probably lost about 2 laps trying to sort that. So,
and I'm sorry, by the way, Stan, that because you were telling me to invite Mario Sakura in the car that you guys tricked into blowing up their engine by making them fight you so hard. That's how you got 7th, of course. Totally intentional. That was the plan all along.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
I'm sorry that I didn't tell
if
you
there's
that
no
I
other
was
GT3s on track, we win.
Well, it's survival of the fittest. It's Darwinism in action.
Well, I said to Chris when he was catching me, I said I'll try to defend my best because if we let him pass, we're fucked either way. For the language. But so at least let him burn the tires because our tires were down at 30 to 20%, so we had nothing to lose there.
There we go. And certainly, you put on a great show for us, which is the main thing.
Yeah, that's good. I think I put on a few shows actually.
Oh yeah, throughout the race, really.
Yeah, the Ferrari was so slow. There was always action from a car behind.
Yes, but
it was
only
good in sector 1.
It took them a while, though. It didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't breeze past instantly.
They had no chance in.
They had to go the long way around.
Yeah.
Problem with the Ferrari is it's so quick in the straight line.
It's the one pro the Ferrari had going.
Yeah, it's like I think I mentioned this to you in a DM or a YouTube comment or something, that the Ferrari didn't get into 6th at all this race.
Yeah, no, I didn't touch the 6th gear.
Yeah, the
Sure,
McLaren
sure,
were
the
well
setup.
into 6th at the end of the straight because you can't adjust the gear ratios. While the Ferrari was just where you'd probably want to shift it to 6th, but as soon as you wanted to shift it to 6th, you were down braking anyway. Yeah, so you just left it in 5th, and there was no point.
Yeah, there we go. So certainly a great race for Stan to end his stint on, and I'm sure Lewis Christine Lewis and Chris Tompkins, you will be back for more and hopefully get on the podium again in the last 2 races at Laguna Seca and Spa. And you never know, I think the title hopes are a bit remote at this point, but still.
I think with Leslie, I don't think there's a chance of I don't think there's a chance of winning the title for Alton. I'm not 100. What, there's 70 points left now?
Yeah, 70.
I don't know what the gap would be. I think it's about.
We had 77 points, where the 88's got 146. So I think it's out of play for us.
Yeah, we can't get. You can't win.
Oh, I think Euros.
I think the plan is third. That's what we're aiming for.
Yeah, so the 888 has a really bad time. Yeah, but I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And before we go, we should give a shout out to the 86, who've had a difficult season, and they finished in 4th today. The crew of Emily Callison, Akos Forgax, and the other guy, whose name I forget, but I'm sure it'll come to me later. But a brilliant job by the 86, actually, on a great day for Iris, where they won in GT3 and finished 2nd in LM-P2. So I think the 86 deserves a bit of credit too, especially Emily, who originally was of a different team and now has joined 86 and gotten a great result to her name. So hopefully we'll see more from them and getting them on side with the 87, because the 87 is really quick. So to even finish a couple of places behind the 87 is no mean feat. So,
just to finish off your shout out, I think it's Kevin Vickers. That's the
which is of course Kevin, who had that horrible stint where the thing was set up horribly, kept spinning, kept having to pit constantly because he needed someone else to take over. So Kevin stuck with it and got the result. Which when you have you guys will know this from today, that when you're having a bad day, just getting the result at the end of it does make it a little bit more worthwhile.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, I saw him struggling in front of me, and it held me up a bit. But to be fair, but it's.
I'm sure he saw you struggling down the straights even more than the other two. Well, actually, no, you've been fast down the straights. Sorry, but I'm sure he's really seen you guys struggling and had a bit of sympathy in turn.
Just wanted to imitate us a bit.
Both made each other feel a bit better, which is the way it's supposed to be, I guess. That's how racing works, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's it. I would have loved to have the 86 sprint interview, but they disappeared really quickly because I'm sure they're really tired.
That is completely understandable.
So from Matthew, Adam, myself, I don't think we had Tobias in the comms box before we started. We were doing them beforehand, so commiserations to Tobias for having to leave so early. But I'm sure he enjoyed the football. Is it Liverpool versus someone else?
Burnley.
Burnley, that was it.
Trust me. I went all the way to Stoke to lose 1-0. It wasn't nice. Come back and find out the car hasn't even raced.
Ouch.
But, I wanted to finish the race. That didn't happen, but hopefully it does at some point.
I'm sure you're going to blow everyone away at Laguna Seca. Don't worry, Christy.
Yeah, we're going to blow them away by blowing them up. Don't worry.
This sounds like a great point to stop.
Technically a way of overtaking them.
Well, you can't finish last if no one else finishes.
This is true.
Yes. So I hope you had a good time, Matthew. Any closing words before we leave?
No, I just want to thank you all again for having me on. I had an absolute blast, and I'm looking forward to the next race I get to watch with y'all.
That will be Laguna Seca, of course. 10th, is it, of September? 27 days from now, that's for sure.
The 18th, isn't it?
18th, yeah.
It's on the 10th because I have another endurance race to do Saturday.
Sorry, I got it mixed up with the date for Spa. It is 18th of September, of course. So 27 days. We'll be back racing again. 12 hours. We'll end at like midnight instead of 10. So I'll bed at some point.
Oh god.
So I hope you're ready for that, guys. But anyway,
I'm glad I'm going on an exchange.
Yep.
Especially for that round.
No such luxuries for us commentary. In commentary. But anyway, brilliant wins for DAC Hackers number 95 and Iris number 7. Their first wins in each class. But the championship still wide open. Who is going to take home the big prizes? We'll be one step closer to finding out. 70 points up for grabs in Laguna Seca and Spa. We'll see you in Laguna. Bye for now.